notably, Kai Huang went undefeated in day one.
Absolutely undefeated in day one, and still, you know, maybe not at the top of the bracket, but still could win. It could be our champion. I don't think we've ever had a cosplayer champion before.
That'd be super exciting. But yeah, both these players are no longer in the Swiss rounds. If they lose, they're done. They'll be going home.
Yeah, that is the problem with the single elimination format. We want to give everybody a trophy, but unfortunately there's only one. This isn't a team YCS, and even then that would just be for one team. But seemingly locked in, ready, and interesting again to have like the monocle on. I wonder if it's actually got any glass magnifier in there so he's unable to see his cards. But either or, great cosplay and great duel in action ahead.
And thinking about the matchup more in particular, we saw that Javier was piloting the Bestial Fiends with Malice version of the deck, which has a really strong control factor to it that maybe other Malice decks don't. And we're not quite sure yet what version of Labyrinth Kai is on, if it's a pure trap version or if it's like the sort of combo Labyrinth version that plays the furniture cards. It'll be super exciting to see how this matchup unfurls, I think.
Well, it's definitely good to have him back up here on the stage as we sort of zoom in on the dice. It's time for a dice roll of Game 1 of our top cut of the top 32 here at YCS Houston.
Yes, please.
This will be really important because essentially if Kai... Well, actually, it might be less important if Kai is playing the furnitures, because then he might be able to like use Arius himself to activate traps for the opponent's turn. But he got an 11, meaning Kai's going to get the first choice. I'm assuming he's going to want to go first. There we see the duelist fist bump. They're going to draw their opening hands. It's time to duel.
Certainly is. I think we did see some of the furniture-based gameplay yesterday on the backup stream, but I might be hallucinating here. We'll have to see straight from the duels themselves.
I mean, it sure would be a crime if he's cosplaying as Arius and Arius is not in his deck. But there you see the X-Trap coming out as the beginning of main phase 1 has begun. He's going to randomly get rid of up to 6 cards from his extra deck and then draw 1 card for every 3 cards he gets rid of.
Makes me wonder if he's using simultaneous equation cannons. Could we really see a cosplayer resolve one of the hardest Galaxy Brain cards in the game? Well, let's go ahead and draw for the Pot of Extravagance here. Get 2 cards here. Lots of monsters, very few traps.
And there we see the Ariana coming down. Going to be able to search for a Labyrinth card here.
So as we shuffle through, we do get to see that it is a very monster-heavy... Yeah, there's Kuklok.
That shows that it's definitely going to be the combo Labyrinth version. You can tell Kai is excited. He's done this time and time again. He's going to use that Kuklok's ability to be able to activate a trap card this turn. He's chaining to that the ability of Dragoneer, getting rid of transaction rollback.
Oh, wow. Going to get a little refund here, but that also means every trap card that hits the graveyard is going to get a double use at some point.
Yep, there we see Big Welcome Labyrinth coming down from Kai. This will be able to let him get into his bigger monsters. There we see the Kuklok coming back out from the graveyard because the card was set.
Activate Big Welcome Labyrinth to summon from deck or hand deck or graveyard, and bounce one.
And then Javier just going, yep, that's going to be fine. This probably is going to get regular Lovely here, so that way we can get the potential hand rip from Javier. That'd be pretty cool.
Chainlink 1, Lovely Labyrinth.
Shows you the deck still is very viable, obviously competing in a format dominated by things like Ryzel, Malice, Blue Eyes, even Tombkeeper. Somehow this deck managed to get up here, so let's see what it's all about.
Yeah, I know the talk of the town has been Tombkeeper all weekend, but hey, Kai Huang is proving there's other trap decks in this game that we can totally utilize.
Right, so
here we have the roll. Ooh, it's going to be the last. Oh yeah, we have to re-roll for 6. Oh, we got to keep re-rolling for 6, guys. Sorry
just
about
that
it.
good.
It looks like it was 4.
All right, so destroying that card.
And that is Bestial Jewish Worm. Wow. That could have been very important in case any Labyrinth monsters hit the graveyard to keep them from coming back.
Well, there was an opportunity technically to do that earlier when the monsters hit the field, but I guess he just wanted to hold out and hope the Bestials did not get hit.
Maybe he wanted to save it for like some of the bigger monsters that might get recycled later, or like Stovey Torby specifically.
Well, too little too late now. We'll see how this continues to play out as Kai Huang continues.
Speaking of Torby Torby, we're going to use his effect discarding this card and the Dragoneer to get another Labyrinth trap card.
Take a look through the deck. Always fascinated with which cool traps Labyrinth players use. Did not see any simultaneous equation cans, but we do get Welcome Labyrinth here. Nice to have the Butler bring the Butler's favorite card.
Yeah, I feel like the combo version doesn't have the extra deck space as maybe the trap deck version does to be able to play the equation cannon, because you kind of do want to go into Chaos Angel sometimes. I've seen a lot of Labyrinth players do, and that card's really important.
Oh, the numbers are definitely on his side for that.
Oh, you're going to cut?
Oh, I think Kai just said pass turn. Look at that. He's like, I got my 2 face downs. I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's see how Javier gets into this duel. He's got that Lucky Jinzo hoodie. Let's see if he can beat down the trap deck.
Stand by me. Yeah.
Going to his main phase 1. I feel like for this kind of board texture, he really needs to worry about specifically the Lovely and then the potential of a Lady coming out of Kai Huang's deck. Just trying to think about all the potential interactions we might have.
Well, you are a Malice main yourself. What are you most worried about when you're going up against Labyrinth? Is it just the fact they can keep clearing the monsters off your field and sending them back to the hand?
Well, it also like the potential for them to put trap cards in their graveyard and resolve them with rollback that I'm not aware of, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's totally possible that we could see something wild like something that like stops us from summoning or banishes our cards before I'm able to bring them back. But here we see the Lady coming down. This will be a really interesting way for him to get even more trap cards that are pretty much all throughout his deck, and we don't know the kinds of potential techs he could be playing, much like how in the Tombkeeper deck you can just play any one trap card you want thanks to Temple of the Kings. Kai can play so many one-of tech cards that, depending on the matchup, could be really devastating.
We'll see how this game continues. The other thing that's kind of interesting is, depending on your Labyrinth matchup knowledge, some people do not interrupt the win effect of Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. Some people do that, so they kind of overcommit in order to keep those resources from getting away. But let's see what happens here as we just use Fiend's Track to add Fabled Lure and likely discard it so we can grab it back.
Something really important about this interaction is that Javier chose to shotgun the Fuelos and sort of forced Kai to activate the Welcome Labyrinth before maybe he was waiting for a more opportune time to do so. And so now if he does summon any more monsters during Javier's turn, he'll get extra draws.
No response.
So no response there. We're going to go ahead and link summon here into Fiendsmith's sequence. Or excuse me, Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Just the other machine here. Or I guess they're not really machines, but they're like items that have been created by the Fiendsmiths.
He definitely is a busy engraver, that's for sure.
So busy is going to be coming into play right now so we can get the send. That could be a really fun way to force the big welcome. Now we're going to get the Lacrima. Well, Lacrima can also get an engraver, I suppose.
Yeah.
And she is going to get the engraver. So play kind of settling down here. Both duelists kind of relaxing on the tempo here.
And then, yeah, I feel like, honestly, this could be, if Javier plays it in his deck, a Chaos Angel line to be able to banish some cards. But I believe the Lady protects things from being targeted, correct? Or just herself?
Herself if there's a set card.
Right. But other cards can be.
Correct. And she also can't be destroyed by card effects if there's a set card. So that could really come up during open game states.
Yep, so here we see Necroquip Princess, one of the most honorary Fiendsmith cards if I ever saw one.
Beautiful card, too, by the way. We're taking a look at the art, and that is not just, a one-of. Oh, wow!
Ooh, Dominus Impulse on that engraver, effect to summon back, shuffling back the Lurie. That still happens, but the engraver does not come back to play. This could be huge if Javier does not have a Malice name, because he's kind of denied a Link 2.
And we definitely didn't see the Dominus Impulse coming there. Of course, it is a normal trap card and could be used later in the duel with Transaction Rollback.
And in a deck that's all darks, it's really fine to just activate it from the hand. No big deal. Isn't Chaos Angel also a dark?
I believe it is, yeah.
Wow.
So just perfect attribute lining up.
There we see Malice and Underground. That's actually really huge from Javier. I don't know if Kai has a way to stop this because he's already used the Dominus Impulse. Really important to note that Javier has not really revealed that he's on Malice against Kai Huang specifically, so he probably didn't see this coming. If he did, he might have saved that Impulse for one of these Malice names summoned back from the graveyard, from the Banish Zone.
We may have seen Javier on stream, but when you're actually entered in the YCS, it's kind of difficult to watch the feed.
Ooh, here we see Transaction Rollback. I believe that means Kai's going to be paying, it's 2,000 life points or half of his life points?
It's half the life points.
Half the life points. Going to go down to 4,000. And then White Rabbit's going to come down as Javier's normal summon. So Transaction Rollback copied the effect of Impulse to stop Dormouse from being summoned, but we have White Rabbit in the hand.
Makes perfect sense. This is going to be kind of an awkward matchup for Javier because those normal trap cards do trigger the effect of Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. So every time you're trying to activate that, you also are risking one of those cards being set.
Here we see the G2CO 6, which could get you access to that Dormouse, so you can use its effect to banish. That'd be really huge for Javier to keep playing, but like you said, it is a normal trap card.
It's kind of a weird interaction there. You're like, oh wait, I'm helping my opponent. This is awkward.
Yeah, unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to chain block with Dormouse because it would happen on a separate chain link as an ignition effect.
So Javier takes a look through the graveyard here, thinking about the extra deck. We are going to go ahead and activate the G2CO6.
Gracias, no, gracias, la verdad.
And we're going to chain the Lady, like you said. This will get another normal trap card from Kai's deck. And we're going to chain the Ku Klux effect to be able to activate that set card that we played this turn.
Wow, he could grab something like a Destructive Cannon Dharma Cannon.
That's really good against Link decks for sure, yeah. Kind of just like wipes them off the board.
Oh, and I see it, yeah.
You're psychic, look at you.
Just play a lot of Labyrinth, that's all.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So on a new chain link, we're going to use White Rabbit's effect, pay 300 life points, go down to 74, and summon it back out to the field.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the backjack in the hand. Plenty of shenanigans left in Kai Huang's turn. Remember, this is definitely an hour turn deck if you ever saw one.
Oh yeah, the combo version of Labyrinth is really cool. Being able to set trap cards, and activate them in the same turn is always impressive. So there we see the big welcome. That'll be really huge for Lovely, because we'll be able to return a card to our hand and then be able to get a pop from either the hand or field. That can get rid of the Dormouse and stop its ignition effect from ever going off.
Oh wow, put the Ku Klok back into the hand to use it next turn.
Pop, 2 to draw.
And then we're going to also chain Ariana to get a draw.
Back.
And then we're going to chain Draculator to summon back. And then
An ironic
Torby.
chain 4.
Ooh, that is a crazy chain there from Kai.
I'm going to pop. No, I'll drop it.
I think you just said pop Dormouse. Is that what I heard?
Well, he has to draw first because remember, Lovely does not target, so he still has time to make decisions. But
100%.
the Dormouse is going to go.
I'll pop that, so it's
Revealing that
gonna
he
be
drew the extravagance.
I like how he looked at us.
Yeah, he was like, this is for you guys. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate you understanding the show's happening.
It's heads tail.
Oh, he chose the hand, and he's going to just randomly pick one.
Yeah.
Sniper.
Oh, and he went for the coin!
We love a coin.
Don't get a lot of coin flips in Yu-Gi-Oh! These days, so nice to see it. What a showman. But Javier still is putting in work here. Oh, and he's going to concede.
Ooh,
Wow.
he doesn't want to reveal what that card was, and he wants to give himself as much likelihood as possible to win this game on the following turns. But amazing job from Kai, just showing us the power of the Labyrinth strategy.
Certainly knows exactly what he is doing, and we didn't even get to see him use Arias' effect, but I don't think he needs to. The Butler knows exactly how to deliver what he has been told. So great stuff. It shows you that Labyrinth is still a very powerful deck in this format and does have a good matchup against the Malice. Of course, getting the double Dominus Impulse and being able to have the cannon ready. Oh, good stuff.
Oh, really huge there. That transaction rollback honestly was huge for Kai, because if he didn't have access to that, he had no way to stop the Dormouse from coming back, and then Javier would have had all that extension he did anyway, and he could have gone to a Link 3. And once you get to a Link 3 as Malice, you can win the game in almost any board state, because Cryptor is just that powerful.
And so now we're going to get to see the flip of this. It really just depends on what Kai Huang's ultimate or opening hand is, because there's a version of this where you can still get a Dharma Cannon off during your opponent's first turn. They get those plays set up, 2 monsters, maybe it's a soft open for Malice trying to go for the Lizard Haggardos. If those monsters are flip face down, they are not Link materials.
Yeah, the really fun thing about specifically the monster version of Labyrinth that play the furnitures is that it gives you much more powerful abilities going second. It gives you the Arias, it gives you the furnitures that can get you your trap cards and your engine during your opponent's turn, and if you draw the combos that let you play them that turn, you can stymie your opponent pretty well with just your engine cards. But because you're playing so much of your monsters as your engine, you have less room for non-engine, things like Ash Blossom, things like Effect Failure, things that also stop your opponent during your turn but have less steps involved.
Absolutely. It's going to be one of these things where hopefully getting just that perfect hand gets Javier back into the game, but there's just going to be so much more resistance. Again, when we came into this weekend, the format discussion was, am I going to add more interactions from the hand, or am I going to add more things that just clear the field? And we've seen both of those throughout the tournament. But right now, kind of, when you're playing Labyrinth, you have access to both. You have a soft board clear, flipping everything face down feels just as good. And being able to do it on the opponent's turn when you haven't even played yet, a sort of turn 0, this is going to be quite the match. But again, Javier does get the chance to go first, hopefully able to just jump in and sort of cement his path to victory just a little bit further than he has so far.
Something I'd really love to see from Javier's side here is something like the Fiends with Engine paying more dividends as like an end board piece rather than like an enabler for more Malice combos, because ending on Desiree against the trap deck feels really strong, because being able to kind of stop them from overcommitting, like spending 2 cards to activate 1 trap and then just like negating it anyway, feels really advantageous for Javier as a way to just like close this game down. But we did see Kai, I think some cards from his side deck were things like the Mulcharmies to try to incentivize Javier from not comboing off as hard as he normally could. So let's see how this round goes for sure.
Looks like the duelists are locked in. They have presented, cut their decks, drawn their opening hands, and now they're just waiting for the go-ahead from the judge staff there. And again, hopefully the Jinzo hoodie pays off. If you're a stan of Javier, obviously you're cheering as hard as you can. So speaking of cheering, let's go to Game 2 of the top 32 of YCS Houston.
This very well could be Javier's last game here at YCS Houston, but he's going to do everything in his power to make sure that is not the case. Let's see how it goes. It looks like he has chosen to go first. They're in the main phase, it looks like.
Seems like.
Starting off with Fiendsmith Track, that is a great way to start off, especially with your Malice cards in hand potentially as well, to be able to guarantee any Link 3 plays while also getting some resilience against things like Nibiru or force your opponent's hand.
Taking a quick look at the hand there, it doesn't seem like there's anything to set up an elaborate trap play on Kai Huang's side. I do see Arias, the Labyrinth Butler. It's going to be a Shendrag Lear, but nothing that's really going to get anything done right now.
I didn't know there was a Yu-Gi-Oh card that's also a mirror. That's so neat. Kai's just looking at himself in his hand. How funny.
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. But speaking of good stuff, looks like things are turning up for Javier here as he brings out Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
Yep, this will send the Engraver. We saw this in Game 1, but now it might be a different story. Rather than trying to break a board, we're going to be building our own in the process. Engraver being sent here, I imagine it's going to be quickly summoned with the Swiftness, putting that Lurie back into the deck to be used later.
Both of these decks are designed for long grinds. Many duelists, as they choose, if they're going to play like a pure Ryzel deck or maybe a Ryzel Fiendsmith deck, the Fiendsmith deck gives you better plays as the duel continues. But if your opponent does the same, then you're kind of in trouble.
Ooh, there's Kai setting the Trap Trick from his hand. That may as well be any trap card in his deck, I'll tell you that much.
And it can be activated this turn.
Thanks to the Arias' effect.
And then the trap it gets can be activated this turn from Trap Trick. This is still anybody's game.
Yeah, Durham Karmakan, like you said, is more than on the table. So Javier needs to be really careful when he summons his Link monsters because they are not safe. So there we see the Lurie going back, and we're getting the Engraver. Last time we saw this go into a Necroquip plus an Engraver play to try to go for a Link 2 play. Let's see if he goes down that line again, but this time is uninterrupted, hopefully. Yeah, if you're Javier, you're like, okay, how do I play around what I know is Trap Trick and what I know is Durham Karmakan, because we saw it in Game 1. It didn't get activated, but we knew he had it.
The threat of it is always there, especially with Trap Trick. But it looks like we are going to go into Fiendsmith sequence here.
Okay, we're going straight into sequence. If we can get to Desiree, we can just negate the Trap Trick. So we're kind of going to force Kai Huang's hand on Summon of Desiree here to activate the Trap Trick, because if we can just equip the sequence, we'll be good to go.
Well, let's see. We've got the Desiree.
And this is all before Javier has used his normal summon, so if Kai is forced to use this Trap Trick, he's locked out of using traps for the rest of the turn, and then Javier is maybe just free to play afterwards.
Kai Huang takes a look at the empty graveyard other than the one Fiendsmith track, looks at the Trap Trick, and I think we're going for it.
Yeah.
Trap Trick.
Yeah, because you just can't let this sequence get equipped to this Desiree for free. Setting the Desiree feels more than good enough, but I forget if Karmakan does not unflip at the end of the turn, right? It's not
That's
like
correct.
It is not like Book of Eclipse. They stay booked, but if they do not get... If they cannot be flipped face down, they just get destroyed instead.
No, this is definitely a powerful sequence of his own here, as he's going to be able to flip these monsters face down. And since the Link monster can't be flipped face down, it's going to get sent to the graveyard.
Yep, so there we go. The Desiree will get flipped, and the sequence will go to grave. That does deny Javier a Link 2, which means if he just has a regular Malice name like Chessy Cat, his turn is good to go. But there we have the talent, because he activated Arias this turn. We're going to reveal the hand. It's Stovey Torby. Oh, he's chaining the Torby, discarding the rollback, and revealing the lovely Labyrinth. I was like, wait. Hold on. Did they change Talent's effect to be Delinquent Duo all of a sudden? I didn't think so. No. Wow, that's really heads up from Kai there. And then we're going to be able to set the Big Welcome. We're revealing the Lovely. The Lovely gets shuffled back in the deck, but Kai has no problem with that. He has Big Welcome for his next turn, but no cards in hand. His turn hasn't even started yet, and he has 0 cards already.
Well, we talk about, looping of the hand, right? Using card effects to go ahead and discard card after card after card. Kai Huang did to himself, but he's got a stacked graveyard, plenty of great effects in there, and a very powerful trap card at the ready. And the only thing Javier can do is set. I think we're going to see a pass after this.
No, you forgot it's a Malice deck.
That's true.
Setting a card is basically showing I have the nuts.
That is true. That is true. All right, so getting the Malice P Dormouse here. Let's go ahead and banish the Malice White Rabbit.
Yeah, this is an age as old as time right here, this story. We're going to go White Rabbit. White Rabbit will be paying 300 life points to summon itself. We're going to be setting another trap card from deck. I wonder what that face down is for Javier.
Look, paying half your life points to go ahead and redo the card mechanic again with the transaction rollback.
That's right. Trap Trick only stops you from activating traps in the field, doesn't it? It does not stop you from using effects in the graveyard. And we're going to be reactivating that card mechanic, it looks like.
Flipping it face down.
And you cannot link summon using face down monsters, unfortunately.
No, you cannot. They'd have to make a Malice Fusion monster, but we'll save that for 2030.
Oh, Javier's asking how the chain would resolve, I think. Because if he's able to have the set card and then, like, on a new chain, rollback will copy Durham Karmakan, he can chain Jiudiceo 6 to that.
That is true.
But I don't think that's how it works. I believe rollback, when it copies, will just use it as, like, chain 2 here.
It does use it in the same chain. Like, that is correct.
Yeah.
It replaces that part of the chain link with the effect you copied.
100%, right. So that means Javier is just debating here what face down he should go for. Because if he gets rid of his mouse monsters being booked, means they can't be banished with the trap cards either, unfortunately. Because I believe they need to be able to know their malice monsters.
They lose their malice name tag, that's for sure.
Ooh, double rollback was Kai's hand. You mentioned, like, all Kai really needs on his turn is a way to activate some powerful trap cards, and he can totally stymie Javier, and we're seeing it right now.
Just incredible play there, and still has the Arias, the Labyrinth Butler, in the graveyard, able to special summon himself to the field.
Yes, literally. He'd be like, I'm going to summon myself. Is that okay?
Is he just going to stand on the table then?
Well, I did Trap Trick. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, maybe Trap Trick does.
No, it should just be the activation. I think it may be just the shuffling of the deck here.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I went back in on stuff, is what he meant. I was like, no, you can activate your rollback. You already did it.
Definitely a dizzying duel, that's for sure. We're going to draw.
Did we just draw the Lovely?
I think we got the Lovely
did we just
back.
Draw the Lovely? That's a little unfortunate there for Kai.
Not helpful.
Now, it is worth noting that, you know, on Javier's next turn...
Oh, he's revealing. He said, this is funny. I think he's about to special summon it from his hand. Oh, maybe not.
You definitely want to get Lady here so you can get another trap card, surely, right?
True. Oh, but the Ariana for the bounce.
Of course.
Yeah.
I forgot Big Welcome always has to bounce, and if you have no cards, it's got to come to you.
But he does get to normal summon now.
Yeah, and it's Ariana, one of the best normal summons in his deck. And Torby will coming out because the card is added back to the hand due to a trap effect.
Feels like you're never down and out in Labyrinth. You're just one furniture piece away.
There's all this advantage, and we're just seeing so many recycling of resources all throughout this tournament. You know, I feel like the grind game has been ever present during this event.
We go through sort of different formats where sometimes it's all about establishing a field of monsters that say no. I love that this format is about just playing and playing and playing.
Yeah, it's more of a format of, oh no, I'm going to keep going anyway.
So we're going to keep going. Take a look at the graveyard there. Not too much of interest really on either side. Fiendsmith tracked active on Javier's side and some traps that could be used with a transaction rollback. The Big Welcome Labyrinth can't be used this turn because you can only use each effect once per turn and only one of those effects once per turn.
Kai does need to be a little bit careful here because I'm not sure how he outs the face down Desiree, because even if the Desiree does get like destroyed or something and sent to the graveyard, Javier will be able to send one of Kai's cards to the graveyard in response to that.
Absolutely.
So that could be a really good thing for him.
Well, hopefully this is a question he has asked himself at some point during the tournament.
Yep, so now we're going to grab Lady here.
We already activated Labyrinth effects, so that's coming right out at Kai's pleasure.
Yep, it looks like you're just using the effect right now to summon out. Does Javier have an impulse of his own? That'd be really fun.
If it was set, that would be super, super good, but doesn't look like he does. Gonna go and set that monster. There's no set cards on the field, so it could be destroyed and targeted.
And it is forced to summon in defense mode, very notably.
Battle phase.
We're gonna go battle phase and have Ariana attack. I would assume the Dormouse, but we know Javier has Generacio 6, meaning any mouse name you get rid of, he can just bring back at the end phase. So it's a little rough to get rid of White Rabbit because that could get him more trap cards if he has any. But he's gonna go for the White Rabbit, it looks like.
Wait, this is the White Rabbit. I'll hit White Rabbit.
Yeah. That is White Rabbit. It'll be going to the graveyard, but that means it can be back with Generacio 6 if needed.
Second deck.
So we've been talking about how great the Labyrinth deck is against Malice, but Malice actually has a lot of in-archetype outs for all these different situations, including the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, because the targeting issue is not an issue, and neither is destruction, because you have non-targeting banish.
Now, it is rough if the Lovely was in play, because then you can't respond to trap cards. But right now, Lovely's not in play, so Javier does not need to worry about that. But we did set regular Welcome Labyrinth just now, and then Kai just proceeds to end his turn. Javier probably just debating if he wants to use his Generacio 6 at the end phase. He does not. Drop return. He could just go flip summon. Honestly, flip summon Desiree, and then just like first action, bring back sequence seems really good. And equip it to it, so you have the double negate.
I think that's what we're going to do, taking an eye look at the Fiendsmith Desiree face down and the Malice Dormouse face down. It is a trap deck, so you got to be careful what you flip up first, but take a look at the graveyard. There is that single bounce there from the Big Welcome Labyrinth to the grave, and the Arias.
Yeah, plenty. And technically, like, if we do end up getting a Big Welcome online at any point, still be Torby comes back too, but so far, not.
Looks like we're banishing to bounce.
Yep, there it is.
Does mean Desiree could come back.
But without any other feats with the cards, being able to put back that sequence is going to be really rough for Javier. There we have Torby coming back, like I said, because the card was bounced with a trap effect. And then we draw a card.
I think that was another cannon.
Not the best to have in this situation, because unless he has another Arias access, he won't be able to set it this turn.
Well, Javier may be able to run away away with this duel by just punching through this Malice monster. So we'll activate the effect of Malice P Dormouse to banish one Malice name.
Yeah, another really good card, specifically in the mouse deck for this matchup, is going to be White Binder, because you can banish all of the Labyrinth cards, traps, monsters, doesn't really matter. They're all victim to the Queen.
That's good.
Battle of two queens, I just realized.
Yes, the Mouse Queens and the Labyrinth. But here we have Chessie coming down. This could just be the last name that Javier has besides White Rabbit, because and Dormouse, because this deck has a much smaller ascension, notably, than other Malice versions. But if he does have another Malice name in hand, whether it's a spell card or a monster, he's done a lot of strength here by getting a free draw too.
And we haven't seen a Bisteel in a long time here, so maybe running a slimmer Bisteel package as well. Certainly helpful to maybe get rid of that Arias and have another body on the field, but nowhere inside. Javier taking a look at that face down card, thinking about it, and yep.
The MTPO7 to be able to search for that Mouse name that he needs to either summon from hand or banish and get more value. That's going to be really huge if Javier can resolve this.
And to set a trap.
It is a normal trap card, so he's going to be taking the Lady effect here to get another set face down.
Just a very weird match for sure. Something that certainly is going to be common, you know, as the days go by. Labyrinth isn't going anywhere. There's always one really good Labyrinth player at every YCS. They don't usually look this fashionable, but they're definitely out there.
Yes. So there we see the Dormouse being added with this MTPO7. Because there is no Malice Link monster in play, you will not get the non-target banish, but you do get a free Rhoda, essentially. And now, I think because we haven't used Dormouse's effect to summon from the banish this turn, we're going to use Chessie Cat here to get the extra body on board and get a free draw too. Maybe draw some of those Bistils we're talking about, which would be really useful for Javier here for either extending or stymieing his opponent. This match is far from over.
Well, Javier keeping the cards close to the chest, didn't get a chance to see what he drew. We are going to pay 300 for that Malice P Dormouse back.
Yeah, if you're a Javier, you try to go for a straight link 3. Oh, but Kai's not giving him the option to. He's going to straight link. Welcome Labyrinth to summon. My assumption is it's going to summon from the deck here. Yes. This could be what? 2 o'clock. This could be. Oh, it's going to be Arias. He's going to summon himself the hard way.
Walking up on the table there.
Yeah, but then we're going to use the Arias' effect. And he's not going to be able to.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Then he can set the Karma Cannon from his hands.
And he can activate it this turn. And Javier does not know that the card he drew of Ariana is Karma Cannon. But notably, Javier has not. To my knowledge, he also has no other Malice names that can be summoned from deck, but he does have the GFCO6.
We didn't see what he drew. Maybe he's lucky enough to have gotten another Malice name.
That'll do it. Engravers. And it is worth noting that all Kai's monsters did get booked as well, and to my knowledge, he has no
Hola, hola. 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 Hola, hola. Hola. Hola, 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 hola.
So here we go for the
How much
potential
time are we
lead
at?
2 here. Into feeds
Okay, we have
with
time, right?
sequence, I would assume.
Oh, okay, I was scared.
And this gives us
What are you
access to
making?
that Desiree line that I was talking about earlier. All before we're using our normal summon. Oh, no, we normal summoned Lacuma, didn't we?
We did.
All without using any Malice names, we should say.
Hola.
We're going to go for the Dark here, because Nectar Whip is a Dark monster. We have Stovey Torby as our only target right now.
Could activate a trap to get it out of the graveyard.
We're just going to use the effect on summon here, and we're going to chain Big Welcome Labyrinth.
So they did save the Welcome Labyrinth effect there. The additional effect you're getting out of the Labyrinth to destroy, and I guess you can get rid of the Dark Charmer Gloomy now.
Yep, we went ahead and summoned the Torby, but then in the same effect of Big Welcome, added it back to our hand to stop the Dark Charmer from getting the extra bit of material. But because Kai did summon a monster, is he able to activate Paradise here? I don't believe so. Wait, no, yeah, he can, because a monster was special summoned, right?
Well, I'm not seeing it on the field there, but... Yeah, I guess he is going to do it, so he banishes to send the Desiree.
Yeah, so what he did was he went Big Welcome, summoned the Torby, but then he just added the Torby back to his hand using Big Welcome.
That
so
makes
it was
sense,
still
makes sense.
special summoned. And then we have Desiree, and he's going to chain the trap trick to the Desiree's effect to send it to the graveyard.
So nothing really got done here. A lot of interesting plays, but able to just very swiftly dodge Javier's attempt to get rid of the face-down card with the Fiendspit Desiree's effect. But a lot of choices here for the trap trick.
Yeah, Javier's just kind of forcing Kai to use all of his effects. And there we see the trap trick getting Dominus Impulse, banishing the other copy to the banishment, so that way he can stop any summons. If Javier does have something like a Gold Sark or a Mouse Underground or a Bestial, these impulses will be able to stop them from being summoned.
Definitely a masterclass in patience, when to hold them and when to fold them, right? We are in Texas after all, but the joke aside, not activating that effect really cornered Javier into these specific plays, and now Kai looks like he's doing good again.
Yep. Looks like Javier had no extra engines from his deck, but during the end phase, we are going to be discarding the Artifact Lancia, like you said. Normally, the really big selling point for this Bestial Malice Fiendsmith version of the deck is that you don't really lose to Lancia because you have other engines that can be played into it, like Fiendsmith, like Bestials. But Javier didn't see those, so this Lancia is no longer needed, and Kai's like, I'd rather have a trap card, so I'm going to go get that.
So, Drew, I think I saw an Ariana drawn. Labyrinth Servant.
Wow, after already using the effect to set another trap card using Stovey Torby, that's pretty big. We're going to use the effect of Big Weapon to bounce the Dark back to Javier's extra deck because we do control the Lady.
You'll get a lot of resources out of that, so...
And then we have Welcome Labyrinth being activated for the turn to summon another monster. We're chaining to the effect of Big Welcome Labyrinth, I see.
Oh, wow. So just to reorganize this, activate Big Welcome Labyrinth, banish from the graveyard in order to target Dark, then chain Welcome Labyrinth because there was no response. It technically can also chain Lady Labyrinth, the Silver Castle. Bestial Baldrake is going to try to banish something from the graveyard, but we'll see Dominus Impulse to stop that. Now, Infinite Impermanence is going to chain, but you can still chain the Infinite Impermanence. Basically is triggering the Lady of the Silver Castle, so everything still came out Kai's way, expertly cornered.
So yeah, chain 6 is Lady to set, chain 5 is Imperm, negating Lady.
Gonna wind all this back.
Hola, hola.
Chain 4 was the other trap card, Dominus Impulse. So Baldrake does get summoned because Imperm does resolve, therefore negating that. And then we have Welcome's effect to summon Lovely. And now we're going to, on a new chain, use Lady Labyrinth to pop the trap card. The set still came out Kai's way.
Wow, just really skillful, and using the additional effect to finally destroy a card. Almost making Javier forget that that was a thing that the field spell did.
Getting rid of GWC06. Labyrinth. And now we're going to chain Lovely to pop, and then we're going to also chain Sylvie Torby and chain Labyrinth.
Hola, hola.
Oh, remember, yeah, the Baldrake targeting Torby thing.
We'll reset the welcome.
And now Javier literally has just the Baldrake energy.
Oh, and setting the Dominus Impulse again makes it very difficult to make a comeback with Malice.
Yes, we're going to swing 29, then we're going to swing 3K to the face.
And with a minute and 40 left on the clock, that is a very important 3,000 to the face indeed.
Javier's now at 5,000 life points, and Kai is representing all the resources he needs to go for game next turn. And besides the few Fiends with cards that Javier has in his yard, I'm not sure how much follow-up he has. So he's going to go ahead and use the Requiem here, sorry, the Lacrima. So back to Requiem, he's going to use the Requiem to potentially summon the Lacrima during the end phase of Kai's turn. Get another send from the deck to the graveyard, going to be getting rid of that Engraver once again, maximizing his chances to draw into Malice and turn. Here we go, the Draw of Destiny, what is it? Cards that Javier has in his yard. Again, he'll be able to pop here if he wants to. There we see the Ruba Karma Cannon because of Lady's effect to set it from the deck. And there we see Ariana, and the pop will be happening on Lacrima because of Labyrinth.
Just always in control.
And then we have Lovely's effect to send from the grave, and Javier scoops it up with no cards in hand and no cards on the field. He has no hope of winning the game. Kai Wong advances the top 16.
Kai making history here, I think, is our very first cosplayer getting this far in the tournament. We've seen plenty of cosplayers, myself included, but this is a person who is in it to win it. Labyrinth is not a joke deck. It is a good deck. As we see, it is having some really good results here.
Yeah, both of the games where Taiwan in first pick was dominating, and in that game where he went second, even though he went second, he was still able to resolve 2 Taruma Karma Cannons against his opponent. That was insane.
Oh, and the crowd is here for it. There's some applause. We're not sure if you caught that on the microphone, but Kai certainly did. A smile on his face, a little gentle nod to his fans, maybe new followers he has, but just good stuff. Oh my goodness.
I mean, great dueling always deserves big hype moments like that. So if you guys are excited for Kai Wang, be sure to give him some cheers in the chat. But of course, also give some condolences to Javier. He played like an absolute master against a matchup he probably wasn't expecting for this tournament, but he was able to play the best he could, and he almost got there.
And that's always the story about the Labyrinth duels. They just kind of quote-unquote sneak on in because people forget that decks that have existed for a long time. They're still good. They didn't go out of style. They're still good. But Javier did a great job there. There really wasn't anything else he could have done different, and finishing top 32 at 1,416 odd duels is just so incredible. So, well, we may not see him as our YCS champion for Houston, but there is no saying he may not be a YCS champion in the future.
But we'll see more from Kai later on in the tournament. It's going to be really exciting to see.
Just some incredible stuff. I have to say, like, just watching that match is just wild because all of the different ins and outs of Labyrinth and that, just incredible stuff. It shows you that, like, Malice has great strengths. It has some really cool in-archetype matchups, but just couldn't make it that time, unfortunately, for Javier.
Imagine winning a game without turning a single card from the deck. Couldn't be me, but Labyrinth all the time.
I mean, it's crazy. There's certainly some stuff, and there's definitely other support in the future. Maybe the extra deck will go out of style. Maybe we won't have any extra deck. Joke. But it still goes to show you that, like, we talk about this all the time. You really can't just show up and do it. Incredible stuff. It shows you that, like, Malice has great strengths. It has some really cool in-archetype matchups, but just couldn't make it that time, unfortunately, for Javier.
Imagine winning a game without turning a single card from the deck. Couldn't be me, but Labyrinth all the time.
I mean, it's crazy. There's certainly some stuff, and there's definitely other support in the future. Maybe the extra deck will go out of style. Maybe we won't have any extra deck. Joke. But it still goes to show you that, like, we talk about this all the time. You really can't just show up and do it. Incredible stuff. It shows you that, like, Malice has great strengths. It has some really cool in-archetype matchups, but just couldn't make it that time, unfortunately, for Javier.
With the underdog, guys.
Getting claps, and I'm getting emotional for some reason. Oh my gosh, I love the energy. Thanks for the claps, everybody. Everyone really excited for you. I do want to pick your brain a little bit more about this affinity that you have for the Labyrinth deck. So tell me why.
It's not actually the cards, really. It's the play style. Labyrinth is one of the most fair decks in the game. One card does not equal 3 cards. I have to discard a card to summon from the deck, and it loses to Ash Blossom. So I like that the deck is fair, and it also plays on your opponent's turn. I don't have to watch my opponent make watch a movie, basically, watch them make a combo. I could just stop them.
Also the aesthetic, though.
And then I grew to love the aesthetic. Yes.
And then you told me this cosplay cost you hundreds, right?
Yes, it did.
Tailor-made?
It is tailor-made. Shout out to, I don't know what their name is, but really nice tailor. I had to buy the fabric. I gave them like my measurements, and they made it for me. It's so crazy, yeah. Everyone loves this. Everyone
We love it. Actually, one of the Stevens was saying, like, that took real commitment. You had to wake up early to make sure you got in your cosplay and everything, so. But you're channeling that energy. You're doing fantastic. Do you have a game plan for the rest of the tournament?
So I came in to this tournament trying to. I think the best deck is Malice, and this deck has the best going second matchup into Malice because your imperms, your Nibiru's are not going to stop Malice. Daruma Cannon will. So that's why I'm playing this deck. Into Ryzeal, I have a fantastic matchup. Into Fiendsmith Ryzeal, they just have to high roll me, so I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just going to high roll them back.
I don't even want to ask this. It seemed like you were feeling confident despite the matchup with Malice.
No, so I like the matchup.
You did? Okay, elaborate.
I played 3 dominant. I think the best deck is Malice, and this deck
deck has the best 20-second matchup into Malice because
As long as you
your
know,
Imperms, your Imbues are
well,
not going to
he
stop
did Rick,
Malice.
but
Hola, hola, se escucha. Hola,
as
hola,
long
hola.
as you know his lines,
you'll have a
you should be able to
fantastic
stop
matchup.
them
Into
if you have enough
Fiends with
cards.
Brazil, they just have
Hey
a
Kai,
hybrid,
is
so
there anything that you want to say to everyone watching? You had some people clapping and waving earlier.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you to the live stream staff.
No, so
I just want everyone to know, never stop believing.
Oh my gosh. Okay, fantastic interview. Thank you so much, Kai. Back to our casters.
Wow, that's a lot. I'm getting the vapors myself over here. Never stop believing. I've said it, but it certainly means more from somebody up on the YCS feature match stage.
If you're going to do something good, do a miracle. Words to live by, for sure.
Do a miracle. Well, speaking of miracles, there are other formats of Yu-Gi-Oh going on right now that you could dominate with the best of them. Let's talk a little bit about Speed Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh Duel Links. Oh, good God, yeah.
I was going to say, like, oh yeah, the new Speed Duel set, Scarred Resonance, has come out recently, featuring Scarred Red Dragon Archfiend, Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, a Cell Stardust Synchro Dragon, and Pot of Avarice finally in Duel Links.
Hola,
Yeah,
hola.
there's some crazy stuff.
Se
A lot of
escucha,
people
hola,
think
probando.
of Duel Links as just cards from the anime, but it's not just cards from the anime. It's also really good stuff, right? You can play all of your favorite decks like Cosmo. If you want to play Sky Striker, yeah, Sky Striker's and Duel Links. And now Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, that is just insane. So yeah, if you got some Dino DNA, that game is for you right now. It's going to be a good format for sure.
And I love the tagline for Scarred Red Dragon Archfiend. Does Red Dragon Archfiend have a new form? Oh, super exciting to see in Duel Links.
Hola, hola.
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. Great animations, great music. You know the whole vibe. It is so cool. Speaking of which, this has been such an incredible tournament so far. I mean, I could not believe that we had Kai get up here and do everything that he did. Well, let's talk a little bit about the bracket update that we've got, because again, there are more duelists than just Kai.
That's right. We know Kai for sure is in our top 16. Let's see who else we have guaranteed. We see Anthony taking down.
Bien, así está quedando la llave.
16. He could be facing off against Lexus, which was able to get a 2-0 victory against Logan. We get to see all these 2-0s here in the year, decisive duels in day 2, just the best of the best. We also have Bryce S and Aditya D in top 16. We have Manuel K waiting on the match between Lucas and Juan C to decide who they are facing off with in top 16. Then we have Israel F versus Nathaniel V. Really excited to see that for our first half of the top 16 bracket.
And then moving down, we figured out most of the bracket here. Pascal advanced over Brian, and Jared conquered Jesse in a 2-1 victory. Tavion did not conquer Francisco, so he moves on to fight Kai Kwong, who we just saw here on the stream. Kevin beat Tyler 2-1. John managed to conquer Darian 2-0. So they'll be playing against each other, and we're still trying to find out who will be next as Christian advances against Jesse. But we're still trying to find out who is Edwin and Jesus' victor going to be.
Sad to see that Tavion, our YCS Orlando champion, could not get that run back here in Houston, but top 32 in an event this competitive is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, yeah, back-to-back championships are great, but don't lose sight of the fact that you get good tournament results. Making the day 2 cut, people are like, oh, yeah, he just got to day 2. Did you get to day 2? That's what I thought. There's some incredible duels out there, and we hope you do next time. But speaking of next time, it is that time, isn't it?
Yep, we're going to go ahead and throw to a break, you guys, and we'll be right back with top 16 of YCS Houston. Don't go anywhere. Our YCS Orlando champion could not get that run back here in Houston, but top 32 in an event this competitive is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, yeah, back-to-back championships are great, but don't lose sight of the fact that you get good tournament results. Making the day 2 cut, people are like, oh, yeah, he just got to day 2. Did you get to day 2? That's what I thought. There's some incredible duels out there. We hope you do next time. Speaking of next time, it is that time.
Yep, we're going to go ahead and throw to a break, you guys, and we'll be right back with top 16 of YCS Houston. Don't go anywhere. Our YCS Orlando champion could not get that run back here in Houston, but top 32 in an event this competitive is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, yeah, back-to-back championships are great, but don't lose sight of the fact that you get good tournament results. Making the day 2 cut, people are like, oh, you just got to day 2. Did you get to day 2? That's what I thought. There's some incredible duels out there. We hope you do next time. Speaking of next time, it is that time.
I'm here with
Jacob.
All right, hello, Jacob. We're going to try and see if he can guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. You can ask me any question you want, and we'll see if you can figure out what it is, all right? You ready?
Do it.
All right, ready, set, go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Does it have a level?
Yes.
Does it have an effect?
Yes.
Is it level 8?
No.
Level 7?
Yes.
Dark Arm Dragon?
No.
Does it banish a card?
Yes.
Is it Kashtira archetype?
Yes.
Fenrir?
Full name.
Kashtira Fenrir?
Yes. You got it. It's Kashtira Fenrir. Hello, everyone. I'm here with John. He's going to try and guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. Go. Yes or no questions?
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
No.
Trap?
Yes.
Counter?
Yes.
Solemn?
Which one?
Judgment?
Yes. Good job. You got it. It is Solemn Judgment. Hey, everyone. I'm here with Rayfield, and he's going to have 60 seconds to try and guess the card in my hand. Rayfield, ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous spell?
No.
Quick play?
Nope.
Does it start with an A?
No.
B?
No.
Or C?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Is it a special summoning?
No.
Is it a draw card?
Ok, ahora creo que pude solucionar el tema del monitoreo. Ok, ahora creo que pude solucionar el tema del monitoreo. Ok, ahora creo que pude solucionar el tema del monitoreo. Ok, ahora creo que pude solucionar el tema del monitoreo. Ok, ahora creo que pude solucionar el tema del monitoreo. Pude solucionar el tema del monitoreo.
I'm probably the only person online who shares every single one of my trades completely for free. Resulta ser. I'm probably the only person online who shares every single one of my trades completely for free. Resulta ser. I'm probably the only person online who shares every single one of my trades completely for free.
No response.
into Requiem. Activate Requiem spec.
Yep.
Activate last one. I will activate Bystial Druid Swarm, targeting your Lurry.
Oh, what?
Your Beansmith Lurry. I mean, Babel Lurry.
Yeah. Yeah, fine.
Link Summon into Beansmith sequence. Activate the Phantom sequence.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Magnum Bit. Activate. Special Sword. No effect, obviously. Special Ice Bitching Engraver.
Yep.
Summon detonator effect on summon.
Yeah.
Attach. And then I will attempt to leave main phase.
Sure.
This is at 17, correct?
Yeah.
I will declare attack with Magnum Day for 100.
Yeah, you got it. I'm about to activate the graveyard effect. Think Wild Thing automatic should be able to pop it. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Good game, brother.
Ok, se está jugando entonces ahora el top 16.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We've made it to the top 16. That's right, we've had over 1,400 duels competing this weekend, and now there's only 16 players that remain. And man, it's been exciting. I had fun watching the lap player Kai win last round. What?
I don't think I think you need to know.
Oh, in the matchup in particular.
Yeah.
I was like, what did you say? But yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy that Labyrinth is in top 16. There's also a lot of other decks. Plenty of excellent duelists that have made it all the way. One of these 16 players will be walking away as a YCS champion. And there's some excellent duelists for sure. In the matchup in particular. Lots of crazy players. We just saw him make it all the way. He was the player who defeated Josh in the last round. So many excellent duelists getting their moment in the sun.
Some all the way from Europe as well.
Definitely. And one of these players will be walking away with the trophy.
We see some familiar faces here.
That's the NAWCQ champion. Oh, shout outs to Lex. Holding it down. Some excellent duelists. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
you mentioned there were some players from the EU. Oh, competed at the World Championship this past year. I just can't believe Jared Randolph. Shout outs to my boy. It's gonna be cool. I just can't believe one of them is gonna walk away with the trophy and etch their name into Yu-Gi-Oh history and become YCS
Bien, se está jugando el top 16. Está jugando en este momento Bestial
incredible. It's been an amazing YCS. You know, I was excited for this tournament, but it's gone far and surpassed what I expected, what we were going to see in terms of deck diversity, creativity, tech choices. It's all been fantastic here at YCS Houston.
Yeah, definitely one of the most surprising events I've had in quite a long time. You know, I've expected the format to really just devolve into just Ryzeal and Malice, but there's been so many other decks. We've seen even Mermail Atlantean crawling its way up throughout the format, but now we saw Memento, we saw Tombkeeper, we see just all these other strategies. I mean, Labyrinth just won in top 32. Anything could take it at this point.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the top 16 bracket so we can see who is remaining. We see Anthony's going to be taking on Lex, Bryce against Aditya.
Y así va quedando la llave de momento. Anthony versus Lexus, ambos americanos. Pascal versus Jared. Francisco Osorio, esperamos el juego de Francisco del Pancho contra Kai Juan. Y así más o menos van quedando las llaves. Faltan por disputarse estos juegos ya con la llave del top 16.
Anthony that's the Jesus I believe we saw play in the last round. So that is the Fiendsmith Rescue Ace.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad to see them make it into the top 32.
Definitely. I mean, Rescue Ace is one that caught me by surprise this weekend. Labyrinth is one that definitely caught me by surprise. I mean, I don't know if I'm more surprised to see Rescue Ace or Labyrinth. I think I'm leaning towards Rescue Ace, though.
I mean, yeah, Labyrinth is one of those decks that's been kind of in and out of formats. I think I've seen it be a little bit more popular with, again, the Fiendsmith strategy, you know, being able to turn your two bodies that you generally are able to put on the field that don't necessarily need to do anything. A lot of the time, it would make something along the lines of Chaos Angel, but again, any two bodies going into the Fiendsmith, and again, they are Fiends, so then you can start climbing into the Unchained cards. But from what we saw, this is a bit more of a pure Labyrinth strategy. So just focusing more on the trap cards and the general advantage that the furniture can give you.
Yep, Labyrinth, Rescue Ace, Malice, Mermails. There's a plenty to find out who's going to win here in top 16. But I think we're ready for our top 16 feature match. So I'm going to toss it to Jackie to introduce our players that are going to be dueling on the main stage.
YCS Houston is heating up. 16 eliminated. Only 16 remain. Who will make top 8? Let's begin with the blue chair. That is right. Hailing from Plano, Texas, Aditya Dara. Obviously filled with enthusiasm right now. Okay, there's a smile. And then in the red chair from Houston, Texas, we have Bryce Sharp. Fun fact, he owns 100 chickens. There you go. Okay, crowd, I need you all to get real loud for both competitors here. Can we get real loud? Okay, I need you all to get louder than that.
Sí, decía que allí se está metiendo en el top un Atlantean, un Rescue Ace y un Malice, considerando el meta de Ryzeal. Son decks bastante sorpresas.
Our NAWCQ reigning champion out of Plano, Texas, my old stomping grounds. And Bryce, as we heard the crowd pop off for him there, is the hometown hero right here out of Houston. 100 chickens. I need to go hit him up when I need some eggs. I've been looking for them. Maybe this is where I can find them with Bryce.
Yeah, you always have to ask a friend for those local eggs.
Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye out for that. But this is going to be a matchup of Mermail Atlantean against Ryzeal. And I believe this is going to be a pure Ryzeal deck, which we haven't seen a lot of on stream this weekend. It's always been the Fiendsmith Ryzeal, maybe like the Shark Ryzeal deck, but this is just pure.
Yeah, surprising to not see the inclusion of just the small, a little bit of Sharks to really amplify your plays, giving you 2 additional level 4s to either go into Bomb and Shark or just go straight into Duo Drive, save some of those pieces, but opting to just keep it as streamlined as possible. And then we have the Mermail Landing strategy that we've seen be so powerful going into this tournament, being able to take down Buenos Aires and still have a strong showing here.
Entonces lo interesante que se viene es que viene un Ryzeal puro contra un Mermail Atlantean, que viene siendo una de las sorpresas del YCS. Ya se mete en el top 16, así que vamos a ver qué tal es el rendimiento contra Ryzeal.
Current reigning NAWCQ champion, world competitor from last year, is bringing that strategy to the tournament. You know that it is valid, and as you mentioned, it did win the YCS this past a couple weeks ago, which is really cool to see. It also won 2 of the 3 team members of the Team YCS that we had in the past month were also Mermail Atlantean. I think that was kind of the moment people started shifting towards realizing it's a competitive deck and it's going to be one that's going to be included in our current meta.
I mean, yeah, you even got in the top 4 of the European YCS not so long ago as well.
Yep, definitely a strategy players are we're counting on seeing in the main event, and not surprised to have it here in Top Cut. But going back to Bryce's pure Raziel strategy, the one thing I do like about the pure deck, it does get these cool cards like Pot of Desires.
Yeah, just really being able to take advantage of that extra space to go for some more powerful spell cards. And when your main strategy is just drawing any of the two pieces, or like any Raziel monster can get you to the rest of it. So if you need to, you can start with Desires, but if you're able to just start with the Raziel cards and then Desires into just strictly non-engine, it can really push you ahead.
I mean, that's really what Sword Soul, that was the Sword Soul bread and butter forever, is you do your whole Sword Soul combo, thin your deck out as much as possible, then you can Desires. You're more likely to draw into those interruptions and interactions that you're going to be able to use during your opponent's turn, which is why that card is
Sí, una de las cosas que informan también los comentaristas es que, bueno, uno de los beneficios del Raziel puro es la posibilidad de usar el Desire y poder, digamos, hacer, tomar ventaja un poco de maximizar los recursos.
This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. All right, now continue.
I hope you lost your node. I hope you lost your cross.
Yeah, there are definitely some things that can go wrong, even in the pure Raziel deck as well. But there's also some cool tech cards in Bryce's deck that I don't want to spoil just yet. Hopefully we get to see them in game number 1. In terms of the tech being some cool quick play spell cards.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options in the Raziel strategy when you opt to go for just Raziel cards, mainly because there is so much space. The Raziel cards themselves do not take up that many slots within the main deck, so you do have those options. And there are some interesting ones that you can play.
Definitely. Bryce has come with some cool techs, which is probably why he made it all the way to top 16. But those techs seem like they're more geared towards, like, if he's facing a mirror match playing against other Raziel decks, we're going to see how they come into play here against the Mermaid Atlantean strategy.
Yeah, as the format got wider, it's hard to really focus down on what tech cards you should be playing. You want as many generic options as you can to really mitigate playing against the various matchups that are available. And if you're usually going towards powerful spell cards are a lot more targeted.
Sí, hablan también un poco de la versatilidad del Raziel, considerando de que hay muchas cartas que te pueden abrir el juego. En definitiva, eso lo hace también un deck bastante consistente, pues, y también con muchas alternativas, pudiéndose jugar puro o con otra combinación, por ejemplo, Finn Smith, que ya lo vimos en uno de los juegos anteriores.
1,400 duelists, one of these 16 players will be walking away with that trophy that's sitting right there on their table, within the arm's reach of both of these players, literally and figuratively.
Both these players been playing many rounds to get to this point. They are not going to shy away from playing another match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. They know they can't focus down on what they have to do. They just have to get past this one game here in game number 1.
That's right, game 1, top 16, YCS Houston. It's time to duel. Let's see who wins the die roll.
Bien, entonces comienza el juego 1.
That's the average.
As average as it gets. That seems like less.
Snake Eyes, 2 is not going to be enough to beat 7. And now Bryce will be opting to go first. And our top 16 match is underway.
I think this is a situation. Wait. Oh, it looks like we're activating something in the draw phase, and that is Mulcharmy Fuwalos.
Fuwalos being activated in the draw phase.
Interesting choice there. I imagine at this point, both players have some kind of matchup knowledge of their opponent. You know, going into the top 16, it's very easy to see what players have been playing throughout the tournament, especially when there's so few remaining.
Definitely. And the advantage he gets there from using the false in the draw phase instead of waiting is he's playing around cards like Triple Tactics Talent, needing the cards to be activated during the main phase only. So leading things off here with extra Raziel to send Duo Drive to the graveyard. The reason you send Duo Drive there is because when you Exceed summon another copy of Raziel Duo Drive, it will be able to attach a Raziel monster from your graveyard underneath as material.
Yeah, normally, at least in the beginning of Raziel's dominance, you would send just any other monster like Aggregator, because you didn't need to actually be able to use Duo Drive's effect to attach, because you would usually search a copy of Raziel plugin along with the Raziel Cross to then insulate yourself from Nibiru, because at any point if your opponent activates Nibiru, you could chain plugin to give your Duo Drive a material, and then you could add Resolution, use Cross to negate it. But since a lot of players have opted to take out plugin, now they need to put that extra material in the graveyard, so Duo Drive will have a material once Cross is out of the field.
Yeah, very interesting to know how that has developed as the format has shaped out. But we're going to see the Sword Raziel come down next, and then that's going to add a copy of Ice Raziel from the deck to the hand.
Unlikely to see Bryce summon it unless he's willing to commit to giving Aditya more cards here. Aditya choosing to shotgun the Fuwas. This is a kind of an indication that your hand is strong. You don't need the draws as much. You just want to stop your opponent.
Stop your opponent, play around talents, all the sort of indicators that we're getting here from Aditya. I mean, that's something you got to do when you're playing ego is wonder
Sí, el
why.
jugador
Why
Bryce Hill sigue jugando a pesar del fútbol. Vamos a ver qué tanto esto puede ser beneficioso para el Atlantic, que sabemos que es un deck que puede hacer OTK sin ningún problema.
Two level 4 monsters. We're going to see someone I guess is going to be Ryzeal Duo Drive, but it looks like Bryce is contemplating. And yep, it is Duo Drive.
Duo Drive makes a lot of sense here. You're going to give your opponent an additional card, assuming you're going to end on the detonator later in the turn. But it's always worth it, because if they did have an answer to the detonator, they were going to have it anyway, even without the draw. So like if they were going to respond to the Duo Drive, they would have had an answer to the detonator anyway. But it looks like we're going to be using Ash Blossom, a card that would not have worked on detonator.
But now he has activated a monster effect during the main phase, so Triple Tactics Talents will be back online.
We'll see if Bryce opts to use it now or after allowing Aditya to draw another card, because I don't think he's going to pass with just the Duo Drive here, unless he can see that his opponent has no plays. We're going to opt for talents right now, and that looks like a strong hand here. It's Teus, Poseidra, Dragoons, and Minstrel.
That is a lot of water monsters, a lot of good going second cards. I think you have to put back that Poseidra, but he's still going to have the Minstrel and Dragoons access.
Yo creo que Dragón hubiese sido una buena opción, es decir, los Dragoons para enviárselo al cementerio, o sea, barajarlo, hacer el efecto de la talent. Yo me iría más por el Dragón.
Yeah, you can see it's a tough thought here for Bryce, because there really is not a right answer. So do you think the fact that he's using talents now to look at the hand and shuffle back means he's not going to be going back into his extra deck this turn?
I think it was very much a consideration. He was going to kind of see if he needed to. If he saw that his opponent didn't have very many plays, I think he was going to for sure not go back in. But now he might have to. Assuming his other cards in his hand can't handle the cards that remain in Aditya's hand, right? Because if you know that the cards you currently have available will not be able to answer what your opponent currently has available, then you have to commit more.
Sí, eso fue lo más inteligente en definitiva. El Dragón es una de las cartas que abre más juego en el Atlante. Y si bien no le corta completamente el combo, ya no le da tanto poder de fuerza de arranque, pues, como pudo haber tenido.
I mean, it's rough because the monster that you added to his hand was Ice Ryzeal, so normal summoning Ice Ryzeal will also give Aditya another card here, so it's going to be really difficult, but we're activating a Pot of Desires here. This will be resolving.
Ok, un Desires. Ya hemos visto varias... un par de Ryzeal jugando Desires. Uno de ellos se comió un Ash, pero sí, siempre existe el riesgo, pero ya por lo menos en este caso ya le vio la mano al oponente y ya sabe que no tiene Ash, así que seguro jugar el Desire.
To cut Aditya off entirely with that talent to get lucky, so that Duo Drive can survive another turn, and then he can get those cards out of the deck before activating Desires. But I mean, very risky play, but I mean, if he was able to be rewarded, then he could take that risk, right? Because if he found out that Aditya does have a playable hand, then he can still activate Desires after the fact.
True. All right, looks like he's contemplating setting a card face down, setting another card face down, another card face down, another card face down.
I don't know how real all those can be.
4 cartas boca abajo.
I imagine at least 2 of them are real. I do not think all 4 of them are real.
Sí, yo creo que la triple táctica fue bastante buena. En definitiva, si bien pudo jugar en torno a la Fugalus, la táctica fue bastante buena para poder verle la mano, porque eso es básicamente muy importante. Y ya sabe contra qué está jugando, ya más o menos le cortó un poco el combo barajando al dragón.
I think Bryce might be aware of effects along the lines of Poseidon. Oh, we drew Neptibus?
That's a good draw. He's going to lead with Neptibus. You know how strong it is because he's revealing the one card he drew, but it's the best card.
It's absolutely the best card. It demands an answer.
It doesn't have an immediate answer, so he's able to pay the cost for Neptibus to send an Atlantean.
I mean, we're going to get access to the Dragoons again, and now I think this game's over. Neptibus is allowed to resolve here after sending Dragoons as cost.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope Bryce has something like Call by the Grave or something on Atlantean Dragoons could turn things around, but no response.
Lo ideal allí es poder, digamos, a la Neptavis neutralizarla, porque la Neptavis le abre mucho el juego al Atlantic en ese sentido, pero parece que está esperando un poco para activar lo que sea que haya seteado.
given, I think, if it was a Call by the Grave, there was potentially reason enough to use it on the Ash Blossom or the Fuelos, right? So it's highly doubtful that there is a Call by the Grave set. And we're going to be adding the Abyss Shrine, and then Dragoons was able to activate and resolve to add Shadow Squad.
Here at DJ trying to run through what those face downs could possibly be. Metaltronus is a fair assessment. It's a card that's popular in a lot of main decks this weekend. Not so strong against the Atlantean Mermail deck.
I mean, he can lead with Poseidra, or it looks like we're going to be leading with Teus. I think he wants to just get 2 level 7s on the field as soon as he can to threaten the rank 7 of Poseidra Abyss, which will immediately answer most threats that Bryce could have.
So the Shadow Squad will specials from deck. Abyss uses a lot of Mermail from the deck to the hand. So he gets the best of both worlds.
We already have shrines, so Teus will add another Shadow Squad, and Shadow Squad will be summoning a copy of Dragoons.
Convoca otra copia del dragón.
Looks like still no responses from Bryce. And now we're going to be activating the Poseidra, sending the Neptibus from the field here. That's going to be able to trigger in a different chain.
Efecto de poseer enviando la Neptabis.
So activating the Neptibus Chainlink 1, okay, to go after the Dragoons, and then Poseidra Chainlink 2, sending infantry as cost. And it will target that set right there.
Y efecto del poseidra empieza a targetear un poco el back row.
So now that will resolve, the set will be returned to the hand.
Yo creo que es pulseando, buscando un poco pulsear también. El Netabis convoca nuevamente al dragón. Efecto de Atlantean que se envió como coste y destruye la carta en el campo.
Getting rid of Bryce's resources while amassing more of his own, and now we have 2
Wait,
level
dueler,
4s. We're going into Bahamut Shark.
Oh no.
2 Dragoons underneath.
Abyss Shark.
We're going to be able to detach Dragoons for the effect of a water monster. It's going to be met with infinite permanence that does cut off the totally awesome, but Dragoons will be able to activate once again.
Ok, es impermanence al Bahamut Shark.
Attempting to special summon a totally awesome. You're also going to be able to trigger the effect of the Dragoon.
Sí, está el Bahamut Shark, el efecto básicamente lo que estaba tratando de hacer era convocar un totally awesome que le daba una negación adicional en el campo.
Flawless is a win, yeah.
So he's at 4, I believe.
Ahora busca convocar a Mulin Glacia, lo tiene en la mano.
Looks like we're going to be overlaying for the Abyss Trite.
Abyss Trite's going to
resummon
back. Dragoons again.
And now we can overlay for Poseidra Abyss. Poseidra Abyss was allowed to be summoned. Now you're able to detach 2 here. Yep. Another as cost effect. Sending yet another copy of Dragoons here. Just trying to get rid of as many of Bryce's resources as he can. Just going to, put it all back in the hand. So now they're extremely vulnerable to Mulin Glacia, as well as being able to get another copy of Neptibus to hand. Keep in mind, he still has a Abyss Shrine in hand, so at any point he could access Coelacanth from the deck.
He has the Mulin Glacia in hand, yeah.
Counting out the waters.
He's at 6. He needs to bring one back without putting another one in the graveyard.
I don't even know if he really needs to summon Mulin Glacia at this point, but alright, we're going to use the effect of the Abyss Shrine.
I mean, he just has to find a way to get to 8,000.
Y ahí va por el OTK en definitiva, ya le logró molestar todo lo que tenía en el campo.
It's super, it's ancient.
And we're entering the battle phase, and it's good.
Pasó por demasiado. El Atlantean está muy bueno. Yo creo que si sigue llegando al top o se sigue enfrentando con este tipo de matchup contra Raisil, es muy probable que quede en un lugar bastante destacado, porque se ve que hay buen counter contra el Raisil y también hay un buen piloto, pues en este caso parte de Agita, el jugador del Atlantean.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players have field spell effects lately. We see Dominic Couch in Vegas can be, just undefeated.
In certain convention centers, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it's the comfort of home, being able to drive to an event as opposed to fly. Not that I don't know if he ended up driving or flying down here to Houston, but it's not too far of a drive from Plano. Made the drive plenty of times myself. But Bryce, you know, we heard the crowd. He is our hometown hero. That game definitely did not go the way he wanted. I mean, I think he knew he lost as soon as he saw Aditya's hand with that talons.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when he drew the Neptibus off the top, that really sealed the deal.
Like, the hand was already fairly strong, and that just gave him every piece needed. And when you didn't have
Así que Aditya, el jugador de Atlantic, va ganando 1-0 en este momento contra un Racing en su versión pura de Bryce, ambos americanos. Se está jugando el top 16 en este momento.
It's one of the few things that can cut off Neptibus early.
You're right, before they're able to activate the effect. Yeah. That would have been really sweet to see.
Estaba un Rescue Ace, Raisil, en su mayoría. El Atlantic se metió también en este top cut.
If his goal is to survive.
In theory, he could have had an infinite impermanence, but there was never really an opportunity to use it for great value.
He just held it for the Bahamut to be able to use to stop the Toad from coming out, which makes a lot of sense. But now he's going to be able to dive into the side deck. I do think people were more prepared for Atlantean Mermail this event than they have been in previous events leading up to this.
I mean, they've had to respect it, right? But more can they do? The main answers to the deck are Dimension Shifter and Abyss Dweller to be able to cut off all their effects at once.
But the Ryziel deck really cannot play under Dimension Shifter very well.
Right, and so if you're able to just put out a Dweller as fast as you can, that could be the way to do it. I mean,
there is a chance that, Bryce did not know Aditya was on Atlantean Mermail coming into this game, so he didn't know that he could just go into Dweller and make things really difficult there for Aditya. But at the same time, now that we're in game 2, even if he goes for the Dweller play, I know a lot of Mermail players are citing Xyz Encore to try and out that right away.
Yeah, and I wonder if you ever take the risk. Looking at Aditya's hand, do you see how powerful it is? Do you just give him 2 more draws to just make the Dweller?
Yeah, I think so. I think that might have been worth it, because it doesn't matter how many cards he gets if none of their effects activate in the graveyard. That might be something Bryce might look back at this game and think, oh, maybe I should have just normal summoned that Ice Ryziel.
I mean, you're taking the risk that they draw an access to infinite impermanence, or maybe something along the lines of something to potentially answer the Abyss Dweller. But realistically, you're kind of just losing the cards that are in front of you.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a hindsight thing that he's going to want to look at and adjust.
I mean, because that decision gets a lot harder post-side when they have even more answers to Abyss Dweller sided in.
Definitely. But he will get a chance to go first. He'll get a chance to summon Abyss Dweller potentially.
But he's just been going second so far.
I mean, we've only really seen the Mermail Atlantean deck go second and just break boards all this weekend. But what it does turn 1 going first is also incredible.
Yeah, since 2016, Mermail Atlantean has been that powerhouse at going second, being able to put up all the damage ever needed. But we're going to see in game 2 if he's able to do it again. The hands are drawn. Looks like the players are ready to get started.
Let's go. All right. Right. Looking at his hand.
Is there a main face check? Any Molcharmies from the hand here from Aditya? It doesn't seem like it.
Things already off to a better start for Bryce from the get. No, I spoke
Ok, entonces se da lugar al segundo juego. 7-2 y va el Raisil. No sabemos cómo estuvo ese side deck. No sabemos tampoco qué setió, pero está un poco fea esa jugada para comenzar. No que sea un evenly match. No, ni siquiera un evenly match, porque el Atlantean puede hacer OTK. No creo que ya ni siquiera segundo turno.
The droll's gone. The droll is gone.
Oh, plug-in and talent, nothing there. And now Dragoons is going to activate. Bryce, you're going to need something special in that spell and trap zone to get back into this game.
I mean, what does Aditya think those sets are? They could be something along the lines of not Called by the Grave that would have hit the Dragoons. It could be Infinite Permanence. It could be thinking about cards like Metal Tronus, but I don't think he would keep that in.
Probably not. But yeah, Teus discards Shadow Squad.
Giving a lot of information here, because I believe the Dragoons added the
Carta del Shadow Squad.
But we're going to be with the Abyss instead. So
Abyss perfecto. A buscar.
But Aditya just seeing how he wants to generate as much advantage as he can for himself.
Just to adds the Abyss Shrine, special summon
Neptibus, efecto para buscar otro dragón.
Effect as a cost to send probably another copy of Dragoons to the graveyard.
Yep. Does that merit a response from Bryce? It looks like it's good. So that's going to be able to add
Y pasa.
the Sidra here, and then Dragoons will be able to resolve.
Efecto ahora del dragón en el cementerio. Puede buscar.
Getting another copy of Neptibus. Getting another copy of Neptibus.
Busca otra copia de Neptavis. Y si en definitiva Bryce no tiene algo que no sé qué puede hacer ni siquiera para frenar un poco el combo del Mermaid Atlantean de Aditya, entonces no hay mucho que hacer. Yo creo que en este caso lo que estás aguantando, porque no veo que tenga algo en definitiva que pueda frenar un poco ese combo. Vamos a ver, va a activar. Yo creo que está pulseando.
From its effect in graveyard, and it's a body on the field, it doesn't really matter. You're typically just linking it away anyway.
And did he send the Bystius with the Sidra?
Yeah, there's nothing left, right?
He has so much going for him that he just has to send any card, any mermaid.
Le envió una carta a la mano y nada más le queda algo seteado. Y ahí...
Is it okay if I look at your graveyard?
Bryce forgot to go to his swimming lessons this weekend, and he is drowning here in this match.
He's already sounding a little defeated. I mean, at this point, when you open your hand, game 2, already down a game, and you see no plays, it is really hard. But now we're going to be activating the Byst Shrine, discarding the Dragoons, likely going into that Coelacanth. I mean, you know there's no threat of Nibiru. There's Coelacanth, the Dragoons is going to be able to trigger.
Esa es otra cosa también bastante determinante. En este caso, Nibiru hubiese sido una de las cartas potenciales que hubiese podido hacerle counter al Atlantean, pero es que yo creo que un Atlantean colado también en el top 16, si no es que es un mal deck, es un muy buen deck, es también bastante sorpresa, también depende como lo tenga armado. Y a lo mejor el side deck en ese caso no se prepara como para ese tipo de decks. Mook of Moon, ok, está bien, pero todavía van a pasar como unos 4000.
The game's not over yet, but we know his hand is not good.
It's atrocious. He'll get the Droll and Lockbird back.
Oh boy. There I go, activating Droll and Lockbird again. But no, I mean, there's plenty of top decks.
Igual, a ver qué tiene. No puede. Sí, el Bajo Shark, si lo coloco, bueno, no sé si pueda. Necesita 2 nivel 4. No. El Bahama Shark. Hubiese dejado un todo valioso que es una negación genérica, pero no. Ah, ahí está, ahora sí lo va a dejar. Va a dejar la negación genérica de él.
Stop your opponent's normal summon and then have the Bahama Shark available to stop the tactics. I think that's really what you're looking for here.
Sí, va de efecto, convoca descarta, convoca el todo valioso.
I mean, I don't think that would have been useful into the Minstrel, right? We started with Minstrel.
Yeah, no, we know he doesn't have it, but it just reminded me that this weekend it just hasn't been like around. People have not been drawing it. But that's totally awesome by Aditya's standards as it comes down onto the field from the bottom of the chart. The Dragoon's effect will add another copy of the Shadow Squad to the hand.
Now, can we set up an Abyss Gyos as well to really lock this game up? Because the infantry on its own will not be able to stop normal summon of like Ice Ryzeal, or even like an X Ryzeal off the top could put Bryce back in this game.
Yeah, he would need something like X over Pot of Desires now since the Toad is alive.
Hay una, o sea, el jugador Racing no tiene cartas. No sé, creo que tiene 3 cartas en la mano, va a robar una más. Y serían 4 y tiene una negación en campo. Va a ser muy difícil con 1700 puntos poder salirse de esta. ¿Qué? Convoca a Vishlashya.
Alright, so now we're going to be passing with the Toad setup. We have the Abyss Shrine in the graveyard.
O sea, Ray, no, ni siquiera. Raigeki. Dark All.
That is so disappointing.
I mean, I thought he was putting his hand on his deck and calling it, honestly. That's what
it's gonna be moments away.
I think he's just enjoying his last set of monster face down. You know, I can respect this. Going down,
just counting his chickens, yeah.
I mean, he's just going down, playing his hand the best that he can play it.
Sí, dicen un poco los comentaristas que el jugador Ryzeal realmente lo que está como aguantando un poco, jugando lo mejor que puede con las cartas que tiene, lo que está haciendo es colocarse en defensa, o sea, dejar un poco que pasen las jugadas a ver pues si logra sobreponerse, pero en experiencia personal ya en este tipo de, a estas alturas del juego también en un juego 2. Yo creo que también la moral está bastante destruida. O sea, está aguantando como para no rendirse, pero aquí no veo cómo pueda levantar este juego, reponerse. Pop, la pompea la mano. Y todavía tiene la negación del Torioso en el campo, así que... Listo. Aita pasa a la siguiente ronda con Atlante. Sammy. Claro que sí, estamos regalando decks. Tenemos ahí unos hacia oxidados.
I mean, it's already hard enough to get one title under your belt. Being able to get multiple really sets you away in the scale of players that have ever played the game.
You know, I used to think that, but now with people like Jesse Cotton running around, just keep winning like every other.
It's not like there's that many Jesse Cottons. There's one Jesse Cotton.
Well, to me, that's all it takes. But yeah, it's definitely put you in an upper echelon of the history books. If you do have multiple titles, but if Aditya will be joining that, will be the question we have. And you know, I would love it if we saw Mermel Atlantean win the event.
I mean, it's proven itself to be a force in the meta for so long now, just clawing its way to multiple titles, and I feel like it's just been so disrespected up to this point. Everyone talks about Rise, everyone talks about Malice, but Mermel is up there. It's been here the entire time, and people just have to start respecting it now.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck, and it's here to stay. It's positive. I mean, we talked about now that Bryce knew that he was going against the Mermel strategy, maybe he could go into something like Abyss Dweller, but there were no Ryzeal monsters anywhere to be seen. It's just an awful time to not draw well in game number 2. He drew decent in game, but I think the big thing you should look at is that game 1 where he did have the opportunity to push into an Abyss Dweller after seeing that hand. That could have really turned things around for him, and maybe we end up going to a game 3 despite drawing so bad in game number 2.
It's not like we can say Abyss Dweller will automatically win you the game. Yes,
right.
They will get way less value out of any of their effects, but it's still pretty simple to put up a lot of damage because summoning Coelacanth just does so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even see Coelacanth like use his effect in these games.
No, he's been summoned as a 2000 attack monster.
He was just summoning a big monster from his deck and going to battle phase. Oh man, it was close. But at least we did get to see the Book of Moon. That was one of his Bryce's interesting tech choices. He was playing Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Metal Tronus, the whole suite of them, and you know, varying up his different kinds of interactions. He's offering the handshake, great sportsmanship from Bryce here, but unfortunately, this is where his tournament journey comes to an end.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a teacher in a situation, you feel that hometown luck. You have the field spell here going for you. You're in Texas. You've won here before, not necessarily in this location, but you have that buff going for you.
Yeah, it was the last time we were here for a major Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. He did win, and now he's trying to do it again. And it would be cool. I mean, and if Aditya wins this, he will win the paid trip, the invite, enter to the NAWCQ this year. Maybe he could win back-to-back NAWCQs. That's something that's never been done before.
Unheard of, yeah, right?
Yeah, so history could be made. We're going to have to find out, but I do think Jackie is standing by with our winner, so I'll go ahead and toss it to her to find out how Aditya felt about his match.
Thank you so much, Billy and Asala, and I am with our winner, Aditya, and I love the smile. That was probably an amazing victory to secure. How are you feeling? You're surviving and thriving.
I'm feeling great. My opponent was a great guy. His first YCS top. He's local. He's a local guy. I know him. It was a great game overall.
Estaba haciendo la entrevista en este momento a Aditya y dice que lo conoce al oponente, es amigo de él, o sea, conocido pues de la comunidad local y es un buen muchacho.
Yeah, this would be my second premier win if I got it. My goal overall is to win a regional, win a YCS, well, I meant to like top Nats because like I wanted to go to Worlds, so I ended up winning Nats, and that was just like an extra step, and then go to Worlds. So like the 4 goals, that was it.
I love it. Dream big, right? Focusing on this.
Sí, sus metas son en definitiva hacer, digamos, hacer una diferencia, topear un poco, llegar ojalá que a un evento mayor, mundial, y ojalá ganar el YCS también.
For the next set, I believe it's what's it called? I don't remember the set name.
That's okay.
Okay. But like, yeah, with all the new Malice cards coming out, I'm really excited to play that deck as well. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Talking about decks, I believe you're the only Mermail deck that is left in the tournament. So can you talk to me about your deck choice?
It was just the deck I was most comfortable
Sí, le hace una
with.
pregunta
I
que es
was
bastante
testing a
interesante,
lot
que
of
cree que es el
Odeon
único
Beast,
Atlantic
first phase of the Masters.
que si tiene algo diferente, que le puede darle un poco
I
del
just saw
deck.
too many the matchups were just too difficult into the Ryzeo matchup and the Malice matchup. The Malice matchup especially is really, really hard. So I just took a comfort pick. I've been playing the water deck, Mermail Atlantean, for the past 2 YCSs at YCS El Salvador and YCS Las Vegas. So I just took it today, and I happen to do well. So.
Yeah, you're familiar with it. That totally
Y
makes
él espera
sense.
que lo
Is there
haga
anything
hacerlo
that you
bien, y
wanna say
también
to
en algún
those
momento
watching
quiere
at
probar
home and the
cómo
crowd
jugar
here
con
right
el
now?
Malice, pero de momento está bastante a
Dream
gusto
big,
con el Atlanta.
Play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh. Just have fun.
DTO, thank you so much. Fantastic playing and great interview. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
Thanks, Jackie. We totally didn't just walk off and run back over here really quick, but just kidding. Yeah, it was an exciting match. Top 16 was amazing. We're going to be going to our bonus Top 16 match very shortly, but before we want to talk about something awesome that we have going on right now. That's right. It's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Nada, este es un
Duel Links
poquito de
Rush
publicidad.
Duel.
Yo voy a
If you
aprovechar el
haven't
tiempo de
checked
la
out Rush Duel and
publicidad
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, I
para
highly
hacerme un
advise you
café.
to do that. It's a
Así
match made
que
from heaven for
voy
these
a
two
desconectar un
games.
poquito aquí
No
la
one can extinguish
la
the flames
pantalla.
that seek truth.
Se
Combust
quedan
your
con
way to
la
victory in a
publicidad.
flash. The themes
Ya
that you're
vengo,
going to find
chicos.
in the newest pack are going to be chemicalized. Hero, Cyber Dragon, and Join Tech. Some of the key cards are going to be chemicalized Salamander. Maddox's Sogetsu's Ace Monster from Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush, I believe. But yeah, definitely want to check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and then go to the Rush Duel World and play that. It's a lot of fun. You can normal summon as many times a turn as your heart desires. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is something you're going to want to check out. But as I mentioned before, we're going to be back very shortly, but you're going to be able to enjoy our other Top 16 bonus match that we'll have going on, and then we'll be back for Top 8, and eventually we're going to crown a YCS winner. So stay tuned. We've got a lot more dueling to come. But yeah, definitely want to check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and then...
Stand by main face.
Yep.
Very shortly, but you're going to be able to enjoy our other Top 16 bonus match that we'll have going on, and then we'll be back for Top 8, and eventually we're going to crown a
Bien, no dio chance de café, parece. Se acaba de salir un juego. Ok, vamos a verlo inmediatamente. Vamos a verlo inmediatamente. Está jugándose el top 16 para los que estén entrando. Está jugando Ryzeo Finsmith versus Blue Eyes Finsmith Primate. Oh, este quiero verlo. Esto va a estar bueno. Vamos a ver si me... Porque eso es lo que estoy jugando ahorita, así que vamos a ver si me da una idea de qué hacer, cómo armarlo mejor. Está jugándose el...
Drop turn. Drop ace. Stand by main.
Bueno, en este momento no hay comentarista, así que voy a... Comentarista voy a hacer yo. Está jugándose ya. Pienso que puede ser muy probablemente el último juego del top 16. Muy probablemente se está jugando paralelo con el juego anterior, pero se le dio prioridad al juego anterior y ahora se conectan con este. Posterior debería venir el top 8. Ok, el Ryzeo está jugando con... Inicia con el fondo... Con el combo Finsmith. Inicia con el fondo, con el combo Activa el efecto del link para buscarse a Engraver. Invocarlo. ¿Sí? Bueno, no convoca al Engraver, convoca a otro Finsmith. Parece que tiene un extender más largo del Finsmith de lo que me imaginé. Activa el efecto del link para buscarse a Engraver. Invocarlo. ¿Sí? Bueno, no convoca al Engraver, convoca a otro Finsmith. Parece que tiene un extender más largo del Finsmith. Y ahora en definitiva ya comienza a jugar con los Right Seal.
Summon Dweller. Okay. I'll go effect of Repo into equip. Then I'll go Engraver, put back Blurry as cost.
Ok, lo último es la Dueler. Y el DDD, que son el Dueler no le va... Está difícil para el jugador Luais porque el Dueler no le va a permitir activar nada en el cementerio y el DDD me parece que tiene una convocación genérica, una negación genérica. Ok, lo último es la Dueler. Y el DDD, que son la Dueler no le va... Está difícil para el jugador Luais porque el Dueler no le va a permitir activar nada en el cementerio y el DDD me parece que tiene una convocación genérica, una negación genérica.
Good. Now special sword. Aggregator. I'll go aggregator target Repo. Good. Now special. Alt shade Caesar to negate. Good. Duo drive. Effect to attach. Activate duo drive to add. Okay.
Y tiene una bonfire también. Ese Right Seal ya vemos que no es una versión pura. Para mí sería una de las alternativas de los ganadores de este evento. En definitiva, un Right Seal con los combos Finsmith. Con algún otro combo genérico que le pueda, digamos, dar ese impulso. Está bastante difícil para el Blue Eyes. Está bastante difícil para el White pasar por este campo porque no va a tener el jugador Anthony tiene una negación con el DDD, tiene el Dueler en campo, no puede jugador Lexus W, no puede jugar efectos en el cementerio. Pasa a Battle, pega al Engraver y va a hacer daño con el resto. Y ahora le va a hacer el combo Finn Smith. Ok, Anthony sigue con el extender del Right Seal. Después de este juego ya empieza con el top 8. Está el Atlantean en top 8. Fue el último juego que tuvimos hace poco. Ya el turno al jugador Blue Eyes. Y se lo concede Lexus. Acaba de ganar ya los dos juegos. Fue bastante rápido. Fue bastante también complejo para el Blue Eyes, siendo que igual estaba bastante bueno. Eran Blue Eyes, Finn Smith, Primate. So, era un buen deck. Pero este Ryseal también tenía un buen piloto y no hubo nada que hacer. Ok, prontamente se viene el top 8, señores. Ok. Un poco de publicidad.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more about your YCS journey.
Oh man, you know, I mean, I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh since what I say, the Yada format. So I started when it first started. I took a break. During GX came back, you know, I've been little down here and there.
It has your heart.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you told me you're doing well this tournament.
No, I didn't play this tournament.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh, okay. So now you're just vibing.
Yeah, I'm just chilling, enjoying the crowd.
Okay, I misheard you earlier. I thought you said you made Top Gun. I'm just making up a narrative here. Okay, we're manifesting it for the future. We like that? Okay. Then we were chatting and you told me didn't really pan out as well as you liked.
No, I got round 7 that
Let me give another hint. Silent magician. Crowd, wasn't that a good hint? Am I wrong? I'm pretty much I'm getting the thumbs up. Okay. No? Okay. Oh man, I want to phone a friend. Can I phone a friend? Someone in the crowd. Someone in the crowd. Okay. You've been looking really confident. Is it okay if I walk over there, Cal? Okay, we're gonna walk over there. Okay. I want to hear what you think the answer is here.
107, Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon.
You are correct. Okay, do you know either of them? Okay, well, I thought we were phoning a friend. I guess that didn't quite work. You know what we're gonna do since we got the answer? Let's rock, paper, scissors for that one. No, one shot. One shot. Are you 1, 2, 1, 2, shoot? 1, 2, 3, shoot. You did 1, 2, shoot! What? Okay, redo. Okay, 1, 2, shoot. Okay. Oh my gosh, Ven, he got in your head during rock, paper, scissors, didn't he? It was with that first one. Okay, Ven is 2-0 right now. It ain't over though. It ain't over for us. Okay, we ready for the third question? All right, I love you, crowd. You guys are awesome. Finish the card name. The man with the... You didn't clap, Ven. Ven put his hand up. You got to clap. Okay, Forrest, what is it?
The man with the hand? No. Nah, I lost it.
Oh, Forrest lost it. Okay.
The man with the mark.
You got it. Okay. 3-0. It's okay. You know what? Everyone's a winner here because, Forrest, you're awesome. So you're working for second place here. Let's see if we can get any points on the board, okay? We got a couple more questions. What level is XYZ Hyper Dragon Cannon?
4?
Oh no! Oh, your friends are furious right now. Your friends are furious. Okay, so it's not 4. Okay, what level is XYZ Hyper Dragon Cannon?
8?
No, so close, so close. Crowd, do you know what it is? Should you shout it out? 8. No, that's not what I have. Thank you. 9. It is 9. Okay. Low-key, I feel like we should make the crowd a participant because the crowd would have 2 and Ven would have 2, right? Okay. Crowd, do you guys want to be part of the game? Okay. All right. You guys are in. The crowd has 2. Ven has 2. Ven, can you beat the crowd? And Forrest, you're here for support, okay? Yeah. And maybe you can get 1 on the board, right? Okay, this is our last question. Crowd, are you listening? Ven, are you listening? Forrest? Okay. Fill in the blank. Reveal 1 number XYZ monster in your extra deck that has a number between blank and blank in its name. Crowd clap first. Crowd 1. Crowd 1! I didn't even know that I was going to make the crowd a participant, but that happened. Okay, you know what, though? Don't worry, we'll get some tickets for y'all. You better share your tickets, though, with your friends, okay?
Oh, yeah, they're getting it. The worst part is I actually knew that one. I was waiting for you to finish the question.
No, you can clap whenever.
I wanted to be polite.
Oh my gosh, Ven, you're so sweet. Ven was trying to be polite. The crowd was like, no, we're clapping right now. Okay, so I'm so happy to have you all up on stage. And since we're here, I'd love to ask you both, why do you love Yu-Gi-Oh so much?
I like Yu-Gi-Oh because my friend back in Lufkin, Jermaine, got me into it. It was just for, like, I didn't really care, but he showed me, you know, when you find something that you like doing, to go for it.
Aw, I love that. Okay, and what about you?
First, I grew up with it as a child, and then I found my main group of friends through college through it, and now I'm the president of a college club for it somehow.
We love that.
Wearing the university short for so our mascot as like our university mascot in the design of Exodia right now. It's on the back.
I love this. Okay.
I hope we're allowed to show that on stream or.
That's okay, but we love that it's all about community and memories, right? Do you have like a favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory in your head? It could be from a YCS or childhood memory.
My first top actually was in Houston at Greens Point Mall. I was playing Burning Abyss, and I ended up coming in 10th.
Oh, I love that. Okay, Forrest. Okay, there we go. What about you? Do you have a favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory?
Yes, I do. Right when I got back into the game, it was during the height of Cashier format, and I was on Neospatians of all things. Game 1 at Locals, I went first. Cosmo Neos, which, to those who don't know, lock out your opponent's entire turn. That man immediately scooped from the tournament. And I'm like, oh god, what did I do?
I feel like that is like comical and also sad.
His exact words was, I paid $300 for this deck, why did I lose to Neospatians?
Oh my goodness.
That was probably the pinnacle of humor for this. Admittedly. I'm on better decks now.
Oh my gosh, too funny. Okay, well, can we get a round of applause for Ven and Forrest, everybody? And can we get a round of applause for our crowd who basically won trivia? Y'all are fantastic. Okay, we're going to take a quick little break and we'll be right back.
Hello everyone, I'm Billy Brake here at YCS Houston, and there are so many duelists here trying to walk away as a YCS champion. I'm going to stop and talk to them and see how they get here, what they're doing here, and what their plans are for this weekend. So let's hear from the duelists competing at YCS Houston here this weekend. Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Houston, and I found another duelist that is here competing this weekend. I'm here with Vale. Now tell me, where did you come from and why are you here?
I am from Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been on the scene for a little while, mostly regionals. Y'all can probably see the 60 card guy, baby. Y'all know me. I'm here, man, to win. I hadn't gotten a YCS champion. I've topped a billion regionals. I've done, I topped 64 at the COVID Nats. So I just need to go ahead and get this under my belt and really get it ready.
Awesome. So yeah, really excited about winning. What did you do to prepare for this event when you already have such high expectations?
I played 7 billion hours against Malice with no Lancia or Chaos Hunter in my side deck just to see how which board breakers were the best. So
I love that. Yeah, testing on hard mode. That's something to think that a lot of players may not think to do. That's really good advice. Something you can do. So you mentioned you've been wanting to get that win for a while. Is there any duelists that you look up to? People that you're excited about maybe facing off here this weekend?
Not look up to, because most of the top players that are homies, like shout out to like Kamal and all those guys. I really want to play Jesse Cotton. I've seen him for a while, and hopefully he's here. If he's not, then that kind of sucks. But he's one of the few on the competitive scene I hadn't got a chance to play, so I just want to see how we stack.
Okay, well, he is here. I did see him earlier, so maybe you'll get that opportunity to face him here this weekend. Now, it's a long weekend. You know, it's a YCS. You mentioned you played a lot of regionals. Those are one-day events. YCSs are 2 days. How are you going to stay focused dueling throughout this long event?
Like I said, it's just I've been doing it for a while, so just remember that every day is just another day. So as a football player, we know one game at a time. Same thing here. One day, one game at a time. Day 2, one game at a time. Don't let day 1 success taint days 2 success. If you drop a game, short memory, get back to it. Keep doing what you do.
Yeah, definitely excellent advice. All right, we're going to end it with one fun question. I don't know how much you know about the anime, but if you could be any character from any of the anime series, who would you be and why?
Easy. Seto Kaiba the GOAT because he got the bag. Big bag Kaiba. He brought his greatest op back from the grave to play him because Yugi cheated him. So he brought him back. He held a tournament to bring him back from the afterlife to get his fade. And so Kaiba will forever be the GOAT no matter what series.
Definitely. My favorite Kaiba duel is against the Shizu, and the Shizu predicts the future, and he's like, no, not even your future reading is going to stop me from winning.
Because I'm Big Money Kaiba, baby. Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, it was great talking to you. Good luck this weekend. Thanks for watching. I'm here with Walter Jewell, YCS champion. Thanks for joining me. How far did you come to be here, and why are you here this weekend?
I came from San Diego, California, and
beautiful city.
Yep. It actually in Spanish it means. Well, no, I came to have fun with my friends.
I like staying on track. So you're about having fun, but you'd like to walk away with the win this weekend, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, cool. So you played at a lot of events. What would you say is the best part about competing at a YCS?
I actually think it's hanging out. Also, I like the barbecue in Texas. So that's like half the reason why I came here, unironically.
So it's more of like a vacation for you, but like an excuse to go to like new cities and have some fun time with your friends and maybe win a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament while you're there?
Yeah, I also like the process of like when you practice to try to get like just improve at like a hobby. And then you come to see if it pays off at the tournament. See if it's your day.
Definitely, guys. It has to be your day. So you've been to a lot of tournaments. You've played a lot of great duelists throughout the years. Is there any particular duelist you'd love to have a match against here this weekend?
Anybody I would want to play against? I don't know, somebody easy, I can't think of anybody that I want.
I appreciate you holding back, but so you'd rather go the least resistant possible path as opposed to like a gauntlet of like champions along the way.
Yeah, I want to win. I don't want to struggle.
Yeah, the easier it is, the better. Hey, I can respect it. No worries on that. So, how do you stay focused on like a long day of dueling?
I drink a lot of water. I make sure I eat, because if I get too hungry, I will be on focus. And then I'll drink like a coffee because it just helps me focus, like the caffeine.
Yeah, staying hydrated is very important. A lot of times you forget to do it because like you finish your round, the next round's up. Yeah, want to stay hydrated, make sure you eat a lunch and everything else as well. Now, the last question. This is going to be anime related. If you could be any character from any Yu-Gi-Oh anime, what would it be, or who would it be, and why?
I'll be Kaiba because he's rich.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. You know, it kind of works. Do you have any? Could you give me your best Seto Kaiba impression?
This water bottle was made by Carbide Corp. It's too weak. Give me a better water bottle.
There you go. Okay, good enough. Thank you so much, Walter, and good luck this weekend. Hello, everybody. I'm here with Steven Darling. So, Steven, so you're here. Are you competing this weekend?
Not this time. Max Steve is going to take a break this weekend.
Okay, but you are going to be on the commentary desk, right?
I am. Very excited to see everything we've got in store this weekend.
Awesome. What are you the most excited about?
So, actually, we haven't seen high-level Blue Eyes gameplay at a YCS yet, and then all the new stuff from Maze of the Masters, specifically like the Temple of the Kings deck. Really excited to see anime stuff. It is me, after all.
Okay, well, let's jump straight into it. This was going to be my big finisher, but we can just go and mention anime.
Okay, yeah.
I'm really excited to see what your answer is to this question in particular. If you could be any character from any of the Yu-Gi-Oh animes, who would it be and why? And you have to have an impression lined up already before we get to that part.
Well, I'm working on Grandpa Moto actually right now. No, you know, one of my favorite roles for Yu-Gi-Oh is actually Jaden, but it's Jaden when he gets to like that end part where he's just the traveling duelist just going from place to place. You see like a little bit in the movie, but it's hard to do a Jaden impression because that's just like Matthew's beautiful voice. So, other than that, I do love me some stall tactic cards. I bring Mystic Mind back for you. So we'll go with Yami Bakura. There's a little bit of evil in all of us, right? You just have to play the right cards.
Yes. Awesome. So Jaden and Bakura. All right.
Bakura likes games. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I just like games. That's all.
All right. Well, that was awesome. Great talking to you, Steven. Can't wait to see you back there on the commentary desk with me this weekend. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm here with another part of Team Max Steve and Steven Rodriguez. Thanks for being here this weekend. How far did you come?
Just like you, I came from California.
Pretty far. So what are you going to be doing this weekend? You be back there on commentary?
That's right. I'll be doing a lot of shout casting with my boy Steven Darling. Unfortunately, our other boy Steven Kangas will not be joining us, but don't worry, plenty of Steves to fill the roles.
Definitely. We got enough Steves to go around. Now, what are you most excited about this weekend?
Definitely the recent trend of all the Temple of the Kings players I've been seeing, whether that's with Fiend Smith or just like pure really fun trap decks. I'm excited to see if that makes a big wave here this weekend.
Awesome. Now, so we'll just jump into it, since there's a lot of these questions are about the YCS and like what you're playing and stuff, but we're going to talk about the anime. So the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, if you could be any character in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, who's it going to be?
Well, first of all, I would be Yami Merrick from the original Battle City Finals, and the reason why I would be him is I want to purposely lose to Joey like he deserves and give him the W, so that way it's a Yugi versus Joey Finals.
As it should be. Now, give me your best Yami Merrick.
Okay, Wheeler, I summon the Winged Dragon of Ra!
Awesome talking to you. Can't wait to be back there at the commentary booth with you this weekend. Thank you for joining us, Steven. everyone. Billy Brake here at YCS Houston. We're mere moments away from going to the top 8, and I'm here with one of our top 8 competitors, Kevin. How's it feel to be in top 8?
Thanks, Billy. Feels good to it. Yeah.
Yeah. So where are you from?
I'm from Switzerland.
Okay. So tell me about like that journey coming all the way over here for the YCS. Why did you make the trek, and are you happy with where you're at right now? Imagine so.
Of course, I'm happy where I am right now. So we decided to get to go to more American YCSs because there's some kind of a lack of YCS in Europe, and we figured let's try this this year. So we went to Orlando, Las Vegas, and now to Houston, and it's I like it very much. Yeah.
Nice. So what is like the competition difference between playing in Switzerland and coming over to the States? Is there a difference? Is it about the same?
I'd say it's about the same. What I like about Americans, they are kind of open, you know, and they are very communicative. So I like playing against American people, sometimes more than against European players. I guess like some of my European colleagues can maybe relate.
That's awesome to hear. Okay, but you made it all the way to top 8. How were the Swiss rounds for you? Were they difficult? Did it go as planned? Did you play against the decks you expected to face here this weekend?
I started off playing against more of like the first 4 rounds were more some of the rogue decks, so this was more difficult. Then the deeper the tournament went, so the more Ryzen and Malices and the decks so I prepared for I was facing, so it was getting easier. Like easier, not you know the decks better, so you know how to play against them. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's done all right.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Is there like a key card or something that you feel like has been like your victory card that's been getting you all these wins here to make it all the way to top 8 this weekend, or has it just been your whole deck as a whole?
Not one card particularly. It's more like how the card connects in the deck. So it's more about the deck itself. Yeah, it's not one card particularly.
Yeah, but you got a well-built machine there. It's obviously done well for you. It's awesome that you've been coming over here. This is your 3rd American YCS in a row, pretty much, it sounds like, with Orlando and Vegas. So you want to win the YCS here, but do you have any like big ambitions for your Yu-Gi-Oh career as a whole, or is the YCS like your main goal?
Well, I think every competitive player wants to win at least one YCS and go to Worlds. So probably this is like what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, eventually maybe we'll see you at the World Championship this year. You're only a few wins away from becoming a YCS champion. Can't let the nerves set in just yet. You're still focused, remaining. Any advice you'd give to anyone else out there that's thinking about going to a YCS in the future?
Definitely do go, because like the experience is amazing, and like we travel like almost 20 hours, but it's totally worth it. And the only thing I could like really say is never give up. Like sometimes you may end up close of winning or topping or whatever. Don't give up. Play more. Go to more events, and eventually you'll do good.
All right, it sounds good. I hope you do well. I mean, you've already done well so far. Only a few more rounds left for you. We're going to see if we have more from Kevin in store. Stay tuned. Our top 8 feature matches. To find out the conclusion of YCS Houston. We'll be back shortly. Thank you so much.
And welcome back to YCS Houston. It started with over 1,400 duelists, and now there are a mere 8 here as we are in the top 8. And what an incredible top cut it has been so far, right, Steven?
Absolutely incredible. We've seen Labyrinth, we've seen Mermail, we've seen all kinds of amazing upsets from this weekend in this Ryzeal and Malice-dominated event.
And I gotta say, there really isn't any clear victor of this format yet, right? Because we've seen a lot of Malice decks on the main stage not be able to make it, but somehow on the secondary stage they're able to do just fine. Vice versa with some of the Ryzeal stuff, sort of a commentator's curse. We're not trying to curse the decks, but it just rolls out that way. We've also got to see Mermail gameplay. We've seen Memento. This is a really wide open format. And now we're about to crown our champion. Well, after a couple more matches, of course.
That's right. Speaking of the matches we have to play, let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket so we can update you guys on what matches are happening right now in the top 8. We, of course, have Anthony W. facing off against Aditya D that we saw earlier, piloting that impressive Mermail deck. We have the matchup for you guys here, which is going to be Manuel K versus Nathaniel V. We're going to see them in just a moment. On the other half of the bracket, we could have other matches like Pascal M. We saw him qualify today playing Goblin Biker Memento, and he's fighting against Kai Huang, who we saw playing Labyrinth earlier. So a lot of duelists we've seen throughout this weekend. Hopefully we can see them keep doing well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did that bracket just update in real time? I believe Kevin Z was the only one up there, but as we were speaking, Christian just advanced against Edwin, so we finally know the rest of our top 8 duelists.
It's going to be super exciting to see. I have no question that we're in for some amazing dueling gameplay.
Just great, great stuff. And, you know, you mentioned, look at that top 8, how diverse it is, right? You know Mermail's there, you know Labyrinth's in there, you know Goblin Memento is in there as well. We've got Ryzeal, we've got Bestial Malice. So again, it's one thing to just say, the format is diverse, and then, you know, you see the top cut, and maybe it's not as diverse as you think. These are literally multiple decks, and all of them are in contention to win it.
It's one thing to say that all that matters is dueling and playing your best and playing with whatever you feel comfortable with, but it's another thing to see that work for people, you know? We heard that Kai Huang was like, I just really like this deck. This is the deck that I wanted to play with and win with, and I know what I need to do against these matchups. All I have to do is do it.
Definitely got to sing the praises of a fellow cosplayer, but I love that he loved the deck first and then decided to cosplay from it, right? He wasn't one of the cosplayers just from the get-go. So really, really cool stuff. And I can't believe we can't give all of them trophies and giant cards and everything, because all of these duelists are amazing.
Oh yeah, these are all kings of the game in their own right.
Just incredible, incredible stuff. But with that in mind, we do still have to get through the top 8 bracket. And since all of these decks and duelists are known at this point, are you excited for this particular matchup?
Oh yes, the matchup we have for you guys today between Nathaniel and Manuel is going to be really exciting. We have Pure Ryzeal versus Ryzeal Fiendsmith, kind of the 2 winners of the Ryzeal strategies. Things like Mitsurugi were around during Supreme Darkness, and while that is still an amazing deck, I feel like for this format in particular, these 2 are the ones that duelists have been sort of gleaming to.
It's true that we kind of saw Mitsurugi Ryzeal sort of fall off the format. Sometimes things just kind of like fast fashion go out of vogue, but these 2 decks were kind of asking the same question, right? Which is the better version of this? And it's going to be really exciting to see these 2 go head-to-head.
One sort of prioritizes like very low-to-the-ground, resilient gameplay. That's the Pure Ryzeal one. And then the Ryzeal Fiendsmith tries to add to the already impressive way to play.
Do you have a preference between the 2 of them? Not trying to play favorites, of course.
Well, you and I got to play during the Team YCS, and I love the way you played the Pure Ryzeal deck, and so ever since I've been like very attracted to how that strategy works.
It's kind of slow and steady wins the race, which I know, again, I've said it, it's a weird thing to say again about that particular deck, but it's just so crazy. So one of those things where you really want to see the deck do what it does best, but it seems like just like the Fiendsmith engine does so much to push it over the edge, so I guess we'll have to find out when we find out.
And we're actually going to be throwing to a break in just a moment for you guys, that way we can get this top 8 matchup set up for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
8周年遊戯王デュエルリンクス、最初は何の変哲もない1枚のカードだったはずだ。それが誰かと戦うたびにその歴史がカードに刻み込まれていく。歴代のエースモンスターをクロニクルカードでプレゼント。そして俺のとっておきレインボーネオスも君の力になる。さらに豪華プレゼントも。遊戯王デュエルリンクス8周年。
Hello everyone, to all the duelists out there. We're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. But we're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with Tavion Crowley.
Howdy.
Yes, first of all, thanks for joining us here. So excited, watching your finals match in Orlando was so exciting. I had a lot of fun commentating it, but you were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, Take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you can put it to words. Like, it's an unreal feeling. Been playing since I was 4 years old, and finally to get a win, it's just been amazing.
It was just like at that moment, even that's something you've been wanting for a long time. Yeah. It really is like an epic moment to finally have that victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Was there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like how did you push through it? How did you overcome those doubts?
After Nats last year, I took a break from the game and had more doubts about myself, but my friends encouraged me with new stuff to try again, and it worked out pretty well.
That's right. I mean, you can never give up. You always have there's always another tournament to play in, right? And that could be the one.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the players who've won for it say it has to be your day. The stars kind of have to align. And all you can do is give it your best effort, right?
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. Do the best you can. Control what you can't control. What would it mean for you now that you have this opportunity here at YCS Houston to win 2 YCSs in a row and win back-to-back single-person YCSs?
It'd be amazing. Like go into another echelon of greatness. I think there's only like 4 or 5 duelists that have ever went back to back, so that would be an incredible feat.
So it's something you're really looking forward to doing. So is that something that's on your mind? Was there a way like you prepared differently for this YCS as opposed to before already having that win under your belt?
Honestly, I practiced more for this one because
you have something to prove.
Yeah, after you get that feeling, like you just want to get it again, and that's all I've been thinking about is winning again.
You want to get right back to the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Definitely feel that. So you've been playing since you were 4. You already won a YCS. You probably learned a lot of things along the way. You talked about how there was like you had those kind of rough patch, but your friends carried you through it. Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
Discipline, definitely. You know, understanding that it's not always going to be your day. Matter of fact, 99% of the time, it's not going to be your day. But you even learn like life lessons, like just keep trying and keep improving time after time.
Never giving up. Yep.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing as advice. Definitely great. So how has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff.
Nice.
And it's like gave me more confidence in my abilities, not even just in the game, but in life in general. More confident about myself.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. You realize like you can believe in yourself and achieve what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. Now, moving away kind of just more specific about the YCS, but into this like format in particular, are there any underrated decks or tech cards that you've seen out there in the meta that maybe deserve more attention that might be flying under the radar?
At this point in the game, or like in the format, I don't think there's really any hidden techs. I think it's just comes down to who executes better along the course of the tournament.
Yep, so yeah, having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, you're staying on top of your game for sure. Now, I mean, you won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, well, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you've defeated?
I'd like to play against Dominic Couch. He beat me, well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him in Top Cut. I think that'd be amazing.
That was Dominic Couch, yeah, 3-time Team YCS champion, amazing duelist, definitely a monster. So that's a good one to pick, but ambitious, but I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room, that's for sure. So last question, you talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing, first and foremost.
Practice makes you have to actually sit down and play, right?
You have to actually
Theory
play.
can only take you so far.
Don't be afraid to try new things or different things from the grain. And like when it's necessary, because
you never know if you don't try it.
Yeah.
Definitely. So trying things, staying strong mental, definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel.
And welcome back. We interrupt what I was previously saying to bring you more important information. Apparently, we're not doing the Rizal mirror match. We're actually going to be showing you Kai Huang versus Pascal on the Goblin Memento. So we get to see Labyrinth versus Goblin Memento instead, which is really exciting.
So are you saying because me and you are going to be commentating the Memento and the Labyrinth player who's a cosplayer? Interesting.
No, I didn't have anything to do with it. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. Just because I play Memento and I cosplay doesn't mean that I canceled the Rizal. I also play Rizal. Rizal for some of you in the chat, I understand. But yeah, no, we are going to be showing Kai Huang versus Pascal, so my apologies for the previous thing. We've got those players ready on the stage, so you know what to do, fam.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see Jackie and talk to those players.
The pressure building, hundreds sent home, and now only 8 remain. Are we ready for this top 8 feature match? Well, let's begin with the blue chair. And we have Pascal Maniguet from Elmont, New York. He loves weightlifting, and his PR, 380 pounds for squats. Now to the red chair, Kai Zhang from Alhambra, California. His fun fact, he speaks 3 languages, Chinese, Japanese, and English. Okay, crowd, are we ready for this top 8 match? All right, let's get started, sending it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That's some very appropriate hype for this top 8 match between Kai Huang and Pascal. We, of course, have Pascal playing the Goblin Memento deck we saw earlier today, and Kai Huang piloting the Labyrinth deck as Arius himself.
Just incredible, incredible stuff so far from both of these competitors, using decks that you don't necessarily see every day, especially on the Labyrinth side, but they're also known for being able to go the distance. It's going to be really interesting to see how this particular matchup plays, just like when we saw Kai on the feature match stage last time.
A couple of things to note, too, about this top 8 match. Not only is it their only chance to potentially get into the top 4 and then, of course, later on in the finals, but they're going to have 55 minutes instead of the normal 45 that they're used to all weekend. So a bit more time so we can have a more decisive victor.
Certainly is not going to go down to the wire on this one. 55 minutes should be enough time for these 2 crazy combo decks to finish everything that they do. But they're also known for being able to play almost indefinitely, so maybe we'll go the full 55.
Yeah, we see that Kai Huang is probably not a stranger to playing against these more rampant combo decks like Memento using his own Labyrinth, but I'm actually curious how Pascal can combat what will be the impressive trap cards that Kai Huang will use to leverage against him.
Well, we know that the face-down monsters don't necessarily lock you out of the fusion summons, and so perhaps that is the way that we're going to see Pascal be able to punch through those trap cards, right? Being able to make a Guardian Chimera on call could help, because sometimes Kai will get stuck on trap cards that can't be activated during the same turn, although relatively rarely based on his previous performance. But he's got his work cut out for both of these duelists, really do.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see how these duelists combat this matchup and hopefully earn their right to be in the top 4 of YCS Houston.
Kai's definitely got great energy, and Pascal, certainly having been up on the stage before, a little loosened up from his first appearance there. Nothing wrong with being steely and just focused on the duel, but it's always great when somebody has a good time because you know they're relaxed and in their element.
I wonder if we should keep an internal tally of how many times Kai Huang summons Arius during this match, because it's like, how many times have you played yourself this game?
You played yourself. Well, I know he used it once, at least a special summon it on the reaction on that previous duel that we saw. So that's one you keep track in the chat for us.
Oh, we're immediately going to the roll, it looks like.
Oh, maybe that roll doesn't count. Looks like we're setting the dice aside.
Okay, yeah.
Look at the smile. There we go.
Pascal's getting a little antsy. He's like, I want to get this game going. Let me earn my right for top 4.
I told you he was comfortable. Maybe a little too comfortable, but great. They are just smiling like 2 old friends ready to just play a good old party game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game.
They've worked very hard to get here. Which one will come out on top as the duelists get their shuffle decks to each other, and they're ready to, I think, start this top 8 match.
And what's kind of cool, too, we talked about how this was an international affair, right? We got to see Kevin all the way from Europe earlier, Billy interviewing him. But this is an East Coast, West Coast match. It's California versus New York.
Very true.
Getting little rivalries from across the nation as we sort of set the stage over the next couple of months. We'll have some new formats, new packs coming out in between. But the NAWCQ will be upon us before you know it. So we're going to find out where the best duelists in North America come from.
All right, our duelists are shuffled up. They're waiting patiently for the judges to give them the go-ahead so that way they can start playing. You can totally tell they're like, we're here, we know what we're going to do. We just want to go ahead and get it done.
Judges are also locked in and ready to go. So it's time. We've already seen the dice roll, so let's get into the gameplay here. It is going to be game 1, the top 8.
Definitely this dice roll is going to be more important than maybe others have been in the past because Labyrinth plays very differently when it goes first or going second. Has options in both modes, but I definitely know Kai Huang would prefer first.
So we are going high roll. Now the official high roll. 8, not too bad. Kai rolls.
Van con los dados.
That is 10.
Oh,
That is more than enough to give Kai the right to pick which goes first or second.
Okay, Juan saca 10.
All righty, two duelists having a great fist bump here. They're going to draw their opening hand of 5 cards, and we're going to get this game underway.
All right. So it's great when Labyrinth gets go first. You do miss out on 1 extra card, but as we saw, Kai has emptied his hand on turn 0.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not a big a deal as we discard Stovatory and Absolute King Backjack.
Those are 2 cards made in heaven right there. We're going to go ahead and get that search for a trap card. Going to get Welcome Labyrinth, and then on resolution, we'll be able to activate a new chain of Backjack as we send to the graveyard to rearrange the top 3 cards of our deck.
Kai's been a gentleman before. Maybe he'll show us what those 3 cards are. Let's see.
Let's see, I see an Ariana. Oh, wow, you're psychic. He knows how to do a good show. Dimensional Barrier and Arius.
Thanks, Kai.
So because he sent the Backjack, he would be able to, if he puts a trap card on top, be able to activate it from the top of his deck, essentially, during Pascal's turn. And I don't see any more monsters in Kai Huang's hand, so he's just going to pass his turn and say, go ahead.
What a gentleman, just extending that hand.
He may have only have set 4, but thanks to that Backjack, it's essentially a set 5 and pass. If he put the D-Barrier on top, I'm not sure.
Oh, I think it could be D-Barrier.
It is.
Oh, wow.
And that card can be activated this turn thanks to Backjack.
Certainly will help. Memento is known for fusions.
So there's the special of Tatsuno Toshigo. On summon, I don't think Kai has anything. This would be a good time for our Daruma Karma Cannon. Okay. Nice, there it is. He's going to go ahead and set that Tatsuno Toshiko face down so it won't be able to destroy itself and get that dump of 5 levels for Memento cards.
Every deck has some kind of weakness to it, right? Just something it can't get done in all circumstances. They always talk about how card effects have to resolve, but in Memento they have to activate. They're a little bit vulnerable because it's a mostly ignition effect-based deck.
But like you said, being set face down isn't that big of a deal because you can still fusion summon with them.
Not with that Dimensional Barrier at the ready. But, ooh, Goblin Breaker Grand Breakout. Let's go ahead and get something, unless we're going to Dominus Impulse. No, we're not Dominus Impulsing, so it's Goblin time.
Yep, there we go. The Mementolan Goblin's going to be hitting the board, and we also get a nice send from the deck using this card's effect.
From deck?
Yep, we're going to go ahead and send 2 cards here by destroying the Goblin.
So 2 Memento names down, 3 to go.
This would be a prime time for maybe Gaddock and Anguish, maybe? Question mark? I don't know. We'll see what he goes for. There's the Gaddock. Always nice to send that and get the free body.
Really has helped this deck really push over the edge. Gaddock just a great card for sure, but the second card is going to be important. Also could be sleepy, but that Dimensional Barrier is terrifying.
But I guess if you force the barrier out, you still have access to your Link plays if you play any of those, and maybe even your XZs because we know that Pascal plays Big Gavanga.
Oh, that's right, because we did get to see it earlier.
But how useful is Big Gavanga going to be in this matchup? I don't think it even really interacts with Kai Huang's board at all. Ooh, we're actually going to get the Memento Field spell sent to the graveyard here using Goblin's effect. I believe you totally can't do that. It just says cards for Goblin.
That is right. And the reason why, of course, is because Memento Mictlan is usually able to set various cards, but that's an interesting way to go ahead and get it set, and using it to add it back. Nice.
Pascal still has not used his normal summon for turn yet. Everything has been a special summon so far, but we haven't seen any sign of Anguish or Darkblade in his hand. But there is the Sleepy. Kai Huang just getting a clarification on how it fusion summons. I believe once it's summoned to the field, it'll be a quick effect to be able to do that.
So Memento Monster was destroyed, so that's how you're getting the special summon.
Yes.
In the hand, chain D-Barrier, call fusion.
Okay, so there we have the chain of the effective Sleepy to summon itself with D-Barrier to call fusion monsters, meaning all fusions have their effects negated and they cannot be summoned.
Special summon a Memento monster from my deck.
So we are going to go ahead and destroy a Memento monster on resolution and then special summon or add to the hand. That's important for some of the bigger Memento monsters.
This is very true.
There's no cost?
No, it's not.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, on resolution it destroys. It's like part of the effect, essentially.
Absolutely correct.
It's kind of like, what's that new Skystriker card? Linkage. I say new, but the newest one.
I'm going to trigger Anguish to add a Memento.
Card or?
Monster.
Monster?
So Anguish will be able to search here after being specialed off of Bone Party. Maybe Mace or Darkblade probably would be a really good thing for him, so we can just get more of his names in the yard while cycling through.
Fusions may be gone, but combining 5 names is not a fusion summon when it comes to combined creation.
That's true. You can essentially have a pseudo fusion summon by using the summoning mechanic of combined creation. And there we have 2 level 3 monsters. Going to be XZ summoning here into Big Gabanga. On summon, this will let him search for another Goblin card. We could see the Doug Charger coming out and just get the extra body for some maybe link climbing or just get more resources essentially for Pascal.
Still haven't seen any of the speed roids that we saw earlier when he was scrolling through his deck. Obviously a little too late for opening up with no monsters to get that speed roid Terror Top, but you're right, there's the Doug Charger from the deck to the hand.
And that will be able to summon itself by removing one of the materials from his own Big Gabanga and then give him extra cards on board. It is worth noting that it is Pascal's going second, so he might be looking to deal some damage this turn if he can. Oh, speaking of which, we're in the battle phase. We're going to attack with Big Gabanga on attack declaration.
Welcome, parece que quiere activar Welcome, activa Welcome, y ahí seguramente es probable que
That is good. No Ash Blossom
podría
from
ser
Pascal's
Lady
side, so
para
Kai's
hacerla
gonna go ahead
inafectada
and
porque
choose
tiene
deck for
carta
one of the big
seteada, o
ladies.
también
Gonna
podría
get Lady
ser, sí,
Labyrinth,
Lady.
Silver Castle herself.
Sí.
And then on a new chain, I think he'll be able
Probable
to...
que en la N active otra trampa para poder así setear.
I love that Kai is singing out his plays, by the way, whenever he gets one of the boss monsters from the Labyrinth strategy. Just the energy in him comes alive.
We're going to swing with the Big Gabanga. I believe it has a battle effect that would...
A la otro Labyrinth.
Would it out the...
1900, no recuerdo el nombre.
Lady? Does it... It only sucks up monsters if it uses its effect to detach, correct?
And typically attaching monsters doesn't target, but let's see what happens next.
All right, the attack is good. I believe that means Pascal would take some damage because the Big Gabanga only has 2,100 attack points.
Not the worst idea trying to crash into it.
Oh, here we see the second effect of Goblin Grand Breakout in the graveyard, banishing itself. And now we're going to detach, and we're going to use Big Gabanga's effect, like I thought, to attach the Lady of the Silver Castle.
¿Hace target o no hace target?
I'm
Hay
not
que
sure
verificar eso.
if Pascal took damage.
Well, I guess we'll get the life notes updated in just a moment here, but interesting to see that actually protected there for sure. Yep. And
it
destroys. Okay, that's or it sends to the graveyard. One of the
It would have to send to the graveyard because there are face-down cards on the field, and Lady Silver does not usually get destroyed in that situation.
Ooh, and because we attack with an XZ monster, we go into Zeus in main phase 2. We're going to activate Zeus's effect to send all of the cards on the field to the graveyard. We're going to chain Big Welcome to that, and we're going to chain Trap Trick to our very own Big Welcome.
Oh, and huge to set the transaction rollback to basically get free traps, right? Because since that's getting sent to the graveyard, it's always the hardest part of transaction rollback is how are you going to get it to the graveyard. Easier in Labyrinth because you can discard it. But using Trap Trick, that's huge because the Zeus actually is helping here.
Yeah, we've been seeing Memento all weekend long dominate with fusion monsters, so of course Kai was like, Dimension Barrier Call Fusion, but who knows, these XZs could also force him into some pretty sticky situations.
Well, it's been kind of something we've picked up since last year. The Dimensional Barrier is a great card, but typically the Fiendsmith engine gives you something that is Dimensional Barrier immune. What a great way to play around Dimensional Barrier. Just start XZ summoning. I'm not going to fuse.
Another heads-up play here from Kai. He went ahead and used his Bill Welcome to summon back the Lady that's in his graveyard, and then in the same chain, as part of the same effect, add it back to his hand to dodge the Zeus, sending it to the graveyard. And now, like you said, we have rollback plus a Big Welcome in the yard.
And that is a big old graveyard full of traps. Incredible. And the transaction rollback is there. It could be used to banish itself, pay those life points, and chain to a fusion summon effect, and grab the effective Dimensional Barrier to stop it.
And Kai may only have 1 card in hand, but we've seen him be more than comfortable at 0 cards in hand, so this game is far from over.
Speaking of cards in hand, it's time to drop down the Memetopen Tekuteca Combined Creation.
We have exactly 5 different names in the graveyard, so it's going to be able to meet its summoning condition and be summoned from the hand. That man is an absolute house. We're not having any mementos in the graveyard.
Sí se puede levantar, pero bastante complejo una vez que las
Just a little
trampas
bit.
ya
You
han
won't be able to
sido
summon an
utilizadas,
Anguish
pues
and
ya
then be able
están
to
en
grab
cementerio,
something
ya
like
es bastante
Memeton
complicado.
Goblin or Mace from the grave
Por
version
otro
of the
lado,
deck.
Pascal tiene 3 cartas en campo, un CEO con 3000 de ataque y una carta en la
I
mano.
think the judges are just clarifying something or just asking a question. Are they asking about how the previous chain was resolved?
Oh, how interesting. I overheard our assistant head judge. So Goblin Biker Grand Breakout only works on attack declaration. But a replay, when a monster is summoned in the middle of an attack and you redeclare the attack, it's not an attack declaration. So we're going to have to rewind the game stakes.
Right, because the Grand Breakout, which I
van a
believe was
regresar
used to
una
send the
parte de
lane.
la jugada porque el Goblin
might be doing an
solamente
accepted game state
destruyen
here.
la declaración del ataque. Entonces,
We'll see.
están
They might update
verificando
as
de
the
nuevo
game
la
goes on,
jugada.
but right now they're just trying to figure out how that exact interaction went.
It is important that both players know what's going on, right? If you read your tournament policy guidelines, both players have an obligation to maintain a correct game state. So both players had an equal opportunity to say, hey, this card doesn't do what it's trying to do.
Sí,
or what you
los
say it
jueces
does.
dicen que
So
igual
that's important,
cuando
especially at this
una
stage of
jugada
game.
que
You
un
know,
display
it's
avanza
fun, you can
tanto,
get comfortable
los
here on the
jugadores
stage, but
tienen
we
la
might have gotten just a
responsabilidad
little
de
too
saber lo que
comfortable, so
están
we are
haciendo,
going to,
el efecto
I
de las
believe, have an
cartas
accepted game state because it doesn't look like
y
we're winding
también
it
las
back.
implicaciones
Yeah,
que
but looks
puedan
like
tener las
we're gonna be
interacciones que
resolving the
realicen.
effect
Entonces
of
ahí
the
están
Mekon
ahora
here.
revolviendo,
Kai Wong just
regresando
clarifying
un
what that
poco,
card does for
rewinding,
himself as
regresando
well.
un poco la jugada.
Probably means a procedural error minor for both of these players, but it doesn't seem like it's getting upgraded, obviously, since I don't think that's something that happens every day, for sure.
Right. We'll update you guys if anything changes, of course, with that, but let's go ahead and watch this game here and see what happens next. I think Kai is just debating if he wants to interact with this at all. I think the only option he has is to activate Lady's Effect to summon herself because a trap has been activated this turn. Should go ahead and get summoned out there.
Oh, and then banishing the transaction rollback to use the effect of a normal trap card, and that's going to be Trap Trick setting the cannon.
I pay more than 4,000 because I pay less than 4,000 because I took damage already. I mean, it's okay. We don't have to keep life. If I'm losing, I don't know.
So we did get a update
sorry,
from the
guys.
judges, just like what we said, Grand Breakout's Graveyard Effect cannot be used here, so it's only on attack declaration. Both players did receive a procedural error minor, but it's just a warning, even at this stage of gameplay.
Yeah, just as you said, Steven, it was just like an interesting situation that you don't see every day. Replays are not considered attack declarations.
Ambos jugadores reciben un warning en esta situación porque ambos tenían que estar al tanto de lo que estaba haciendo las cartas, tanto el jugador de turno como el jugador que está resolviendo los efectos. Se regresa un poco entonces la jugada y queda nuevamente la Labyrinth en el campo.
Yeah, so there we see Kai, they're just clarifying that he can actually chain to his own trap card using Lady because Memento creation would trigger on a different chain, so it does not chain block the Lady's effect set.
It does it anytime? Yeah. I did not know that, guys. I did not know that. I'm a bozo.
Kai being a little hard on himself there, calling himself a poser. You are not a poser, Kai. But it is true that you can really use Memento Miquelon whenever you need to set that, and so he is going to go ahead and set down an extra bone party for later. And it's important because it could destroy a Memento monster in the hand if there is one in Pascal's hand.
Very true. Right now he cannot get rid of his migration because that card does not know that it is a Memento monster because it is set face down.
Oh, yeah. No, trap trick set rollback, and then I didn't use a trap after that. Yeah. Daruma is the only trap activated after trap trick.
Yeah, so we're just clarifying that he was still able to activate Daruma because the trap trick just sent the rollback because it was destroyed by the Zeus. But the only trap card he activated from the field has been the Daruma card mechanic. But I think because the phrasing of trap trick does not say that trap card, it says one more trap after this card's been activated. It doesn't matter which trap card it is, but after that, no more.
That is correct there. And so this is an interesting matchup because neither deck necessarily puts out complicated mechanics or gameplay, but overwhelmingly putting out so much stuff that it is a very draining duel on both players. There's lots of little micro interactions. So certainly after a long couple of days, that stuff's going to happen. But looks like play will continue from here.
We saw Kai's top deck being Ariana, the Labyrinth Servant, but in response to that summon's effect, we have Pascal activating Momental Infusion. That is a way to get this migration back to the graveyard and use up that Memento name and access Bone Party. But does Pascal have another Memento in hand? Plus, right? Do we know any cards in his hand at this point? I don't think so.
But it could be a Guardian Chimera too. Look, 2 monsters on the field, 1 in the hand.
And they have different names. You're totally right. Imagine a Zeus and a 5,000 attack by monster being used to make a weaker monster.
Only in Yu-Gi-Oh! Would you combine 2 monsters to make a smaller monster, right? But it is going to be very clutch if he happens to do that. He wouldn't be able to destroy the Lady of the Silver Castle, but... Oh, we're going to bounce.
Yes, right. Big Welcome Lever can chain anything, and that means Memento Infusion resolves without effect.
I think it was definitely the Guardian Chimera there. What a heads-up play.
You could totally see Kai going, okay, what's he summoning? What's he summoning? What's he summoning? It's got to be Chimera. I'm gonna
Se
give
te
her
una
that
más,
back here.
dos más. Intenta Kaiwan.
It was the last turn. Okay.
And because, but one thing that Kai is denying himself is
Verifica
really
entonces el
activate that
cementerio.
set big welcome that he has on board. But he's Ariana. He's getting welcome. Sorry, he's getting labyrinth. I was gonna say welcome. That'll make his welcome labyrinth way more powerful.
Certainly a welcome feeling as the field spell hits the field.
Resolve nothing? No.
Yeah, resolution of adding labyrinth, anything.
Set. Summon.
Yep, we're gonna activate the effect of labyrinth Stormy Torby to summon itself, and we're gonna set welcome labyrinth from the graveyard.
Oh, that's gonna hurt, guys. Alright.
Ooh.
Oh, unfortunately though, he did commit to activating the welcome labyrinth, the labyrinth, and I do think that means he misses the opportunity to bring back the Stormy and the welcome labyrinth.
He does because he missed the triggers, and it is really important. Verbal commitment like that, it takes over your actual hand commitment. So, tournament policy guidelines, definitely something you have to adhere to, especially at this stage of play.
We still have the big welcome to bounce and summon from the deck, which is really valuable for Kai here, because you can summon Lovely, then bounce something else.
Summon then bounce.
We're going to chain that to set. There could have been a world here where Pascal chained his own Bone Party to stop the Lady Labyrinth from summoning, because this will give Kai the welcome labyrinth he wanted last turn.
So Kai found a way to get back, probably needs to slow down, right? There's a lot of Labyrinth and cosplayer fans certainly cheering him on, but at the same time, Pascal just kind of holding it together, making sure to make concise, decisive plays, and by doing slow and steady, that may win him the match here, so we shall see how this proceeds.
We see Kai eyeing that trap trick there, but he's going to choose to get the Dominus Impulse set here to maybe turn off any shenanigans like that known Bone Party from being able to summon, and we're going to add back.
Ok, utiliza entonces el efecto de Big Welcome para llevarse a la Lady a la mano. Convoca especialmente la... Bueno, no me acuerdo el nombre, yo jugaba ese deck. Convoca la de 2900 y bueno, la Lady puede caer especial. Y como se va una carta al cementerio, ella puede también enviar a una carta... Tira dos efectos, puede setear una trampa y también puede enviar una carta. Bueno, es cuando una carta deja el campo, claro. Cuando en este caso la Lady deja el campo y ella está en el campo, puede enviar una carta de la mano o del campo y enviarla al deck, barajarla. Envía la carta que tiene en el campo con droplets para negar el efecto de Labyrinth. De hecho, envía dos para enviar también el efecto de Ariana.
Now, I'm certainly not trying to clamp down on the duel. Certainly a lot of nerves when you have made it to the top 8 of a YCS.
Hace normal a un momento.
Anguish for Pascal is huge because that turns on all of the memento cards that he put back in his deck last turn. There we see the Tatsu no Toshigo, and this time I don't think Kai has any way to stop this. All he has is Impulse. We're going to use the effect here and send 5 levels worth of memento monsters to the graveyard. This will be all Pascal needs.
Sí, la carta que está jugando es Momentum Tatsu no Toshio. Un nombre demasiado largo.
So we're sending Mace, Goblin, and we're going to use Garrick to summon itself back. And then we're going to use Garrick on summon effect to add back memento card to the hand. This could get back the field spell like we saw turn 1.
Y la carta que convoca tiene un efecto de enviar un memento nuevo a la mano.
Fusion spell here that we haven't used yet. That could be pretty huge. We do see him going for the fusion. We're going to use Anguish's effect targeting Gaddock.
That's all she wrote, though. Kai has decided to concede this game. Maybe needs a little bit of a breather.
Ok, Kaiwan concede. Es bastante sorpresivo eso. Es sorpresivo, yo creo que lo hizo más que nada por los puntos de vida que le quedaban, pero en algún momento lo tenía bastante controlado. Pascal parece que supo manejarlo y la droplet en definitiva fue bastante definitoria para este juego.
And even if you get comfortable, sometimes you can get too comfortable, right? There's slow play and there's too fast play, and we've seen a little bit of both throughout the tournament, but seems like they're okay. We've got a great, assistant head judge up there to kind of instruct them, make sure they're following all the rules here. So as they side deck, what do you think they're thinking about in far as this matchup goes?
It feels like for Kai, it's only as simple as making sure that you prioritize the kinds of interactions that stop your opponent from going for those big resource gains. Like if he can keep creation king off the board, he can win the grind game against Pascal. And Pascal's going, how can I protect my combos from these trap cards? There's very few ways for him to actually interact with them. The best he can do probably is put in cards that actually increases his advantage, like mulch armies. But as we've seen, Kai can play around those pretty easily.
Certainly can, and there is certainly, we talked about how Labyrinth has a sort of vulnerability to each and every Mulch Army, but you also could just save the plays for next turn. Unlike other decks, when the Mulch Army comes down and they just say, you know what, I skipped my turn, it's your move. Kai literally could say, I'm just going to wait until we cross the end phase, and now that it's your turn, it's my move.
Or the real Doom scenario, you go Fuelos, Perulia, and they go, okay, cool, set 5 pass. And you're like, oh no, I just went -2 for no reason.
What special summons? Looks like both duelists are locked in now. Pascal just calmly going through the cards.
Estamos entonces en el primer juego de los... El top 8. Acaba de ganar el primer juego Pascal jugando Memento a Kaiwan, que está jugando Labyrinth. Básicamente definió el juego una droplet. Y bueno, vamos a ver ahora cómo igual es bastante extraño, siendo que también el Labyrinth partió. Hubo una jugada bastante no verificada, digamos, de una manera correcta. Tuvieron que revisarla, regresar algunas cosas, le hicieron un warning a los dos jugadores para hacer un poco de resumen de lo que está pasando. Van al juego 2. Si Pascal gana esta, avanza entonces al top 8. Kaiwan estaba bastante confiado al principio del juego, ahora está un poco más serio. Ok, un Labyrinth jugando con Extravagance, interesante. Envía 6 del extra para buscar 2. Para robar 2.
I see a big welcome and a trap trick. I think Kai has everything he wants to be a happy camper as a Labyrinth player. Starting off with Torby sending Draglier. Sorry, Chan Draglier. That'll go ahead and let him set another
Ok, envía 2 cartas Labyrinth para buscar a una carta Labyrinth. Exacto. Se busca la welcome. Y va a setear 5 y vas. Básicamente, eso es lo que tiene pensado. En la draw, welcome, va con todo Kaiwan. Buscando a Lady probablemente, sí. Lady. Queda súper protegida con otras 4 cartas Lady también. Sí, definitivamente. Que es la MVP, dice el comentarista. Realmente una carta muy buena. Vamos a ver si tiene Dimensional Barrier. Si tiene Dimensional Barrier, vuelve a bloquearle de nuevo las fusiones, lo cual sería bastante molesto para el jugador Memento.
Yeah, it was originally in the farthest right zone. Or left if you're Pascal.
Tiene efecto de Mementorian Darkblade.
Destroy the Mementorian Darkblade, the special summon level 3, and there's the Anguish in attack mode.
Y convoca especialmente un nivel 3. Que es Anguish.
Alright, back into the deck, no response, so searching out a Memento monster from the deck to the hand.
Y sigue sin responder el Labyrinth en este momento a la búsqueda que está haciendo el jugador Memento.
Probably that's it, because you want to be able to maybe protect your... No, probably just normal summon Goblin, pretty cool here. But we are going to get the Tatsuno Toshigo.
Kind of have to push the envelope there. When you're staring down 4 face-down cards, eventually you have to get rid of some of those before you bring out your biggest bosses.
If Kai does not already have a Karma Cannon, he might force it out here from Pascal. There we see the big welcome. This will let him put back the Tatsuno Toshigo in Pascal's hand because he does control a level 8 Fiend. And then he's going to chain the Lady's effect to set another trap card.
And we've already normal summoned. I've seen some desperation play where Tatsuno Toshigo was tribute summoned.
Ok, activa Bill Welcome, encadena efecto de Lady, setea el Canon. Probablemente se busque a la Lady, que no me acuerdo, 2900. Convoque... Ah, no, mira, trae a Ariana. Ariana por efecto está convocada, puedo buscar una carta. Y probablemente se traiga...
So let's see, Chain Link 4 is going to be Welcome Up to set itself. Chain Link 3 is going to be Stovey Torby to summon, Draglier to add back to hand, and then Ariana to search. Chain 5 for Pascal is going to be Forbidden.
Nuevamente la Droplet. La Droplet definitivamente está siendo la MVP, ¿no? En mi particular opinión, Droplet es en la MVP de este juego. Fue definitoria en el juego anterior y ahora también está negándole el efecto. A la Droplet. Ok, pero está bien, perfecto. Está demasiado bueno porque el drama canon la setea, pierde el target, la Droplet y resuelve el efecto.
So you negate face-up cards during the resolution of Forbidden Droplet, and since it's no longer face-up, you can't negate that.
Correcto. Sí, es un poco lo que están diciendo los comentaristas, que una vez que la carta queda boca abajo, la Droplet no tiene ningún tipo de target, por así decirlo, por lo tanto la carta que se voltea tiene la resolución del efecto sin ningún problema. Por lo tanto el resto de las cartas también corren. Ahí está, Dimensional Barrier, lo vuelve a hacer, lo vuelve a bloquear. O sea, creo que ahorita le está saliendo un poco más el juego a Kai Juan. En esta instancia de partido, yo me atrevería a decir que Kai Juan tiene el juego asegurado. Pero ya queda de Pascal si es que tiene algunos recursos para jugar en torno a esto.
Tatsuno Toshigo is the graveyard, and now Pascal is switching his deck for another memento monster. Oh, are they clarifying if Fusion can send face down monsters?
It's summoned after. It was Daruma resolved before this came out.
Oh, they're asking if the Stovey Torby should be face down. I believe it was Chain Link 3 and Daruma Karma Cannon was Chain Link 6.
I don't know. You guys are keeping track of that.
So yeah.
What did you search? Sorry. Party?
Yep, so we got Bone Party thanks to Fusion.
It summons from deck.
Also can add to hand, although it doesn't seem like that effect is being used much.
It can still be Ash Blossom, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think Kai has that. So we're going to send the Goblin from hand to the graveyard, or destroy it, I should say.
Destroy. Alan, now that it's destroyed... It's funny, too. I mean, you can see Goblin having a party right there on the art.
What other memento extenders could he do? He currently does not have the names for combined creation. He could get Mace and maybe use that during Kai's turn to maybe stymie him from going for game.
But Mace only works when you have combined creation on the field.
Oh, you're totally right. I'm not sure what Pascal has access to anymore. He's gone through almost everything. Not being able to get into Creation King has been super tough for him both these games here.
Well, it's the one inherent advantage, right? We've joked about how the Pot of Extravagance means you don't care about your extra deck, but Kai doesn't care about your extra deck either, but he does grab the Mace and special summon to the field. Of course, it could destroy itself to grab another memento card from the deck to the hand. I wonder what sort of miracle panacea he's looking for.
We could get Sleepy, but without being able to fusion summon, what's Sleepy doing for you?
Think here.
He's like, I'm good. He's going to activate the effect on resolution of the summon of Kuklok to be able to activate a set trap card that he played this turn. And there we see Pascal scooping it up. The second Karma Cannon is too much.
So one thing, not only do the effects have to resolve, but they do have to be able to activate it. And if that monster's face down, it just isn't happening. So Kai has a little bit of smile on his face, a lot of relief, a lot of energy too as he slams back to the chair and takes a smile at the crowd as they applaud for him, a little fist pump there. But he is not out of the woods yet. Pascal is still demonstrating great play here. So he's got to dig himself out of this hole, but he'll be able to go first. Depending on what Kai gets in his opening hand, may mean that, well, Pascal is able to run away with this duel.
I feel like Kai Wong definitely made it up to himself about that maybe misstep he had in game one. He played that game two like an absolute master and truly dominated.
Well, his game plan was to win 2 out of 3. He's still got to do just the same.
Yes, this game 3 is going to decide who is going to be in our first semifinalist for YCS Houston. I imagine both these duelists are both ready, but also extremely nervous.
Kind of a wild one here, but there's the smile again, that trophy within reach. But you haven't earned it yet, Kai.
what would you say is the percentage buff that Kai gets for being dressed as Arius playing the Labyrinth deck?
You know, I don't know if you get any gameplay buffs, but man, the Riz is on point.
Yeah, the spirituality buff is what I'll say. Like, his spirits will be high no matter what. He's on camera, he's in top 8, and he's playing Labyrinth dressed as Arius. That's got to be a win no matter what happens here today.
Oh, yeah, and sometimes that's enough to get you through the next game. Not to say that if you come here dressed in comfortable clothes, locked in on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, you're not going to do well, because Pascal is doing exactly that. But you're right that if you're just feeling it, you don't get those doubts in your head. You're not thinking, what if I do this? What if I do that? Now, that did get Kai into trouble during game 1, but he definitely has the energy for it. So let's see if the cards can do the same for him.
Something in Pascal's favor here is that this will be the first game where he gets to go first, and he potentially gets to go as unfettered as possible, depending on if Kai has any really powerful side deck techs, of course. But I bet you Pascal feels super confident. We know that he's playing a deck that he's more than comfortable with, and he's playing a really interesting version of it that includes some awesome sub-engines like the Goblin Bikers and the Speedroids.
We haven't seen a Takatomborg. Could you imagine we start off this last duel just Speedvoid Takatomborg and the eyes just jump out of Kai's head?
I mean, we have seen the Takatomborg in hand, but we haven't seen the Terratop plus Takatomborg patented 2-punch combo, which would be super awesome for Pascal.
Pascal just taking a little breath there. Got to get it done. Kai just looking out to the crowd, gathering energy. Oh, there's the smile. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of duelists are in focus mode until the game is over. You know this as well as I do.
Just that feeling of relief. You're like, oh, I won. Oh, I could win again.
My emotions, they've been unlocked. They're no longer distractions.
Well, we are here at the YCS after all. So let's find out in our game 3 who is going to move on from top 8 to top 4.
We've got Kai Wong on the right. We have Pascal on the left. Memento versus Labyrinth. This is going to be one heck of a show. Everyone lock in.
See a good, clean match.
Stand by, please.
It's time to duel. Pascal, of course, starting off, and he's leading with Memento and Goblin. That's a pretty good start here. Going to get 2 cents from the deck. Kai Wong just making sure he's like, I want to understand fully what's about to happen to me right now. Yeah, that's fine. He's going to destroy itself.
Yes.
And then send 2 more cards to the graveyard. We're going to send Gaddock, and we're going to send Fusion. Really nice, getting extra access to more Memento cards.
Wow!
Chain Link 1, Gaddock, Chain Link 2, Meow was going to get that draw because a card was summoned from the graveyard, which is something that Memento loves to do.
The forgotten Mulcharmy of the format. We've seen lots of Purulia, we have seen lots of Fualos, but Meows has taken the stage.
As a Malice player, that is a very scary card.
Well, I mean, you know, Kai said earlier in his interview that he thought the best deck was Malice, so he came equipped for it, and that will help him in this Memento matchup.
So they receive Fusion, sending Gaddock to the graveyard, and returning the Goblin to the deck to be able to summon Memento Twin Dragon.
Oh, wait. Is this in grave?
Yeah, I shuffled that.
It shuffles back from grave?
Yes.
Yeah, just double checking how Memento Infusion works. You can either send cards from your hand and field to the graveyard, or you can return cards from your graveyard back into the deck.
Because it was also destroyed Goblin.
It's like the second sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure we fully understand why he was able to do that, because earlier he didn't do that. It's just an option you have when cards are destroyed.
What does that do? Sorry.
Destroys, add 2. Anything?
So on summon, it does what?
Destroys itself to add 2 Memento monsters.
That's good.
Going to go ahead and destroy itself and add 2 Memento monsters from his deck to his hand. Going to probably get some extra extenders here. We've already used our normal summons, so things like Darkblade and Anguich are a bit weaker now. But Sleepy is definitely online.
It's going to be difficult to decide what to do next here for Pascal. You don't want to give too many draws to Kai, because every single time it could just mean the right Labyrinth card hits the hand and discarding.
Ok, entonces está jugándose el tercer juego de la primera ronda del top 8. Pascal con Memento, Kai Wong con Labyrinth. Bastante bueno ha estado este matchup. Al principio cargado un poco de irregularidades y misplays, pero el segundo juego estuvo bastante bueno. Van 1-1. Parte esta vez Pascal jugando Memento. Se la pone un poco más difícil el jugador Labyrinth, que no es que es un condicionante partir primero, pero el Labyrinth siempre la tiene mucho más fácil cuando parte primero.
Usually the Labyrinth cards want to have stuff already established in play before we interact with them, so it's probably fine just to let this go through first and then respond to whatever Pascal either summons or adds back. Just asking a clarification here from the judges, I guess, about what is available to them to be able to be played.
I mean, it is a complicated deck indeed, not only for the duelists, but for the judges as well, having to keep track of a very complex series of gameplay interactions. Again, the overall deck, not too crazy, but you're just constantly seeing cards interact.
Both duelists getting a nice reprieve here. They have plenty of time to finish out this game 3, but I bet you the nerves are piling up. This will decide whether or not one of them goes home.
So judge likely instructing them. We've got player audio just briefly muted here as there's an announcement, so we can't hear it as well over here at the desk, but I guess we'll find out shortly what is happening with an update.
My assumption would be like how Memento Infusion was able to resolve, and maybe just asking a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Oh, the Welcome Labyrinth was an illegal activation.
Ok, están diciendo algo bastante importante. Yo creo que los nervios ya están jugándole en contra a ambos jugadores. En este caso, Kai Wang tuvo una activación ilegal de la Welcome Labyrinth, dice. Están tratando de verificar el juego anterior y esto podría ser bastante complicado porque si hubo un problema en el juego anterior y no lo gana legalmente en Kai Wang, es probable que le den game lost.
And here we're just clarifying as well what every player is going to do from this moment forward for this game. Just a little bit of a warning to Pascal there about being maybe a little too quiet.
Ya tienen un warning ambos.
Needs to explain the full part of the effect too. So Bone Party is not just special summoning, it's also adding to the hand, or could add to the hand, so can't give half answers there.
Good job on our judge team over there, making sure that both these players have a clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, it's difficult. You got to remember, both of these duelists have been doing this for days, and because it's an East Coast, West Coast battle, neither of them are from here, so they're even in different time zones as well.
So it's looking like Pascal's going to be resolving this Bone Party here, destroying a card from his hand, just probably figuring out which card it should be. And then Kai Wang giving us a bit of a heads up. I did see the Arias in there, which means he does have a potential interaction here during Pascal's turn, but like I said, I think he's going to wait until Pascal commits more cards. And there we see the destruction of the combined creation that was in Pascal's hand once again to resolve this Bone Party and maybe get Anguish. Yep, there she is.
So with the Arias the Labyrinth Butler in the hand, Kai isn't completely locked out of the game, but maybe telegraphing that there's not much he can do except just that single move of setting a trap card and then jumping in.
All right, both these players here are locked in. Pascal is recognizing, okay, I'm still under Meowls. Summoning from the graveyard is out of the question. Unfortunately, he will be doing that if he wants to get that combined creation back out onto the board. So worth noting that he will give up another card to Kai. And weirdly, Labyrinth is one of those decks, Kai mentioned this earlier, that doesn't just like plus a bunch, but the more cards they have, weirdly, the more access to their entire deck they'll have. So you still don't want to give them too many cards.
The more you use, the more you can do, absolutely.
But like when big guys on the field, I could essentially like take.
If you control it, it's a take on quick effect.
Yeah.
Yes.
The main phase.
Yes, just clarifying that Mace will only work if you control combined creation.
So jumping back in, apparently during the last duel around the 35-minute mark, if you're checking out the VOD, unfortunately Kai did use Welcome Labyrinth's effect to summon Lady Labyrinth during the draw phase of Pascal, but later in the turn, Kai also used Big Welcome Labyrinth during main phase 1. On a new chain, he went Ariana for chain link 1, Shadrach Veer for chain link 2, Welcome Labyrinth for chain link 3 to set itself again, and you cannot use Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself as it was sent to the graveyard the same turn. So great catch to be able to go back in time there and for the judges to be able to catch that to make sure that this is a full and fair, honest YCS top cut.
Back over here to game 3, we do see the resolution of Sleepy fusing Mace, Katsuno Toshigo, and Sleepy to summon Creation King.
It finally is here. We got a fusion summon off.
This is the first time this card's been able to resolve for Pascal, and now we're going to see just how strong it is. We're going to be able to send another Creation King from the extra deck to the graveyard as well as 2 other cards. We're going to send Aki Hiron.
What's going on?
This is sending 3.
Yeah, so we're just clarifying what effect is happening right now. We're saying we have Creation King sending the Creation King from the extra deck, the Aki Hiron from the main deck, and then 1 more card.
I get it in Kai's position. If I had never seen Memento before, I'd be like, what do you mean you're sending 3 cards, 1 from the extra deck and 2 from the deck? What?
Yeah, there's a reason why you turned off my fusion monsters in game 1 and 2. because I could do this.
He just heard the word fusion and said no, but little did he know how powerful these fusion monsters truly are.
Yep, and now we have Creation King's effect to banish itself and then set Memento Mictlan from the deck to the field. And then here we have the graveyard effect of fusion to search for another Memento card. We're going to be destroying the Creation King that we just summoned. Yep,
so again,
yeah, I was going to say we're searching for Memento Fusion. We're going to be grabbing another Memento Fusion.
So crazy that card can search any card, including itself.
I'm reading this right now.
Yeah, this isn't bad.
And it just is something a lower level or something?
Yeah, low level than the one destroyed. I destroyed the fusion.
Okay, so Kai, definitely familiar with this deck, able to quote the text of the cards without picking them up.
Yeah, it's like procedural stuff, yeah. So affect target, and then you're going to use the effect. Or this effect or something. Yeah. That's the only feeling?
Yeah.
That's good.
So we went ahead and targeted that destroyed Memento monster. Now we're going to special summon one with a lower level, and it is Memento Sleepy.
Because that Sleepy did come from the graveyard.
Yeah. Red one?
Yeah. And now we're going to go ahead and Xyz summon here into that Goblin Biker Big Gabanka and start unlocking the Goblin side of Pascal's deck here. Going to probably search for that Doug Charger that we saw. Boom, beautiful. That'll be able to summon itself as well by getting rid of one of the materials on Big Gabanka. And now we're going to use Doug Charger's effect.
You gotta, when you say effect, can
the Charger effect is search the spell Goblin spell trap.
Goblin spell trap, okay.
Yeah, and this will get the grand breakout.
I'll say every second.
Yeah, Pascal getting a little ahead of himself, kind of like Kai did in game one. You know, these duelists feel an open game state. They just start playing and they forget. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm speaking to you as well.
Yeah, I mean the best way to do it is just say it like the anime, right? I activate my monsters effect, which allows me to do this. And as silly as that is, it is in compliance with tournament policy guidelines. You do have to like talk to that person across the table. This is not solitaire.
Ooh, and there we see Xyz Armor Torpedo coming out. That's another just interesting rank 3 that we haven't gotten to see Pascal play yet. This might access the Armored Xyz side of his deck if he has any fun ways to keep climbing up, but it does give him an extra draw as well. Oh, actually, no, we're going to overlay 2 monsters with the same rank to go into F-Zero, Utopic Future, and then into Draco Future. Whoa!
Speechless. I thought we were fusing.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't see that coming today.
No, my bingo card, I might as well just throw it out. This is the craziest YCS top 8 I think I have seen in quite some time. But really good standardized plays here that make perfect sense, right? You've got plenty of level 3s. You want to be able to have that synergy to connect to the Goblin, but rather than just using that, combining all of these great cards into making Utopic support? That's insane.
Now, I will say Kai does have a response to Utopic Future being summoned, so Pascal will not get a pop-off potentially here. He got, again, a little excited, but I'd love that he showed off the Draco Future, though. That was pretty awesome.
This is very tough for me.
This is a tough call here.
You have to decide whether to stop it right here with the Arias the Labyrinth Butler.
But even then, like, what trap card does he have in his hand that could even interact with it?
Looks like the cannon.
That's the set?
Set a okay, my turn. Arias effect to set a spell or trap or a trap card, normal trap card that can be activated this turn, or special summon a Labyrinth monster.
Yep. So we're either gonna set or special from hand now.
Yeah. It always starts here.
We're gonna reveal the Daruma Karma Cannon as a trap card that we are setting. It can be activated this turn.
I'm gonna go.
And then we're also gonna activate Chandraglier's effect to discard a card and set.
That's tough. I mean, with only Pot of Extravagance,
and
Labyrinth, and then another trap card there, it's really, really difficult. But he's going to get rid of the field spell, not trying to be too greedy.
Yeah, it doesn't really give him that much value until he gets his Welcome Labyrinth established anyway. So now we're going to set here to a different card, just making sure no imperms have been activated or anything else. Where should we set things? You probably get Welcome here. It won't be able to be activated this turn, I don't believe, because Arias only lets you activate the one that you set this turn, I believe. Yep, so there's the Welcome Labyrinth.
Good call.
But the cannon can be activated, and that will stop the Utopic Draco Future from coming out.
The Pot of Extravagance is going to be huge if we get to it, but right now we're going to go ahead and banish the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout.
Oh, that's actually Grand Entrance, by the way. I misspoke earlier.
Oh, it is Entrance. It is Entrance.
That's what let him get the other Doug Charger specifically back out from the deck and then go into this line here.
Wait, that means he's running both Grand Entrance and Grand Breakouts.
Yeah, because he has the Doug Chargers.
Very Goblin-centric. This is so cool.
Yep, and then he's going to go ahead and detach the material like we saw there. And then he's going to go into Draco Future. And then we're going to summon the combined creation from the graveyard by shuffling back 5 different memento names from the graveyard. This will give him another Meowls draw. Hopefully Kai recognizes that. Once he decides the 5, of course. It's a summoning condition, so we got to do that first. Yep, there it is. There's the 5. Then we shuffle back, and Kai drew another card, and it was lovely. Unfortunately.
Ooh, that's a little painful right now because he had added the Welcome Labyrinth probably to get lovely.
Yeah.
And now, well, that does not help nearly as much as it would have.
And there we see a potential set 3 from Pascal, ending on Utopic, Draco Future, and Combined Creation. That is a very scary board.
And could use the Memento Mictlan field spell during the end phase of doing exactly that. Probably to set the Memento on Bone Party. Yep.
And can I read Bone Party one last time? Sorry.
Sure, you go.
It destroys, then summons or searches?
Summons or searches.
Or searches.
Yeah, either or.
And it destroys on resolution, not for cost.
From hand as well. And
Oh,
from
from
hand?
deck.
Am I allowed to ask what I know in hand or no? No. You know the top. You shouldn't say that.
Oh, Kai trying to save Pascal from revealing public information there. Just trying to keep it fair again. If you haven't been to enough YCSs, I really recommend reading those tournament policy guidelines. Can't say that enough.
So you said with that?
Yes, I said this. Yeah.
We're still. I'm thinking in your end phase.
Yeah, we're thinking in Pascal's end phase, seeing if Kai wants to respond here with any of the cards he has access to.
All
right, so we're going to go to draw phase here
Okay.
for Kai. Drawing a rollback, it looks like.
I think it's time for that pot of extravagance. We're going to have to spin the wheel here and find out what happens.
Utopic Draco Future represents pretty much a change of heart on any of the most powerful monsters in Kai's deck.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, let's see what these 2 Destiny draws are. Kai's fate depends on it.
Big welcome, it looks like. And a Dominus Impulse.
Ooh, even pointing to the Dominus Impulse like, yeah, that's not too bad.
This one's not too shabby. That's one of them good ones.
Just summon from graveyard here, not from.
Yep, effect of combined creation to summon.
Taking a sec there. That's pretty rough. Great cards in the hand.
We do have that impulse, right? But no, we're not going to do that. We're going to just let him summon the Anguish here. And Anguish will be able to search here. I believe we returned Mace, so this could be us searching it back again, so we can get potentially 2 change of hearts. Oh, we're going to get the Sleepy instead here.
That is the one.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Oh, I know. But how could you not in this deck that could basically do anything?
My monster is destroyed. My card effect, I can.
Yeah, you have Bone Party. Yeah.
Kai's like, oh, I know why you searched this. You're going to summon Guardian Chimera on my turn. I know you. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't work with Sleepy because you wouldn't be able to use the effect. But you can summon, like, Creation King and get the pop that way.
Pascal likely not to make that misstep. Kai's got to decide what to do. We're still in draw phase, technically.
I suppose you're right, yeah. Oh, no, we're in main phase because of Extravagance.
Oh, that's true.
We did draw during the main phase.
It's been a very long main phase. But all we've done is draw cards then.
We're going to activate the Dreamwork Harmonican we set using Arius last turn. That'll set all the monsters, turning off most of the interactions that Pascal had access to there. This does also turn off a potential Mace that he might be able to kind of sneakily get in there with any of these awesome Memento cards. We're going to welcome Labyrinth for Ariana. Aria effect on summon. He's going to be met by an Imperm.
Chain Arias Labyrinth under that name. Great.
Yes, because we're responding to a Labyrinth effect, we'll be able to chain Arias to add it back to the hand.
Oh, it is.
So chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the 2nd time Arias has stomped onto the field. Maybe the 3rd.
Yeah. There's, oh, no, I'm sorry. Chandragalier adds. This summons itself to the field.
That's right. In attack mode, no less.
Gonna be able to punch. I believe he has 2,600 attack points.
More importantly, there are 10 stars worth of monsters on the field, including only Dark. So we may be seeing a Chaos Angel in just a moment.
The honorary Labyrinth monster, being able to banish the combined creation would be pretty huge.
I mean, the powers of light and darkness intertwine in quite a few decks this format, right? We've seen Chaos Angel in Ryzel Fiendsmith, and now we're seeing it in Labyrinth.
It was not banished off Extrav. We do get the Chaos Angel out on summon, being able to banish something. We're going to attempt to banish the combined creation. That Bone Party will not save it because it is not face up. It will get banished. How much defense does Draco Future have? It has 2,500, right?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Very, very utopic, to say the least.
Yes. For all the Utopia evolutions. Ooh, I think Kai's thinking the same thing I am. How much defense does this have? But I don't believe he's able to ask that now that it's set face down.
Yes, because it's only
Yes.
dark.
Yes, because it was made with only dark monsters, Chaos Angel cannot be destroyed by battle. Worth noting for sure. Because Pascal might have limited ways to out it at this point. We're gonna go straight to battle phase here. Chaos Angel's gonna attack the Anguish.
Interesting. Perhaps not as worried about the Xyz monster because of access to things like Dimensional Barrier, negating the effects of that card.
I mean, he could also just, you know, try to big welcome bounce it as well if he
That's
can
true.
establish another lady. So yeah, when a memento is destroyed, it summons itself back. And then on summon, it doesn't matter because you can let things attack directly. And then when it's sent back to the graveyard, you can add something from your graveyard to your hand. And here's the beautiful set one. Making sure we're trying to play around potentially any more imperm columns that could be there. We do currently have one in the second to the right, or I believe that's known as column 4, is the way it's numbered, left to right, right?
Correct. But it's really difficult when you have 5 cards to set. You have to choose, okay, which one of these would I not mind being in the imperm column, as it's called? Infinite Impermanence, very powerful effect, and no bubbles to be seen here from Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel's animations, but the feel of that card, you can definitely just grab it out of the air there.
Yep, so here we have Bone Party destroying the Akihiron, and now we're going to chain link 1 Memento Midclown, chain link 2 Akihiron, add and summon. We're going to add from the banish because Akihiron can do that.
Sleepy is such a great card, but Akihiron pushes the deck even further there. So again, being able to add from the banishment and confirming it's...
Yes.
Yep, there we go, Akihiron.
It is graveyard and banishment. That's why Akihiron is such a really nice engine requirement for this deck. It just makes sure that all of your plays are super resilient and you can keep going. And then we're going to go ahead and get Anguish back using Memento Midclown, and then you use Anguish's on summon effect to search for a Gaddock. And then we're going to Sleepy because the card was destroyed, summon itself from the hand.
So Kai just confirming some card effects here, and we're going to Dominus Impulse.
We're going to change the Sleepy's effect to summon Dominus Impulse, destroying it because we do indeed have a trap card. That's activating from the hand, just worth noting.
Like trigger Sleepy?
So turn player, chain link 1 to add back to hand.
Okay.
Yeah, so turn player priority, Kai is declaring for Chandelier to add to hand, and then we're going to change Sleepy. Yeah, because it was destroyed. Even though it wasn't summoned, it doesn't matter. It was destroyed by the effect of Dominus Impulse.
Good looking out for our mandatory chain links there. Going to go ahead and get rid of the Memetel and Darkblade to the graveyard.
Is this active on my end this turn?
No.
So clarifying that Memento Midclown is only during your end phase, not during your opponent's.
These are unactivatable, yeah.
During Kai's end phase, he's going to discard the lovely Labyrinth his hand and set using Chandraglier. That could probably save the fact that he unfortunately drew the card he's not used to drawing or happy to draw. And then we get the big welcome, which can summon it back during Pascal's turn.
Yep.
What's it, the fusion that you use, the fusion spell, is it main phase only?
Yeah, main phase
Is it like
only.
Chimera Fusion? Yeah.
Yeah, it's only main phase. That's why I would have used it now, but...
That's what I was thinking. Like, why did you Chimera Fusion?
Kai's like, why didn't you use the fusion spell? Pascal's like, I can't use the fusion spell right now.
it.
Trust me,
that
I
would
wish
be
I
good.
could. That'd be crazy. Kai's doing a really good job picking apart Pascal's board. This is definitely going to be a grind from here, but Pascal has a whole yard full of mementos and a ready combined creation.
It's an interesting matchup like we were expecting, but again, the deck that doesn't stop stopping against the deck that never starts starting. It just keeps going.
So there we have the big welcome. We're actually going to be bouncing our own Chaos Angel and triggering Lovely Labyrinth to destroy a card either on the field or in the hand.
I think it's very heads up for recycling a Chaos Angel because then you can go ahead and banish additional cards later when you make it with those coveted 10 stars worth of Dark Monsters.
Adds in hand.
Yep, so Chandelier will add to hand and Welcome Labyrinth will set itself back to the board, and then Lovely will destroy a card non-targeting in the hand or on the board. This is all happening during Pascal's draw phase, I believe. We're going to chain Forbidden Droplet, getting rid of Anguish for cost to target the Lovely. That's pretty huge. It is worth noting that Kai did not activate a trap card during any of this time, so Pascal's free to respond. We're going to chain Transaction Rollback from the field.
Targeting this.
So you pay half of that?
Yeah, or sorry, this targets imperm, imperm negates this.
Okay, so I'm 8,000, you have 4,000.
Yep, Transaction Rollback what's on your field can actually copy a trap your opponent has in their graveyard. Kai's going to pay 4,000 life points for that, though.
But he might have signed his own note because, again, 6 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock, 4,000 life points. We know these decks can literally play forever. That could come up later.
Yep, the droplet will still resolve, so now Lovely has... Oh no, I guess it's not being resolved now because of the trap being activated, right?
Copying that infinite impermanence. Thanks for bringing one to the duel. But jokes aside here, Transaction Rollback, a very powerful card for that reason, especially when traps are in the format. Not as useful when it's more spell-centric, but infinite permanence is always around, so usually you'll at least get one type of trap use.
We thought Kai was setting cards in the zones purposely to dodge Imperm. No, I want to activate Imperm during my opponent's turn. Hopefully he doesn't make the unfortunate mistake of setting a card there himself this turn. He sets to the farthest right column, or number 5.
All right, so might have a little bit of a pause here as our head judge explains a little bit of some of the communication rules to our players here. Didn't get a little bit of the player audio because every time there's an announcement overhead, we don't get that. But just what an incredible duel. I could literally watch this matchup all day. And the way they're playing, if it wasn't untimed, or if it was untimed rather, you really could just play Memento and Labyrinth nonstop.
It's so back and forth, honestly. Like, we saw, what did Pascal have? 8 cards in play on his first turn, and now he's reduced just to 2 in field and like 4 or 5 in hand. And we know that Kai has a huge slew of Labyrinth resources at his disposal here. It could literally go either way at this point.
Really it could, it really could. It's one of those wild things where like you don't expect some of the cool tech options. I really love this Memento Goblin build from Pascal, because even though we already had him on the stage before, we didn't see any of the utopic stuff. That's wild.
Yeah, I kind of like the Goblin Memento deck. It's like, why would I bother getting rid of your monsters? I'll just steal them from you. Thank you for summoning such powerful monsters. They're mine now.
Oh, yeah. And then on the trap side from Kai, just really interesting uses of the transaction rollback. Usually, what we talked about before, it's hard to get it to the graveyard, right? But in the case of using that infinite permanence, that was the perfect way to get it to the graveyard, then be able to banish it again and do even more.
Yeah, it was the answer to that Draco Future. If you didn't do that, that was still going to be flip summoned this turn and cause havoc.
Oh goodness, it'll be a moment before we get back into gameplay, but it's just again cool to see that. And we did hear some sort of raucous cheer before we got into over here. So I heard a let's go. Did you hear that let's go coming through the phone?
Oh yeah, people are excited to see who the winner of YCS is going to be, whether it's top 8 or not. Every match is important.
Oh my goodness, it means something probably happened over in the VIP area too, so every duel counts as we drift closer and closer and closer to the top 4, of course, the Ladies Coveted Finals.
It's going to be really exciting to see. Honestly, at this point, I don't know if it's intent. We've seen Ryzel and Malice definitely perform, definitely earn people some top spots, but these wacky decks, I'm just going to call them wacky, beautiful decks, Labyrinth and Memento and even Mermail are doing such great jobs here this weekend.
Yeah, I think it goes to show you, we talk about how no one deck is it. There are formats where, like, there's a popular deck and everybody sort of gravitates towards it so other decks don't get a chance. This is not that format. People are really exploring things. We've seen everything we get from Two Keeper Blue Eyes that did make the top cut. Not the top 8, but still really, really good stuff across the board. What do you think it makes? Why is this format so diverse? What is it that keeps people going like this?
I would say, like, because the reasons why the top decks are the top decks are not because they're overly powerful than everything else. It's just that they're more attractive to the players, They're super consistent, they're super resilient, they have those kinds of plays that really tickle the brain and can unlock a really high power ceiling. But plenty of other decks do that too, and they're not being held down by the best decks in the format because people are just choosing to play those, and they can choose to play almost whatever they want.
No, it's absolutely true. There were some heroes we didn't get to put up on the stage, unfortunately. We only get so many rounds that we could pick out. But there were some Crystron players that we were tracking. There were some A to Z players for those of you at home who love XYZ Dragon Cannon and the like. There was definitely some Destiny heroes and stuff out there as well. So again, if you're going to your local shop next week, there's definitely some really cool stuff you could be playing for sure.
Oh yeah, this matchup has been this tournament has been super amazing to watch, and sort of, I think, a really nice swan song to the Master format before Alliance Insight comes up for YCS Providence.
Oh my goodness, Alliance Insight is going to be here before you know it. Can you believe that YCS Providence is like about 3 or 4 weeks away?
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah, give or take. Less than a month for sure.
100%.
It'll be here before you know it. It'll be interesting to see how people jump into that format, what cards they're excited about.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I know me. I'm still gonna be playing Malice.
That's it. You're allowed to play Malice. They're still playing Memento, which came out a long time ago, right? Valiant Dispatcher's been out for a couple of years, and Labyrinth has been out even longer.
Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh right now. It's in a place where it feels like no matter what I play, as long as I commit and I play what I like and I do good, a miracle can happen, as Kai has set himself today.
Well, hopefully Kai gets the miracle too, but we are still waiting, of course, for a little update from our judge staff. But it may be a minute here, so just kind of bear with us as we're hanging out with you in the chat. But again, thank you for YCS probably just be like, hey, I'm here. What do you want? I want you to duel. Go have fun. That's all, please. Don't hurt me.
As long as you're here to duel, you're welcome at every YCS.
Oh yeah. And it's a great place to hang out too. You do hear some duels are like, you know what? I'm not in the tournament. I'm not even in the public events. I'm just here for the vibe.
Yeah. It's duel time. Where else are you going to go during duel time than YCS?
I love how a YCS becomes Battle City, and this is a phenomenon I think everybody knows. You know, maybe you get to the city. I got here particularly on Thursday, and there's no duelists. And then all of a sudden you start to see backpacks. You're like, wait, I know that guy. I don't know his name, but I've definitely seen him before. And then before you know it, every single person in the venue, the hotel, across the street, the restaurant, they're duelists. We take over these places. So it definitely changes Houston, Providence, Rhode Island, wherever we go into Battle City or Duelist Kingdom.
Oh yeah. A YCS being held in Battle City, I think, is always the most accurate way to say it, because no matter what city we're in, it becomes Battle City.
Yeah, goodness. It's going to be fun once we get to jump back into the gameplay, but I just want to say that, this has been just a really wild format. I don't think when Maze of the Master came out, anybody would have expected the Tune Keepers to take over.
Oh, yeah. And I think what's really awesome about that deck is that it unlocks kind of a big dichotomy of things. There are plenty of people that love trap decks, but hate the weakness they have when it comes to going second or the weakness of their monsters. Tune Keeper has powerful monsters that unlock the power of your trap cards. You don't need trap cards to make your monsters strong. It works both ways.
So it makes me wonder, since we're going to be seeing more stuff, Jinsen will come back. Speaking of seeing more stuff, it looks like, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the updated top 8 bracket, to see what else is going on.
Ooh, it's looking right here that we have some exciting factors from the game between Aditya and Anthony. Aditya moving on, so that means we have a guaranteed Mermail on the top 4. Really nice to see. Manuel and Nathaniel, that means we have at least one Ryziel going into the top 4. We have the game right now happening between Pascal and Kai. That's still the decided winner here. And then we have Kevin versus Christian, with Kevin moving on. Really awesome to see two international duelists in our top 4, both Manuel and Kevin coming from Sweden, I believe.
Yeah, we talked about an East Coast, West Coast matchup. Talk about coming from across the pond. Duelists traveling literally from other countries here to America to be able to compete and show us the best of their dueling. Second to none. That is amazing.
And given this matchup spread, there's actually a world where Kevin and Manuel face each other in the finals. And have Sweden versus Sweden in the finals at a YCS Houston.
We've had it before. I believe it was YCS Indianapolis that was won by a player from Brazil. I remember asking, what does it mean to you to come all the way from across, so many different locations to get to all these different YCSs? Come here to America, win the YCS. And you know what Paulo's answer was? Brazil!
Let's go!
Oh, it just goes to show you that duelists really do come from all walks of life, all nations. You're all welcome here. It is going to be such an interesting YCS if we do have just nobody from North America left in the contention.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about card games. I don't care if you're blind, I don't care if you're deaf, I don't care if you don't speak a single word of my language. As long as we're dueling, I can communicate with you and have a great time.
It's good stuff. It's weird because we all do speak a second language, and it is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, because if you see a picture, I don't care if it's 50 feet away, maybe it's on the other side of a football field, you're like, yeah, that's pot of green. I don't know what it does, but I know that's pot of green. And
something's gonna happen.
Yeah, something's gonna happen. It's just so funny that we do all speak in a pictographic language, right? You see that card, and you're like, oh, there's that. And in the same way that if somebody says a word you don't know, if you see a picture you don't know, what does that do? And duelists are these amazing genius level people that can be like, oh, I've committed this full thing to memory and I'll know it for the rest of my life just off of this picture.
And worst case scenario, you always have Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron to translate any card you need.
Oh, Neuron is such an incredible app. I don't mean to glaze on it, but the idea that you could just scan the card and be like, oh, and now I know it's in this language, and now I know what rarities it in. Good stuff.
But for some reason, every time I scan Pot of Greed, nothing comes up.
I know. I can't. I just
it's a bug.
It's a bug. Maybe it's a feature, right? For anime fans who know what we're talking about. Oh, goodness. Well, I have to say, after we got out of the Team YCS, because we're coming off of Team YCS Las Vegas, I don't think I expected the format to shake up this much, but I guess this shows the strength of individual duelists competing by themselves.
Yeah, Team YCS are always a different beast, there's always that mentality of we all play the same deck, we all play different decks. Usually, if you want to have a team, having 3 minds in the same strategy, that way we can all share strategies, share advice is really nice. But having 3 different decks to try to give yourself the most diverse field and not be as easily countered is pretty good too. Yeah, it was a super awesome format, and I'm glad I got to play with you.
Thank you. But focusing on the cards, not on us, right? We've had our day. It's just wild to see that, just through a few weeks, so much has changed. I feel like Ultimate Slayer just disappeared.
Yeah, Ultimate Slayer was in my main deck when I went to Team YCS playing Malice, and now it's nowhere to be seen because it feels like the board breaker strategy or the going second strategy seems a little bit weaker because the turn 1 boards, if left unfettered, are just so hard to interact with.
No, you're absolutely right, and they're apparently going to be very close. So those of you who are just like, please, we want to see the duel. We're sick of the Stevens. Don't worry, it is coming your way. We want to see the duels too. But following up on your comment on the Ultimate Slayer, it's just so wild to see it disappear because it felt so good to just be like, Mereologic Aggregator, there's your XC stuff. But it's true with water out there, there's not as much like mileage that you get out of it, and the extra decks have always been so crowded, so it's very hard to put in so many different decks for sure.
Yeah, and like if you're banking on your Warbringer being enough, you just can be confident that it is. And so if you're going for a consistency and trying to maximize your chances of being in the top cut, having just something that protects your turn 1 or gives you some powerful non-engine to kind of stymie your opponent seems like what most duelists here prefer.
It's true that that's what makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series so special, is it's not just like a 5-round tournament at like a giant locals that you may have. It's not a regional championship with just the people around. These are people who came from other continents around the world. They're definitely going to have the cards. You can't think that, oh, he's not going to have 3. He has 3. But they also come from like different scenes, and they have different perspectives on it, and you may run into something you're like, oh, no duelists would ever run that. And they're like, no, they run that over there. They do it.
Oh, yeah. Really exciting to see.
So yeah, speaking of excitement, is there anything you're looking forward to? Well, I guess in Alliance Insight, it is going to be the Malice stuff for sure, right?
Well, actually, the added distance stuff specifically that you get to play in Malice.
Oh, interesting. So a little bit of an update, though, for you at home. The question apparently was, when we were talking with the judges, is whether or not Nevin Topper Anguish searched twice in one turn. It didn't. Anguish, the first copy summoned came from Combined Creation, but the second Anguish came from Bone Party. Resummoning the first one off the field, and so the only card searched was Sleepy, and it was never searched twice off Anguish. However, just like we talked about, both of these are kind of Galaxy Brain level decks with so many little micro interactions, so we had to make sure we were verifying that. But it looks like we will be going back into the gameplay relatively soon here. We just want to update you, so you at home aren't guessing or forming conspiracy theories or something like that. That's what happened. We were just verifying, that's all.
And like I said, the judges are there to make sure that a good, clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Happens, and any legitimate question like, did Anguish resolve twice, is discovered, replayed, and searched, and it turns out the answer was no. Everything so far has been above board, and that means once we continue playing, we'll be going off from Pascal's turn and continuing to see how the tournament shakes out. It's a pretty close one, it looks like.
Definitely, definitely, and I'm so glad we got it. Now we're going right back in.
Yes, and we're going right back to Pascal's turn. We are still in his draw phase. The Lovely has resolved its effect to destroy the Draco Future, and we're just moving forward from there. It looks like on an open game state, Kai will be activating Dimensional Barrier and calling, was that Fusion that he said? Yes, specifically this is draw phase as Pascal clarified, therefore Fusion is not able to be activated.
Earlier, Kai did ask, can you activate that only in the main phase? The answer is yes, so great time for Dimensional Barrier.
Alright, so they won't be able to go into creation anymore, but creation is on the table, I think, and that is more than enough to maybe destroy He only has 4,000 life points.
Oh, you're right, from the earlier transaction rollback. No, he does have transaction rollback in the graveyard, but with limited options of traps in the graveyard, I think they only see 2 cards there for now.
Oh, and there was the Tachino Toshiko being summoned from Pascal's hand. That'll be more than enough games being summoned in the graveyard that you can start with comboing off.
Let's see.
You've got base moves in there, that's 1 star, with 4 more stars worth of Elemental Monsters. We've got Dark Blade, so that's 5 total. I think Gaddock's already in the graveyard, so we can get any more value out of that. Yet, because the Tachino Toshiko is destroyed, we're going to be able to summon a monster that's weaker. We're going to chain the Akihiron to try to summon itself because it's destroyed. This makes all of our big Elemental Monsters be able to attack directly, so now if we just summon the Combined Creation, we can attack directly per game.
Good stuff.
Yes, so this is the effect of Dark Blade to discard and destroy spell or trap. Use chain to that, the Akihiron's effect to make sure that everything can attack directly if it's level 9 or higher.
I feel like this is the first time we've seen, or at least the first time we've seen in a while, so discarding to get rid of that face down card.
I mean, what a magic to use against Labyrinth, right?
Yeah, plenty of traps.
Yeah, but we had used the Big Locum already, if you guys remember back, because it was used during the draw phase of Pascal's turn. Yes, Akihiron has 3 separate effects that'll have different triggers.
Welcome to Memento, friends.
Yeah, level 9 or higher, remember, monsters can attack directly. Oh, and there we go. Kai instantly scooped me because all he has to do is summon Combined Creation and attack directly, and Kai only has Welcome to Labyrinth and can only summon monsters. Pascal is moving on the top 4.
A huge round of applause. All our very patient duelists here again, cheering there for Pascal, managing to get the match win out, and everybody is locked in and ready to see who is going to continue to advance. Because now we're about to go to top 4. Only 4 duelists left.
And we know Pascal's going up against Kevin, and we know that Manuel is going up against
swan song for Labyrinth, but what an incredible, incredible performance from Kai, right? Just great stuff, showing how good Labyrinth is. Wasn't able to get through the Memento. Showcasing right now, I believe he's showing that he's side decked in the Milcharmy Meows, and it is a good option against a lot of different decks, but just didn't get too much mileage in this duel.
Yeah, unfortunately, still going second against Memento. It's just too hard to come back from when they opened as well as Pascal did and played as well as he did as well.
Oh, but Kai seems like he is happy with his performance here. Still smiling. Top 8 in cosplay, man. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You've got a bright dueling career ahead of you.
You know there's like some obscure stat out there, like now he's the highest placing cosplayer of all time. It is an awesome feat to have if that's true. And even if it's not, being top 8 at this stack of YCS, nothing to scoff at.
My dream, as I preach to the chat, is for one of you to get top 4 in cosplay. That's all we need to see. We've seen top 8. Kai has an incredible record here. Somebody's got to be the cosplayer to get the next one.
Oh yeah, 100%. But this duel was amazing. Both players did great, and I think we're a strong representation of what is possible in this format, even if you don't play Rise Heal.
Oh yeah, and it is always one of those things. People are like, oh, look at these popular decks. I have to play this popular deck in order to make it wrong, and you just saw it here. So again, we've got now left. You said Mermail, Rizal,
Goblin Memento,
then
whatever Kevin is playing. I'm not sure. I remember. Maybe it's some kind of Rise Heal variant. But
yeah, but still, it shows you different decks from different eras just clashing. I mean, Mermail has been around for decades. Well, a decade or more.
Yeah, 11 years plus, yeah.
Wow, that's so crazy that we have gotten this far in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and decks are still coming. And that's what really makes it great, you know, because Blue Eyes was in the top cut. That's wild.
That's from the very first set of Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's from the first starter deck. I guess depending, you might have gotten starter deck Yu-Gi-Oh! And be like, no, not for me.
Very
but still, it's really good stuff to see that duelists are taking all those life lessons to heart. They're just sticking with what they're comfortable with. I think that sometimes a deck that you know is better than a deck that just seems like it's going to work, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what to do with it. You're in your comfort zone. You've played those matches a million different times. And when Pascal was interviewed for that first time, he did say, I just played this deck because I know it so well. I've got about a year or so of experience with it, right? So good stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, if a year is all it takes to get top 4 to YCS, that feels like too few of time. It's still a huge accomplishment for Pascal. This is not an easy thing to do, y'all. He's doing amazing.
Well, speaking of Pascal, why don't we go ahead and get it over to the stage, because Pascal had get through an incredible duel there. Now we get to see where his emotions are running. So, Jackie, take it away.
Okay, Stevens, I am with Pascal. Crowd, let's hear it for Pascal. Oh my gosh, they love you. Oh, I'm sure that you're overwhelmed with emotions right now. Tell me, what are you thinking? Final 4, semi.
Just stay locked in and focus. Make sure I double my plays. Yeah, pretty excited.
Love that. I love that mentality. Talk to me a little bit about your journey to get to this point.
I mean, I've been playing this deck for about a year. We already have the deck. Like every card has like 3 different effects. So I've been playing it for a while. Misplaying a little bit throughout the way. Got better with it.
A mix of Goblin Bikers and Memento. Can you explain to me your deck a little bit more?
Yeah, definitely. So Abyss Dweller and Shifter are very popular in the format. So I wanted to play like a route in Memento where I could play around those cards pretty well. And there's plenty of times that I got shifted and I'm still going to make the way I focus there.
Okay, awesome. It's working, right? Do you have a game plan or a mindset going into semi?
Just keep doing what I'm doing. Just stay focused and just make sure I just play my cards carefully. Hopefully, we'll see what happens in the rest of it.
We'll see what happens. And is there anything you want to say to the crowd, to the people watching at home?
Nothing that comes to mind right now. Just, I guess we'll see who wins.
We'll see who wins. All right, thank you so much, Pascal, and I'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And once again, huge congratulations to Pascal for being our first top 4 match victor here. Top 8 match victor going into top 4, where he's going to fight against definitely someone from Switzerland. Sorry, guys, I said Sweden earlier. I got a little bit mistaken there.
That's okay, that's okay. But the main thing is international duelists coming from all walks of life. We didn't get that part wrong, right?
Not at all.
Got it. But speaking of all walks of life, let's talk about all games of life. There's just been an incredible collection recently released. You might have heard of it. It is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. Woo! All the hours I have already put into that game. What's your favorite on this one?
Dungeon Dice Monsters for sure, no question.
So for me, actually, I do love me some Dungeon Dice Monsters. There's so many memories I have with all the worldwide edition games. But my new favorite is actually Capsule Monsters GB. It's a storyline that kind of crosses into like old Yu-Gi-Oh! And just has this great vibe where Seto Kaiba puts on the Millennium classic
on the
left.
right.
The right feels classic too. You know what? I'm not going to pick any fights here. I love them both.
Oh yeah. Those days are super awesome. I just love that how it unlocks not only the history of Yu-Gi-Oh that I love so much, but also unlocks features of the game that before, when I was a kid, I never was able to access because it was a lot worse than Yu-Gi-Oh at the time.
But good stuff for sure. Gosh, the Yu-Gi-Oh early days. How many years has it been?
More than I've been alive.
That's fair. That's fair. A little bit of a dueling grandpa for sure. So I might have been around when those games came out. Whoops, might have played them on the original systems they were out. But speaking of future duels, we do have to throw to a break here, but don't worry, we'll be back with our semifinals soon enough.
Hey, it's a solid. We're here at YCS Houston, and the duelists are here on the show floor. We have 60 seconds to guess this card. Let's see how they do. We are back with Pat, and we're gonna guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster? Is it is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it higher than level 8?
Not higher than level 8.
So is it level 6?
No.
Is it level 7?
No.
And okay, is it level 1?
No.
Is it a link monster?
No.
Is it a XYZ?
No.
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it? Damn, this is hard. Okay, is it level 2?
No.
Level 3?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom?
Not Ash Blossom.
Is it a hand trap? Or sorry, is it a card you can use from the hand?
Yes.
Does it destroy?
Yes. Ghost Ogre. It is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Good job. I'm back with Logan. You have 6 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster card?
No.
It's a spell card.
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Is it meta relevant?
Yes.
Does it have triple instinct?
Yes.
Is it thrust? I'm sorry, triple attack.
Good job, good job. I'm back with Nicholas, and you have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a spell?
No.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
A link monster?
Yes.
Is it like a monster
No.
Is it like a meta monster, like the one that's popular?
Yes.
Is it a mouse card?
No.
Is it
It is not SP level. It's not IP West. No.
Is it link 2?
It is a Link 2.
Is it like generic? Is it like require? Never mind. Does that have effect on summon?
It does have an effect on summon.
Is it a part of an archetype?
Yes, it's part of it.
Is it part of the Trickstar archetype?
Not a Trickstar card.
Is it a Goku card?
Not a Goku card.
Is it a Nightmare monster?
It is a Nightmare monster.
Is it a Nightmare Phoenix?
And we are back with the DJ. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a modern card? Released recently?
Define recent.
Was it released in the past 6 sets?
No.
Was the card played in 2020? Was it played
Instead, we are going to have an Atlantean Mermail deck and also a Goblin Memento. I think that's the biggest surprise. We just saw Pascal win with that in the feature match.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, there's been so many surprises. It's been all the way even into the top 8. I think there's no more surprises anymore. We've seen most of the decks out, and then half the tournament could go as predicted.
And we're going to have to see if the deck... No. Are we back? Are we good? I'm not certain. I guess Jerome's still trying to break into the broadcast, but hopefully someone on the back end can shut that down. No one wants to hear what Jerome has to say, right?
I think we need him out of here.
Yeah, we don't need to hear anything Jerome has to say. So if anyone that's like, controlling production, we make sure Jerome's message doesn't get through to these duelists. We don't need anyone. No one needs to hear what Jerome has to say, right? Right, chat? Okay, but we're neither here nor there. As I mentioned before, we were rudely interrupted by whatever that was. We are in top 4, and we have our top 4 feature match ready to go right away. So let's go ahead and meet our duelist, Jackie, who is going to be competing in our first top 4 match.
Oh, do we have a duel in store for you? The final 4, battling for 2 days, and finally, we are at the semis. Crowd, are you ready for this semis match? All right, let's get things rolling. We begin with the blue chair. Aditya Darup from Plano, Texas. He won NAWCQ and told us he is hungry for another title. Now to the red chair, Manuel Kalin all the way from Switzerland. And his favorite food is pizza, especially pepperoni. All right, everybody, let's get this semis match started. Are y'all ready? I love the enthusiasm. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, we have the NAWCQ champion himself from this past year, Aditya, taking on Manuel from all the way from Switzerland. There's actually 2 players from Switzerland. They're both friends that play tested together, and they both made it here to top 4. Have a chance to face each other in the finals, but it's not going to be an easy path. Manuel's going to have to get through Aditya and his Mermail Atlantean strategy, and if he draws like he did the last time we saw him on the feature match stage, it's going to be really tough.
I mean, yeah, this is a matchup that he's not only familiar with, he played it on the last feature match that he had.
Yeah, and it was not a close one. It was a tidal wave of destruction from Aditya, really showing you why the Mermail landing strategy is a viable one here in this format. But of course, Raziel has been the deck to beat for months now. We're going to have to see if his deck choice is going to pay off for him. As we mentioned, he is a champion. This is going to be our first semi-finals match. We're going to be showing you both top 4 matches. That's right, you're going to get to see all of the glory on the way to the finals, and then we're going to find out which one of these 4 remaining players will become a YCS champion. We do have Aditya, who is an NAWCQ champion, but none of the players remaining have won a YCS previously, so either way, we're going to have a new YCS champion.
We have a chance of having a 0 Raziel final as well, or potentially an all Raziel final. So we'll have to see how this matches end here.
I mean, yeah, we could have Atlantean Mermail versus Goblin Memento. That would be quite interesting. When it's Goblin Bikers, Maybe you're not as familiar with those cards, but there is a Goblin Memento that you can search for some synergy between the 2 strategies. We saw how Pascal's using those 2 themes to work together to make it here all the way to the top 4. But that is our other top 4 match. Here we have Mermail Atlantean against, Raziel. And pure Raziel is kind of surprising. Everyone seems to be like Feast with Raziel is the stronger version, but time and time again we see pure Raziel making it this far.
I mean, yeah, I think it comes down to those additional tech choices that we've mentioned earlier, because your engine is so small, you can consolidate it, and you can just have so many slots for just tackling the matchup that you expect, and it's about calling the right matchup, right? If you can focus down on playing against these matchups, and you build for these matchups, and you manage to play against the matchup that you want, then you should do extremely well.
Definitely. Well, every time I see the Mermail landing deck, it feels like it's just doing swimmingly, but we're going to have to see if that's going to continue to be the case here in top 4. This is when you want your deck to perform its best and not run out of steam. But we're going to have to see. I mean, there's a reason why Manuel and Kevin, both from Switzerland, they committed to traveling all the way here to the tournament, and they both did well. It's not by a chance. There's something they have figured out. They play tested. They mentioned they went to the Team
not.
the case because of Ash Blossom.
All right, passing through. No more Mulcharmies here.
Using the Mulcharmy before the main phase, so he won't enable something like triple tactics down. But Manuel off to a fast start. Best summoning X, Brazil sending Eclipse Twins to the graveyard.
Choosing to send Eclipse Twins because I think we're going to be ignoring the view of the penalty here, mainly because he knows that Vermil Legend deck is completely on copies of Dominus Impulse, which also means that they're likely to not have any light monsters in their deck.
True.
At this point, like, the players definitely know what their opponents are playing.
Oh yeah, for sure. It has been a long time. There's only 4 people remaining. The information is pretty well known. Sword Raziel is going to come down next year for Manuel. It's going to let him add Ice Raziel from Tan. The Raziel deck is going to be utilizing Rank Forest. We've seen so much in this format that we're going to see an overlay. 2 level 4 monsters for Raziel Duo Drive.
Duo Drive activating its effect on field, being able to detach the material at resolution to add 2 Raziel cards from deck to hand. That's going to be Raziel Cross. And we'll see what his second choice is.
And Plasma Hole. Okay, that's not a card that seems very popular. As I mentioned, they may have figured something out, which is why both of them are made it this far into the tournament. And playing Raziel Plasma Hole might be one of the reasons why.
Initially, when Raziel originally came out, Plasma Hole was a card strategy incorporated to tackle Ultimate Slayer, give you some more insulation for that. When you're able to set up the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, you're able to immediately summon another rank 4 after you lose your detonator.
Yep, definitely an awesome card that fell out of favor, but may be coming back into the fold. We're going to see the 2 level 4 monsters over the Raziel Detonator. On summon is going to be able to attach a monster from the graveyard. He's going to attach the Eclipse Twins.
But there is a node here. I imagine he's going to try to use it immediately to summon another level 4 from the graveyard.
Yep, node lets you send a monster to special summon back.
And now he's going to set up that Abyss Dweller.
This is huge. We haven't seen it. You have a face down Abyss Dweller. It is the bane of Mermail's existence right now. He has the cross. He has the Dweller set up. He has Plasma Hole in hand. Things are looking really good here for Manuel.
Typically, if you can put an Abyss Dweller next to a Raziel Detonator, that usually will seal the deal, especially game 1 when there's not any answers available. Because even if he did have Infinite Impermanence Detonator chain to destroy his own Dweller to make sure it resolves.
Definitely. Now see him detach the material, activate Dweller's effect, so he's able to put 2 Raziel monsters on the bottom of the deck to draw a fresh card. And I saw what it is. I don't know if you at home did, but it's a good one against Mermail. 3 face downs, Abyss Dweller, Detonator with an Eclipse Twins underneath it. Aditya has his work cut out for him here as he draws for his turn.
Yeah, not looking good here in game number 1. If you're Aditya anyway.
Yeah, not yet. The Abyss Dweller, now if this resolves, it's going to be an uphill climb.
Looks like the Dweller will be resolving.
Mermail Atlanteans are heavily dependent on the graveyard effects.
I wonder if Aditya would even choose to play the turn out.
See that cool token that Aditya got at the World Championship this past year. He's going to start things off with 1 for 1.
All right.
He's going to discard the Gluttonous.
Reptile Greethus.
I'll let you finish it off. I like to call him Gluttonous.
I'm just calling Greethus usually.
Well, we're two men with 2 different walks of life, I suppose. We're going to have to see how this 1 for 1 is going to help him. He'll be able to access Nebnibis, but no
doesn't really do much, right? Yeah. I mean, it still adds to hand, which is fine, but you've already had to spend 2 cards to summon this, and it's not getting all the value that it normally does.
Yeah, he uses the effect. He will get that. The Detonator will be able to take it down. He is going to use the effect, pay the cost.
The reason Mermail is so good is every time, like, all these effects are so costly in their nature because they have to send the cards from their hand or field to activate, but because the cards in the graveyard have so many effects that trigger, you can often just get so much of that value back. But when you're not getting any of that value, your hand depletes so quickly, and you already start at 5 cards because your Perulia was ashed. So after using 1 for 1, we're really running out of cards here. Looks like we're sending Shrine to the graveyard as cost for Neptibus here.
Okay, putting something in the graveyard that'll be useful during the opponent's turn as opposed to sending down like Millennium Dragoons that won't do anything. Be able to add the Poseidon. It is a monster we'll be able to summon. We won't be able to capitalize really on having to send the monster from the deck as a cost.
At least a form of removal in this instance, but you have to keep in mind, Raziel Cross is standing right there.
So menacingly. It is a menacing field spell card there with Raziel Cross, but we're going to have to see the next move for Aditya. I'm
be able to use its effect on the field, send as cost water from the deck.
Try and return a card on manual side of the field to the hand.
I imagine that is going to be the game of card. It's going to go after the detonator here, almost certainly. Get card from the detonator. You can opt to destroy it as well if you so chooses, by chaining the effective detonator here.
Looks like that is what he's considering to use its effect.
The detonator is going to target and destroy the Poseidra in response. And then during the ripples in the chain, he's also going to be detaching for the effective cost. And now Aditya is going to have some cards in hand.
Yep, so he negates the Poseidra, destroys the Poseidra.
He still knows about the plasma hole, so any monster that gets in the field can be immediately removed. There's Tejas, and again, that's so expensive.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with the Mermail decks is they're very costly to use all their effects, but you're usually getting returns on the cards you're sending to the graveyard as cost. But with that Abyss Dweller being active, it just isn't going to allow him to replenish his resources.
Tejas on summon will still be able to add a level 4 Roto Mermail. Tejas is resolving now.
Be able to add a Mermail from the deck to the hand. Maybe he's going to go for like Shadow Squad. Oh no, it's going to be an Abyss Shrine.
Another Abyss Shrine. That is another effective way to summon another important monster here, namely being Silcamp. I don't know if he has enough card to get enough value for him. He's going to use the Shrine Ascending Influence here.
Leads it down to no cards in hand. I think Manuel will activate the card he drew, and it is. It's called by the grave, and that is going to be enough to seal the deal. Manuel's going to take game number 1 behind a strong turn 1 hand, and just the knowledge of how to play it.
I mean, generally, when Rise was able to go first and set up the Dweller along with the Detonator, it's usually very quick work against Mermail Atlantean. That was, I think, the reason why a lot of players were so against trying Mermail Atlantean in the beginning of the format after these cards came out, because they were just under the assumption that the Dweller invalidated the whole strategy. Now, as time has gone on, we've seen that there are so many situations that are put the pressure on Rise to even be able to make the Dweller, and it's not nearly that simple, but in this situation it just was.
Yeah, I mean, DJ had the Multarmic Brilliant where he might have been able to draw into more cards to push through. But I think, like we even saw earlier, if one of the other players that lost to Aditya in our previous feature match had pushed through the Multarmic walls, he would have to give a few extra cards, but still been able to go into Abyss Dweller. No matter how many cards they have, sometimes that's just enough. But we're going to have to see if that's going to play out any differently. I am excited about this game because all the times I feel like we have featured Mermail Atlantean, they have been going second. They've gone second in game 1, won game 1, and gone second in game 2, and ended up winning that game. But now we're going to see what this deck does going first.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do to immediately stop all their plays as you can with all the other decks. Right, Lilia is so strong against something like the Rising strategy where they have to give you several draws in order to make a lot of their CS monsters. And then you have Lancia against Malice, who can really shut it off as well. Dimension Shifter is really the only card that can shut off the Mermail Atlantean's turn if it's able to go first, and that is not a card that you typically see in Rizal anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even cards like Multarmic Koalas probably be pretty impactful against the Mermail strategy, but yeah, not going to be able to stop them from doing all their plays, but at least be able to stymie what their end goal eventually be.
Yeah, they can get so much value outside that they don't necessarily have to dig that deep in the extract. I think Joel and Lockwood could also find a lot of value.
Depending on how the hand works or how they start with, for sure. Now, the downside to going first with the Mermail strategy, which I'm assuming maybe you side out some copies, is the new Poseidra, the Stormy Atlantean. It really shines going second, but not as impactful going first, because it needs, in order to be able to send a card from the deck as cost, it needs something to return on the opponent's side of the field. But it still can use the special summon effect on your turn going first. We've seen that all weekend, where you're able to send the Neptibus, special summon the Poseidra, the Neptibus special summons back another monster as a way to get level 7s onto the field, so you can go into your rank 7s and take off from there.
Yeah, really a perfect replacement for Abyss Megalo in the deck.
Nothing will ever replace Abyss Megalo. No, don't let me ever hear you say that again, Solid.
Sorry.
That's my man. Or shark, fish thing.
It's a Megalo.
It's a Megalo.
Yeah.
But yeah, Abyss Megalo not going to be in Aditya's deck, but that trophy is in his eyesight. He wants to win again. He isn't a YCS champion. He did win the NEWCQ, and we're going to have to find out if he can bounce back here in game number 2 and take down Manuel in his Radial deck.
We talked about how strong Mermail Lantern can be at going first, so we'll just have to see if he sees those powerful openings.
Yeah, there's a lot he can do. It's going to depend on what Manuel has. I might have seen him will charm me. It's
There's
Fualos.
Yeah, Fualos in the draw phase here. Will there be a response from Aditya?
I guess we now get to see the answer to the question if Fualos is enough to slow down the Mermails, or if they'll be able to keep on swimming through it. Oh, he has the Ash Blossom.
None of these cards will resolve.
Am I playing Master Duel? It feels that's what it feels like every time you activate Max D and Master Duel. There's always an Ash Blossom, and then he's gonna follow up that Ash Blossom with Neptibus, Prince of the Atlanteans.
Really strong normal summon here. Neptibus is going to be able to activate sending for cost. Will he send squad or will he send dragoons?
If he's able to send for cost to add an Atlantean, and then that's going to trigger the effect of the monster that he sends. He's going to send Shadow Squad. That's going to let him special summon a monster from his deck.
Looks like it will be resolving as well, so dragoons will be added to hand and squad will be activating now. Probably summoning Abyss Pike. Abyss Pike is going to be able to activate, sending the dragoons to add a level 3 water. Likely going to be that Abyss Shrine. Oh no, it looks like we're eyeing Deep Sea Minstrel. We can also just grab the shrine later.
Dragoon's going to add a Sea Serpent. Looks like he may want to take a peek at Manuel's hand before he advances his turn any further. The Atlantean Dragoons is going to trigger to add. Oh, he's adding the Minstrel off the pike. It's a level 3.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
And now the Dragoons is going to add.
Ok, gente, hemos vuelto.
Yeah, he's considering his options here. He doesn't want to make any mistakes at this point in the tournament, right? You're feeling the pressure. You're in the top 4. You're already down a game. But
It's not where you want to be exactly, but you just got to keep your head above water.
This is a great position to be in when you're able to resolve Minstrel after already taking a card out of your opponent's hand with the Fualos being ashed. Manuel, body language alone, just telling you he's not very excited about this game.
Hand on head. Usually a key indicator of weakness. Or boredom.
Sure, he sees the game already over.
I think it's fair that Aditya, had his Mulcharming game 1, that got Ash Blossom. Manuel has a Mulcharming game 2. Aditya had his turn to have Ash Blossom. But now he's going to I've talked about it. You have send the Neptibus and summon the Poseidra. This has been the bread and butter of the Mermail Atlantean strategy all weekend. So we can get the 2 level 4s on the field.
Hola, Galote, ¿qué tal, pana? Nada, se está jugando la semifinal. Noticias, no te has perdido de momento de mucho. La banlist todavía no hay nada oficial. Porfa, dime si se escucha mejor ahora. Ya usted el audio.
I need you to stay with me, Billy. Don't get too distracted.
I'm focused. I'm locked in. Sala. This is the top 4. I'm not going anywhere.
Interesting that he opted to use this extension line instead of opting for the Minstrel. I think he saw that if he Minstrels, he would not have access to Mullen's Glacier, and he had the soul read that his opponent would not have a Nibiru the Primal Being. Either that or he just knows by now that it's not in his opponent's deck.
Gracias, brother, gracias. Estoy ahí pendiente, ¿ok? Bien, como te decía, esto ya es la semifinal. Se está jugando Atlanten con Rysil. El Atlanten es el único, digamos, de los decks sorpresas que estaban en el top cut, que ha llegado tan lejos. Estaba un Rescue Ace. Ahorita lo que está quedando ya es puro Rysil. Este en su versión pura con el Atlante, y sería lo que se está disputando ahora las últimas mesas, los últimos puestos. Pero el Atlante lo está haciendo muy bien, también tiene buen piloto. El jugador Adita jugó con un Rysil y realmente fue muy bueno. Realmente ahora también está haciendo lo propio. Bueno, ya este juego, ya en este match, el jugador Rysil tiene 1 arriba
this is only happens when you have the seal again in your hand. Seal again able to discard a card now.
Hay que ver a qué puedo hacer con lo que queda de juego.
It's 2025, and this super ancient deep sea fish is going to summon more fish from the deck to the field. I told you, we're in the deep end now. We're going about as deep as you can go into the water, into the depths.
I mean, I think we're deep enough that the game should already be over. Manuel's just sitting there letting it happen.
Hand on head.
And they have plenty of time. I suppose he might as well see what other cards are in a deep strategy. He might also trying to figure out if there's also the barrier statue in his deck.
Sí, es probable que anuncien algo. De hecho, estaban hablando un poco de algunas noticias. Se pensó que iban a dar alguna información de la banlist, pero de momento no ha habido nada oficial con respecto a lo del Master Duel para Switch 2. No ha habido nada tampoco concreto, pero es probable que antes de la final haya algo de eso.
A fish, so it's going to go after the Abyss Pike and then copy its level, so they're going to be 2 level 4 monsters.
He's going to make a Bahamut Shark again.
Very typical for this deck.
Again. And now he's overlaying those two for
oh no, he's leaving us on.
Y como decía, el jugador allí del Atlantic es bastante buen piloto, así que hay que ver qué pasa con este match.
He's still going to make another Bahamut Shark again. But he's going to have some more value along the way. All right, here comes the Bahamut Shark.
Gracias, Gatolete, por tus comentarios. Si tienes alguna duda adicional, coméntamela. Y si quieres apoyarme, suscríbete al canal, pana.
Two totally awesomes, 2 cards ripped from the hand thanks to Mule and Glacia. We talked about how Mermelanian's been doing well going second all day. Well, it does even better when it gets the opportunity to go first like that, thanks to multiple copies of Bahamut Shark. Abyss Glacia is coming down next. That'll be useful. Usually it's useful to ditch Atlantean monsters from your hand during your opponent's turn to trigger something like Atlantean heavy infantry, so you can destroy a face-up card on your opponent's side of the field.
You basically want to have 2 forms of ways to discard from your hand, so you want to have access to infantry and access to way to discard.
El Rush Duel para Estados Unidos. No he visto ese leak. Es interesante. Si tienes alguna información me la puedes compartir como para revisarlo. Sería súper bueno. Es probable puede que anuncien algo en el segundo trimestre de este año, después del lanzamiento de Stampede que viene ahora. Puede ser que anuncien algo con respecto a eso. El jugador Atlante entonces gana este juego, van 1-1, quedarían ya al tercer juego del match y se estaría casi metiendo en la final. Ya de por sí es bastante sorprendente que un Atlante llegue tan lejos pues dentro de un match, dentro de un meta de Raisil. Pero al menos lo que estaba conversando con unos amigos no es tan loco como el meta de Tier Lament, por ejemplo.
Can't get no respect for Nibiru around here, but you know, that's not exactly the card that we've seen a lot of this weekend. It's kind of fallen out of favor as the cycle of Yu-Gi-Oh interactions kind of goes, that some events that Nibiru will be in everyone's decks and others.
No me conviene que gane ninguno en particular, o sea, no aposté en ese caso. Pero me gustaría que ganara el Atlantic. Realmente, yo creo que nadie lo viene a venir, pues. Lo ve venir. Y si gana el Atlantic, es como cuando tú ves que hay algo desfavorable y tú como que le apuestas para darle más ánimo. Entonces, dentro de un meta de decks caros y donde todo el tiempo se dice que no, el último deck de la expansión es el que tiene la mayor posibilidad de ganar, me gustaría, tú sabes, ver la excepción. Si se puede ver que gane un deck que no tenga ningún tipo de o sea, preferencia pues en esa situación, sería bastante bonito. Sobre todo en un meta o un top cup donde es el único que no es Raisil. Había un Labyrinth que estaba también en el top cut. Se estaba jugando el top 8, pero perdió con un memento. Así que podría ser una final memento Labyrinth. De hecho, lo están comentando en este momento.
Instead, we have Atlantean Mermail, Goblin Bikers, and a couple of Raziel decks. Only ones remaining in this tournament.
I mean, I would have believed you if you told me there would be 2 Rise. I would have definitely believed you if you told me there would have been a Mermail next, but I would have never expected the Goblin Memento.
Yeah, Pascal really putting on a clinic with that deck this weekend. And if he had lost, it would have been Labyrinth in the top 4. It was so close. That match was a good one, but Pascal was able to take that. But now we are here in game number 3 of our first semifinal match. The decks are shuffled. The side decks have been utilized. We're mere moments away.
I mean, Manuel still doesn't seem so confident. The head is still heavy. But he is able to go first now, and all he has to do is try to set up a Dweller again. But Dicha will have potentially more answers in things like the Season Court.
Yeah, that's the big difference after diving into the side decks, is there's definitely cards in the side deck that will target down Abyss Dweller, because they know that is what the players are going to try and go into before anything else to make sure they can cut off those all-important graveyard effects. But this is it. This is our first semifinal.
Así que se viene el juego 3 de la semifinal.
And we'll move on to the finals.
Your first finalist
of YCS Houston.
Todavía no se sabe cuál es el otro deck que va a jugar con este. Se está disputando en este momento. Sería el primer finalista.
Down here in Texas.
I would have never known that.
Soho? No. Bonfire coming down here from Manuel. A good start.
Comienza el jugador Raizil con Bonfire. Ash. Bien tirada la Ash ahí.
He's trying to say, I don't think you have any Raziel monsters. Pot of Desires is up next.
I mean, that is technically a sign of weakness.
Uy, lo baiteó. Le baiteó la Bonfire. Ok. Está bien.
So he's a check the banish before draw player, I see. I feel like there's 2 different schools of duelists. Okay, that's not a Raziel monster. Oh.
Yo creo que antes de la final, Gatolete. Antes de la final, ahorita se debe estar disputando la semifinal. Y antes de la final, seguramente sacan un leak de algo. Como para hacer un poco de tiempo. Porque ellos antes de la final siempre compran algo de tiempo para organizar el evento, tú sabes, el equipo de jueces. No, pana, soy de Venezuela.
Did we check to see if he had Raziel monsters left in his deck beyond that?
I saw his Desires Banish file, and there was barely any Raziel names. I saw the Plasma Hall, but I didn't see much.
No, I think he'll live without it.
Yeah, I think
many players have.
All right, here comes Duo Drive. Ash Blossom's gone. The Duo Drive resolves. Adichie took the big gamble. Usually when you Ash Blossom something like Bonfire, that's kind of signaling your hand might be weak. You don't have any other forms of interaction. So you're just kind of gambling and hoping they don't have anything else to play with after that. It's a tall order, but sometimes pays off.
Looks like we're just going to go for the node as well as the Raziel Cross. Going to activate the Raziel Cross here. And now we're going to be special summoning the node.
Activa campo, convoca especial. Efecto, envía al cementerio para convocar. Sí.
I wonder if we have enough ways to extend here to get to Dweller. Like, yeah, he has to consider this. Is he going to summon the detonator?
He was looking at Exaton.
That'd be an interesting one.
Yeah, no, okay, it is Abyss Dweller. This is the key point in the match. Will the Abyss Dweller be enough?
Okay, so here is the extra Raziel. We're opting to summon the Dweller first. It looks like we still might have the ability to extend here. We're going to be able to send the Eclipse Twins.
I had detonator in my hand.
You didn't play the detonator.
What? You have to commit to it.
No, I don't think you put the detonator down.
Was the detonator ever on the field?
No. I saw him just moving the cards in his extra ground while he was trying to decide. I don't think it ever touched down on the field.
Un leak de Konami con respecto a Yu-Gi-Oh últimamente no he visto algo así. No mucho. Yo creo que un poco de leak lo que puede haber es lo que se puede especular de la banlist, porque con todas las reimpresiones que se vienen en Stampede, puede ser, ya uno puede sacar alguna información de lo que se puede venir en la banlist. Por ejemplo, fíjate que viene Masterpiece reprint, viene incluso hasta Maxi reprint. Entonces ahí yo creo que eso es otro tema, pero uno puede especular con respecto a la banlist que se podría venir algo de eso.
Right, and then potentially to get the draw as well.
Yeah, you'd have the Eclipse Twins under the detonator.
El Dueler ha sido MVP aquí y no sé qué tanto le pueda doler a Dita el Dueler en este momento. Pero creo que lo va a utilizar porque va a hacer otro exit. Usa efecto del Dueler y ella hace otro exit. Lo utiliza como material, me parece.
So now we're putting the two cards back. We draw another good card here.
Tiene un Book of Soul con la mano.
Even two of the spells and traps before we pass on over to Aditya. Double checking all his cards real quick before doing so. And yep, there is a passive turn. Aditya has a lot to handle here. Again, facing down the detonator as
Book of
well
Moon,
as the
perdón.
Whistler,
Que
as
tiene en
well
la
as the
mano.
Rise Your Cross.
Bueno, ya lo setió.
Will he have an answer at all?
Does Aditya have Xyz Encore?
It's the only card that'll really do it here, and even then doesn't seal the game for you. You still have to deal with the cross and
Yo
the detonator.
creo que Adita sale de esta. Yo creo que sí. Y si sale de esta, entonces la final va a estar muy buena. De hecho, Adita creo que es local, creo que de acá, de Houston incluso.
He does have it. He has Xyz Encore.
Thinking on target.
Thinking on target. Oh, what do you mean thinking on target? What is Aditya cooking? What is going on? I'm so excited to see how this turn's going to play out. We have a game, folks.
Is it Xyz Encore once per turn?
It's been a while. I'd have to pull up the card text on that one to see if it was once per turn. I've only ever used it once on Ophion, so I don't know if I ever needed the second one. Let's go ahead and pull up the card text real fast.
It doesn't look like it.
Okay, it's not once per turn, so
Gatolete, update de pago de Master Duel, ¿como más o menos a qué te refieres? ¿A qué clase de update podría venir ahí, o sea, en tu... en lo que puedas creer, o sea, un update de pago, o sea, ¿en qué sentido?
Can we do it again to really simplify this game?
Sorry?
Is he activating the effect of sword?
We gotta get. No, never mind. That'll be something I can talk about in the future, but we are in the present right now. He's gonna go. Deep Sea Mitchell discard Dragoons.
That's pretty good.
There is a card in his hand he does need to take out. It's the card I was talking about last game that we thought people weren't playing, but maybe they're just not drawing it. This is prompting a deep think here from Manuel. This is game 3, a lot on the line here.
The deep think for the deep sea.
Poco comentando lo que dicen los comentaristas, valga la redundancia, que ya, bueno, en el juego 3, un poco arriesgándose todo por parte de los dos jugadores para lo que se pueda venir en la final.
Nibiru, Bonfire, and X. I mean,
you have to take away the Nibiru, right? Like the only card that really matters here.
It's only for the turn. Dragoons is going to let him add.
Lo mejor que pudo haber hecho. Nibiru yo creo que es el peor enemigo del Atlante. Ahorita podría decirse que puede jugar tranquilo. Ni siquiera el Book of Moon que tiene seteado. Necesita una negación o algo así, pero una vez que vaya la Neptavis y la Neptavis no tiene ningún tipo de interrupción, yo creo que es full combo.
Is that good enough? I mean, he can send another copy of Dragoons here to get rid of the detonator, and it will get rid of the detonator because now that cross is gone.
Sí, Gatolete, es probable que anuncien algo de eso. Es probable que lo hagan o no lo hagan, digamos, de manera tan directa. Es más probable que filtren algo como para que la gente también especule y la misma gente genere la publicidad en torno a lo que se pueda salir. O es probable que en definitiva, antes de la final, salga algo de eso, pero hasta el momento no ha habido nada concreto con respecto a una potencial ban leak o un leak de algo que se vaya a filtrar. Y bueno, el streaming lo he tenido ya desde hace 4 horas y no se ha filtrado nada. Es probable que antes de la final salga algo.
Aditya out of cards in hand. I think there's one material left under detonator.
That makes sense. One from cross.
Compartan el link con los panas. Estamos en español. Ok. Ya el próximo juego debería ser la final, así que... Sí, la carta es buena contra Neptavis, pero igual el efecto debería pasar. El Book of Moon tenía un target, era la Neptavis, pero yo creo que todavía tiene posibilidad. De hecho, tiene 8000 puntos. O sea.
Just checking the stats on that card real quick. During the end phase, Minstrel will give back the Nibiru to Manuel's hand. And then we're drawing for turn. The rest is just a formality at this point.
Yeah, we are moments away from seeing Manuel find his way into the finals, thanks to Book of Moon.
We're going to be starting with X-Ryzeal, sending another copy of Eclipse Twins to the graveyard.
Ok, se concedió el jugador del Atlante y parece que ahora continúa el Ryzeal.
I believe both effects here. I think he's just making sure that he can even resolve X-Ryzeal. Yeah, making sure to check before it makes the legal activation.
Sí, claro, tiene que terminar esta transmisión. Y después yo diría que es probable que unos 30 minutos antes de la final. Yo pienso que antes de las 6 ya el evento debería haber terminado. Antes de las 6 horas de acá de Houston, no sé la hora de ustedes, muchachos. Pero eso más o menos. Es la estimación. Generalmente esa es la hora del término de los eventos. El domingo antes de las 6 ya está todo listo.
It happens. No big deal.
Makes a lot of sense here in this situation. I don't think you were too worried about it.
He will be able to continue his plays.
So now the Eclipse Twins is able to resolve. I believe there are enough targets in the graveyard because there are... Actually, there might not be. It's just 2 Eclipse Twins and... Oh, there's 2 Eclipse Twins and Duo Drive. So you can put it on the Duo Drive.
Is there? Oh, yeah, because the Duo Drive got sent from the Node Ryzeal on the previous turn.
The Duo Drive was properly summoned.
Indeed, it was. Don't do this to us. We're so close to the finish line.
I mean, if Aditya was looking for an out.
Ok, estamos consultando en este momento una jugada con el Ryzeal, con los jueces. Como a la espera de la resolución. A lo mejor aquí viene el leak que está buscando Gatolete.
I could see Manuel's hand, and he bonfired, it got ashed. If the Spot of Desires didn't get him any Ryzeal cards, he was going to be able to set Book of Moon, Imperm, and have some defensive
But that was never going to be enough.
Yeah, never. He needed way more than that, and the Desires got there. And I mean, I talked about that's one of the big advantages of pure Ryzeal over Fiendsmith Ryzeal is you do get high impact spell cards like Pot of Desires. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Pot of Greed. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck and add it to my hand.
Yeah, ideally, he led with Bonfire because he wanted to get the Ryzeal cards out of his deck. He wanted to get the 1-ofs out, the Cross, the Node. But in situations when you don't have access to any of those cards, you will take the risk because you'd rather have the option to play than not.
Definitely. All right, looks like we're just double checking, make sure that PE minor didn't get upgraded, make sure he hasn't been using that same penalty throughout the tournament. Nope, this was the first time. No upgrade here. Play will proceed.
No Eclipse Twins effect, it seems. We're going to be
Ok, parece que todo continúa.
Going to be able to grab Ice Ryzeal.
Normal summon Ice.
Está difícil para el jugador de Atlantic, pero si aguanta este turno, yo creo que puede dar una sorpresa.
Able to just send the sword. Oh no, we're going to just be summoning away another X Ryzeal here.
The drain has been opened. The water is gone. All there is now is lightning and electrifying excitement from the Ryzeal side.
Sí, ese anime va a estar bueno. Es la historia de algunas cartas. Creo que Kitara del Blue Eyes está ahí también. Entonces, se viene bastante bueno. Eso va a estar bastante interesante porque yo creo que ese lore va a abrir un espacio bueno para captar a más jugadores, a más personas, incluso más interesadas en lo que es la historia de los artes. Entonces se le va a dar un poco más de profundidad al mismo juego.
So it's 15, 17. Oh, okay, we just have to get over the I almost forgot that was there.
I mean, you might as well have. It wasn't doing much.
I mean, blocking the attack here was pretty relevant. The teacher doesn't know about the plugin.
Oh, yeah, because there's so many one cards he can draw off the top of his deck that are going to get back into this game.
Hey, man, look.
Hey, it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
You have to believe in the heart of the cards, because if not, what else are you going to believe in?
So it was 27 after the fact with the duo drive.
Plug-in activated here. I mean, this is the big thing. A lot of people aren't playing plug-in and Plasma Hull, but Manuel has decided to use them in his pure Raziel strategy, and that might be why he is on his way to the finals.
Plug-in just giving the extra material to the duo drive here, so it's even stronger.
And just, you know, every time that there's a PE minor given, especially at this late stage in the game when there's been so many rounds, you always have to verify to make sure it shouldn't be upgraded, because the judge who initially gave those warnings, you don't want to make sure it's the same warning over and over again, as I explained earlier, but you want to make sure it doesn't get upgraded. And that's why, you know, the head judge had to explain to both players that it's not being upgraded because he hasn't committed that same infraction previously in the tournament. Patience is key. We waited for it, and now Manuel, all the way from Switzerland,
parece que pasa el Raziel.
finals of YCS Houston. Unfortunately, a DJ
Pasa el Raziel, señores. Está confirmado. Lamentablemente se queja del Atlante. Hizo tremendo papel. No aguantó contra el Raziel. Interesante que el Raziel, la propuesta del Raziel es un Raziel puro. Estaba bueno también un Raziel Finn Smith. También está bastante bueno. Pero de momento la final es Raziel, probablemente con Raziel o Memento.
Libra de Luna?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, we got them all day. Book of Moon, an oldie but a goodie. One of my favorite cards. And it is still
Así que de acá los invito a que se queden. La final, el otro juego, la semifinal, es muy probable que se esté disputando. A lo mejor la transmiten o transmiten una parte. Y después de ahí puede que haya un interludio de 10 minutos antes de que comience la final. 10-15 minutos. Igual quédense atentos. Vamos a estar acá pendiente en caso de que adelanten los juegos, de que sean un poco más rápidos. Compartan el link, denle like, suscríbanse.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen how the game's evolved several times. You talk about how Book of Moon used to be worse against the Mermail deck, but the Mermail deck has changed so much, and Book of Moon, its role has stayed the same. It's able to be so strong against these strategies that need to just resolve one monster, but if it doesn't happen on summon, that's one of the few cards that can tackle it.
No, cierro el directo, pana, no lo cierro, estoy conectado. De hecho, gracias por quedarte y gracias por la interacción. Me ayuda muchísimo y me mantiene también activo, así que yo feliz de estar acá interactuando, pana. Nada, esperamos la final. Yo creo que van a estar hablando un poco. Ya lo que queda es nada de evento, así que lo espero conectado. Es probable, como decía, que hablen de algo. Hay que estar pendiente, de hecho, porque es probable que lancen, si van a lanzar un leak, que lo lancen ahora, porque está el interludio antes de la final. O que, en definitiva, si todavía el juego de la segunda semifinal se está jugando, que pongan algún avance de ese juego. Es probable que también lo hagan.
These YCS wins don't expire, that's for sure. But it's been an excellent tournament so far. I mean, and it's lived up to the hype that I had coming into it. I mean, we've seen Tombkeeper, Mermaid Atlantean, definitely a deck that I thought might make the finals. We really, after top 8, thought maybe this was a Deech's tournament to win. Came so close, but unfortunately just short.
Yeah, and then I think Goblin Memento does have a good chance of playing in strictly to a Ryziel matchup, mainly because of those Goblin cards.
I mean, he's going to have to defeat the same deck basically 2 rounds in a row as he's going to take on the other player from Switzerland. And that's
El directo interrumpido desde hace 4 horas. Llevando en español lo que ha sido el YCS y la última parte del YCS acá en Houston. Voy a traducirle un poco. Claro, la felicita. La entrevista que le hace Jackie Jean a Manuel. Estaba súper nervioso, dice ella. Manuel, ¿qué? Le pregunta que por qué, que estuviste testeando. Dice, lo que pasa es que o sea, la cagué un poco, leyéndonos. Me dice, estaba nervioso por eso. Me dice, bueno, estás un poco nervioso ahora, ¿cuál es tu mindset? ¿Cómo te preparas para lo que viene? Me dice, no sé ahora, estoy tratando de relajarme y bueno, nada, tratando de ver cómo puedo enfrentarme a lo que viene. Sí. ¿Quién va a ganar? No puedo decir quién va a ganar de momento, pero me dice que no le importa porque ya está en la final y que no le importa. Jackie Jean pregunta. Es de Suiza, él pregunta que por qué sería tan importante para él ganar un YCS en América. Dice que es porque es de Europa y bueno, eso sería realmente un accomplishment, pues, un logro para él, llevarse el triunfo para Europa. ¿Algún mensaje que quiera darle a la gente que está viendo? Le dice que muchas gracias a la gente que está observando, a la multitud, los que lo están apoyando. Preguntan un poco de qué pasa, de que están comentando de que los jugadores europeos son mejores que los americanos. Si nos vamos a los hechos, realmente no estoy de acuerdo. Hay muchos jugadores buenos en Europa, hay muchos jugadores buenos en Latinoamérica. Hay muchos jugadores buenos aquí. Yo creo que es un tema que se abre mucho al debate, pero depende de muchos factores. Depende de los formatos, depende de las banlists, incluso depende del poder adquisitivo en muchos casos, así que muchos factores. Lo que se viene: México, YCS entre el 19 y 20, Quito, mayo, Río, o no sé qué es provincia, Vancouver, Canadá, agosto, septiembre, Lima, octubre, Anaheim. Ese es el calendario de los próximos eventos.
If you see me at an event, make sure you come up. Or Asala, we're always happy to say hello. And now we're going to be moving on to our second semifinal and then the finals. And then I'm going to figure out what's going on with Jerome, maybe, or maybe not.
Como que, ¿qué tipo de experimentos comenta, Gatolete? Más o menos como que, ¿a qué te refieres? Yu-Gi-Oh con coste, si fueran capaces de hacer el Dual Link, quizá los random hagan eso. Gente, compartan, estamos ya a minutos de ver la final, compartan con los amigos, tenemos aquí traducciones en español, animaciones en español, así que... ya esto un poquito de interludio antes de la final.
Is it triple tactics talent? No. Triple tactics thrust? No. What else I gonna ask? Is it played in Ryzo deck? No. Is it played in Malice deck?
Yes.
Is it Allure Darkness?
Yes.
Oh.
You got it good.
Nueva forma de juego como el Rush Duel. Ah, ya entiendo a lo que te refieres. Sí, pana, lo que pasa es que ellos están tratando de captar a un público nuevo, un público más fresco, un público más joven. Entonces están, tú sabes, como están expandiendo un poco la marca. Entonces incurren en el anime para el lore, para, yo creo que en la mayoría de los casos para el público un poco más fijo, el público un poco más fiel. Y este tipo de juegos alternativos, con artes alternativos y reglas alternativas, es para en definitiva captar un público diferente. No sé qué tipo de formato juegas tú, pana, gatolete, pero en definitiva, o sea, yo creo que es cuestión de gusto. En la medida que la gente se vaya adaptando a los formatos, también los va aceptando con mayor, con mejor recepción, tú sabes. No sé.
Rayfield, ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous?
No.
Quick play?
Nope.
Con mejor recepción, tú sabes.
Does it start with an A?
No.
B?
No.
Todo esto que está pasando ahora, esto ya está es reciclado, ya fue, digamos, como les decía, es un poco el interludio para previa a la final. Siempre se busca tener fresco, dar incluso un descanso mental a los jugadores, muchachos, porque yo he estado en esas situaciones. Obviamente no he estado en un top, pero he estado en eventos grandes. Sé lo que es estar bajo presión, sobre todo estos muchachos vienen, hay tiempo de viajes asociados, hay también el tiempo de los días de juego. Ayer se jugó todo el día, hoy ya va casi 8 horas de juego, entonces todo eso tiene un agotamiento mental. Por eso le están dando ese chance a la gente de que se recupere un poco antes de la final. Sí, sabe, pana, eventualmente, muchas veces incluso son los jugadores los que establecen los formatos de juego. Por ejemplo, Commander de Magic, hasta donde tengo entendido, viene de una forma de juego que los mismos jugadores estuvieron como probando. Y también el formato de Yu-Gi-Oh! Del GOAT es lo que la gente también quería. No simplemente quería jugar meta, sino que quería quedarse con un formato definitivo más anterior, que no se actualizara tanto y que no implicara tanto gasto, todas las expansiones. O sea, la misma comunidad va generando este tipo de formatos, ¿sabes? Hablando un poco de los jugadores.
His fun fact is he thinks his IQ is unfortunately bigger than his biceps. I don't know, that was what his fun fact was, everybody.
Hay dos jugadores de Suiza en el top, es bastante interesante.
Are you ready, crowd? Love the enthusiasm. Let's send it over to our casters.
Me parece que es la segunda semifinal, muchachos. Incluso la segunda semifinal. Perfecto, se tomaron el tiempo de transmitir a las dos, lo que es bastante bueno. Esto también le da un poco más de holgura al juego. Así que viene la segunda semifinal. Jugador Pascal me parece que está jugando el Memento, si mal no recuerdo. Y Kevin está jugando de Suiza, está jugando YCS. Parece que es su versión pura, no estoy seguro, vamos a verificarlo en este momento. Vamos entonces, señores, a la segunda semifinal de cara a la final del YCS de Houston del 2025. Estamos llevándolo en vivo. Esto está pasando en este momento en la ciudad de Houston, Texas.
But both of these duelists have been up on top tier tables before, so they're going to have to get locked in and just show us what they got.
Compartan el link, es tiempo de compartir el link a los amigos, a los que estén conectados. Si hay un lugar para ver el juego, este es el lugar, comunidad hispana. Y si quieren apoyarme, consideren suscribirse, muchachos. Realmente me ayudarían muchísimo. A apoyarme con likes, comentarios, gatolete. Muchísimas gracias, mi pana. Acabo de ver que te suscribiste. Gracias por la interacción. Realmente significa mucho para mí. Y bueno, también en la medida de que te pueda responder todas tus inquietudes, estoy aquí para precisamente hacerlo.
And you can surprise your opponent, but well, I already had it, so here's some more Rizal names.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be, I think, the duel of the most amount of engine possible in Pascal and the least amount of engine possible, but all the non-engine you need to support that in Kevin. It's going to be super awesome to see.
And again, it is a great showcase of how far Memento can get you into a tournament. I think there may be a few new Memento players after this.
Sí, sí, pana. Yo estoy seguro que antes de la final sacan un leak. Es probable. Es posible. Poco probable, pero es posible. Empezamos entonces con el primer juego de la semifinal. Está jugando Memento contra Rizal puro. Goblin Memento. Buen piloto, jugador de Goblin Memento. El del Rizal sí lo vi jugando bien, la versión pura, pero quiero decir que el del Goblin Memento lo ha jugado bien. Jugó contra un Labyrinth. Y creo que yo diría que no es un Goblin Memento, es un Goblin Memento Droplet, porque el partido anterior, el juego anterior, lo que ganó fue Droplet.
You know, there is a running gag among European duelists that nobody knows how plants work. I wonder if nobody knows how Memento works.
Permanence al Memento.
Wow,
Yo creo que esa impermanence estuvo muy rápida. Me parece que esa impermanence fue tirada de manera muy apresurada. Pienso personalmente.
You wouldn't want to do it in an immediate chain because you still have to be able to destroy a Memento monster in order for Tatsuno and Toshigo to work there. And of course, jokes aside there, just like Billy was saying earlier, it doesn't matter where you are from in this world. As long as you put the time in, you get the grind in, you are a great duelist. And that's exactly what these two international players are.
But here we got the Anwich being able to search his deck right now. Probably going to get access to Dark Legs. He hasn't normal summoned yet for turn. That could be pretty nice. Or that Sleepy for that extra extension because the monster has been destroyed this turn.
Just like you said, Kevin may not have
Estos Mementos han caído especial, todavía no ha hecho la normal.
It's a great card, and I feel like it's been the MVP for Pascal. All these different fusion summons has kept him in this tournament. This is his third time on the
Sí, hablan un poco de que ha sido como el MVP, la Anwich para Pascal. Realmente cada vez que la ha sacado ha hecho full combo. También tiene un combo Utopia que ha utilizado y ha presionado bastante con ese combo como un extender. Así que muchas veces lo utiliza incluso para pulsear. Entonces por eso es que yo creo que no hay que botar, digamos, en las primeras jugadas las trampas. O las hand traps en este caso. Ya funciona de una. Yo creo que yo diría, claro, obviamente que es muy difícil predecir el futuro. Y no se sabe si Kevin tenga alguna otra hand trap y la está esperando. Puede ser, no sé, algún Ash o algún Baylor o algún Nibiru. Pero la impermanence debió haber ido ahí.
Good looking out for sure. Again, still Yu-Gi-Oh competition. We're all excited about the finals here. 55 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a long game here.
So we have Akihiron being sent as the first card. That'll get some extra attention back in the graveyard. We have Combined Creation. We'll have more than enough names once this Creation King is done resolving. So that can definitely be a big threat during Kevin's turn.
Estaba esperando tiradrol. Parece que está bien, por lo menos.
And the final card will be, looks like a spell
No
card
se va a añadir más nada por lo que queda de turno.
after the Stroll and Lockbird is done resolving.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to use it now, but could be something that you have from the graveyard with the Akihira.
Oh, that looks like the field spell actually. Yeah, we're going to be sending that so we can activate it during this turn potentially. We can add it back with Akihiron like you said. Yeah, but then Gaddock's effect to add from the graveyard to hand as well.
It's just such a strange deck. If you haven't played against Memento before, you know, there's some decks where you're like, I don't get what you're doing. There's just a bunch of monsters on the field. I don't feel any pressure. You're not taking any cards out of my hand, destroying, etc. But it plays
Sí, lo comenta un poco bueno, valga la redundancia, ¿no? El comentarista dice, o sea, cuando te enfrentas a Memento realmente no sabes a qué pegarle porque te hace mucho spam de cosas, tiene mucho extender y en definitiva no sabes a dónde va a ir el target de tus recursos, ¿me entiendes? Y eso es lo que puede estarle pasando a Kevin en este momento. Yo he jugado contra un momento en un par de oportunidades nada más y sí, en definitiva es verdad.
By returning these 5 names back to the deck, that's Tatsuno Toshiko, Sleepy, Akihiron, Gaddock, and the Creation King. Keeping access to that Anguish in case we want to summon it back during Kevin's turn to get that search for potentially a Mace for another interruption.
Or you could get the Goblin too in order to protect targeting, and targeting may serve you well knowing your opponent is likely on Ryzel. If you just peek over at any of these featured match streams, you've gotten a little bit of a taste of what your opponent might be on.
And here we have the Memento Field spell being activated to set a spell trap from the graveyard. We're going to target the Bone Party. Kevin's just reading it to
Y el Memento Field del campo le permite setear una carta que es la que acaba de setear en este momento.
There is nothing wrong with reading your opponent's cards. It's important that both players know exactly what's going on.
Like I said, all the memento cards are
Dicen que lo de leer también las cartas está bastante bueno porque es parte de, digamos, no lo dicen teóricamente, implícito, no lo dicen textualmente, pero es parte del fair play, pues, por así decirlo. Incluso en los juegos anteriores hubo un par de misplays que retrasaron un poco las partidas, entonces yo creo que es preferible también que ambos jugadores, y es lo que dice el comentarista, estén claros de lo que está pasando.
Kevin did go -2 essentially on turn 0, trying to stymie and interrupt Pascal's turn, but he was still able to establish quite the board in spite of that.
Let's start off with X Ryzel likely sending, the Areologic Aggregator to the graveyard.
So we're going to have Chainlink 1BX, Chainlink 2B Aggregator targeting the Creation King to negate. We could chain SP, we could chain Migration here to summon. Lots of options here for Pascal.
It kind of forces the Anguish. I don't think that's too much of a problem, though, from Pascal's perspective, because he could just summon the Anguish out and grab Mace or Goblin, respectively.
There's also an argument using SP and just banishing this extra Iziel. That way it's off the board and can't be used for an XE summon.
Sí, está hablando un poco de que podría utilizar el efecto del Exi, banearlo y banear también el Ryzel para evitar de que haga el combo y convoque al Exi, ¿sabes?
I feel like it was the triple tactics talent bluff there, if he actually does have it or not, but it did keep Pascal at bay. He did not choose to special summon any monsters from the grave with Nemetal combined creations effect. Now we're getting Sword Ryzel.
The effective search on summon here. Is that a normal summon or is
Probable que ahí juegue el efecto del SP para evitar de que se haga el Exi. Vamos a ver qué pasa.
He's got one on field, so it does appear to be the special summon. Probably trying to hold off there for the Ice Ryzel.
See if we're going to chain Bone Party to Sword Ryzel.
Seems to be fine.
We're going to be destroying our own combined creation to either summon or add to hand. This could be the add to hand for Mace, but oh no, now that we don't have combined
creation. Destruye su propia carta para convocar algo del deck.
So maybe trying to wind up for next turn.
Well, because the combined creation was destroyed, Memento Micron will be able to bring back that Anguish. And what's cool is he's doing all this with just spell cards.
Y por la convocación y el...
Add the creation back to hand.
Pascal certainly heeding the words of the judges from earlier.
Dice que se añade creation de nuevo a la mano.
Play action from here.
Yeah, and that's actually a really smart way to get Anguish online, even though the combined creation was
Y convoca a la Anguish.
Really heads up play from him.
Kind of lets him know that there isn't a triple tactics talent right about here, because I feel like this is right when
Memento Ciclán.
But now he can't steal the combined creation. All he can steal is an SP Little Knight,
If your Memento monster battles, your opponent cannot active spell or card traps until the end of the damage step.
Okay. Tiene el efecto de que no se, cuando batalla un memento no se pueden activar cartas del oponente mágicas y trampas hasta la final de la fase de daño.
Perhaps Pascal values more to, instead of clearing the field, he wants to set up his graveyard as much as possible.
Señores, tenemos 5 horas de transmisión. Estamos en la semifinal del YCS de Houston 2025. Compartan para que veamos acá entre todos, comentemos, dejemos los comentarios también, nos respondamos con respecto a la final, que puede ser entre Memento, Ryzel o Ryzel.
Trying to starve Kevin from those effects, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, especially now that Pascal knows that Kevin's follow-up is going to be Ice Ryzel. You can just chain the Ice Ryzel effect on summon SP Little Knight if he chooses to go for it. And if he chooses not to to go for it and you have another interaction, you can stop Kevin in his tracks.
When you have a popular deck like Kevin is playing, certainly you have to learn all the different matchups, but everybody's kind of ready for you.
He just conceded Kevin. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's not a concession. He just got rid of both cards. I saw him pick up his hand and I was like, what's happening? I'm so sorry.
No, we're excited too. There's nothing wrong with being excited about this game, but it does look like, again, he's using Creation King. I'm going to destroy 2 of my own mementos to destroy 2 of your own cards, still having the SP Little Knight on hand as well. So I think, again, he is trying to just keep Kevin from getting a single Xyz material on the field. No level 4s for you, sir.
Yep, and we have the Akihiron in play as well coming back because another one was sent from the graveyard. Still have the SP Little Knight, so that pretty much invalidates the Ice Rise Yield like I was saying earlier. Kevin might be forced to Prosperity here, but that guarantees Pascal another turn, and you saw all the follow-up he has access to. That might be too much for Kevin to deal with. You definitely fought a Memento player or Tiber 2 with a full graveyard. It's not fun.
Oh, it is very difficult to get through. You think you finally got through all the interactions, and like, hey, guess what? 4 card effects.
Sí, más o menos lo que comentan es que Kevin está tratando de ver qué es lo que va a jugar para evitar un pulso innecesario. Es decir, ahí por ejemplo hace normal y de una vez reacciona el speed. Entonces es probable que después juegue la Bonfire.
So I feel like you probably get Node Rizel here because you've gone through all these other different effects. You could discard a card in order to special summon another level 4 and still finally be able to get that Xyz summon out. But Pascal's been doing a great job of just keeping Kevin at bay, not trying to give up that spot in the finals.
Yeah, but that just gets you 1 rank 4 monster, and I don't think Detonator alone is enough to stop Pascal at this point. So Kevin's probably just thinking to himself, okay, what is the level 4 that I could go for here that could let me keep playing in a way that's meaningful? Like you said, Node is probably the obvious pick, but that will require another card.
¿Cuál es el nivel 4 que puedo ir aquí? Yo creo que si lo digo me van a odiar. Babusca. Pero no se juega.
It depends on what kind of non-engine Kevin thinks would be useful here. Yeah, I think Drone Lockbird has kind of served its purpose of being a stymie card. Having access to that Prosperity as like the oh no button once his turn is over could be pretty huge.
Like you say stymie card, we were still able to see Pascal do a number of plays under Drone Lockbird, so maybe that is why he discarded it. Didn't do that much.
Yeah, and at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. So we're gonna get that Sword Rizel summon back here using the node, and this will be a potential Xyz summon here. Yeah, the only option I can think of is going to be Rizel Detonator, but I guess we could go for a duo drive and try to get more value that way, but I'm not sure what it does for us.
Eyeballing the Tornado Dragon there for just a moment.
I mean, there are some, like that Memento Miquelon is a pretty powerful field spell, but we are going to go for the duo drive.
Tornado Dragon sería bueno también, lo acaban de comentar, sí, porque podría reventar los dos que el campo también es bastante molesto.
Oh, on resolution, we're going to Forbidden Droplet on the duo drive.
Les dije que este deck era Goblin Memento Droplet. Hermano, si gana este bicho, va a ser Droplet. Pascal Droplet va a ganar. Droplet M. Oh, brother. En los 3 juegos Droplet, brother. No puede ser.
That's correct. Maybe you could make an Eclipse Twins from here, but we are using Pot of Prosperity to banish various different monsters face down.
Yeah, that's going to be the full 6 it looks like, trying to get as much dig as possible. I'm not trying to think of the possible non-engine that he could be digging for here. How much is Creation King's defense? Because Book of Moon could matter if he plays that, to be able to attack over it, but right now I believe...
Okay, ahora se va por el Prosperity.
1250.
Yeah, I don't think 1250 is going to cut it here, but let's see if any of these other cards will help.
Well, there is that Book of Moon that I was talking about that he could play in his deck. We see Ash Blossom, Imperm. Those are all pretty good cards. A nice wide gambit, but no Ice Rise Yield is a little bit of a bummer for
Estamos viendo la semifinal del que puede ir contra el suizo. Puede ser una final suiza, sería interesante y bonito también, en definitiva.
We can always get the Book of Moon too and just set it and then use it on Pascal's turn to stop a potential attack and thus get like 1 more turn longer in the game, if that makes sense. Which would be pretty cool.
Some really great choices there, but you can only pick one. The rest have got to go to the bottom of the deck.
I don't think we have any Rizel names in the graveyard, so Cross won't get us any extra digs, but it would give us a potential monster negate during Pascal's turn. Man, if you're Kevin here, all these cards, like, they look really good. They're some of the best cards in the game, but in this exact board texture, I'm not sure they do too much.
Está pensando Kevin qué es lo que se va a traer con Prosperity.
No, the Book of Moon actually. Wow.
Yeah, it's the only one that like does something really meaningful on Pascal's turn as well.
El Book of Moon también está haciendo un buen MVP acá.
Multiple things as long as you destroy multiple monsters, which in the Memento deck is no big deal.
Certainly not there. So it looks like we're going to let SP Little Knight resolve during the end phase and return the cards back to the field.
We're going to get the cut from the deck because we were able to search earlier, and then Pascal's going to go to his draw phase. We have the Aki Huron already set up. We have plenty of ways to get more names in the graveyard, so I'm sure Pascal's doing that favorite mass. But there's the Doug Charger coming down, going to be stealing a material from that Duo Drive in order to summon itself. And Pascal gets to pick which one it is, too.
It is so hyped to see Goblin Bikers working for their intended purpose, sort of driving by Rizels and say, I'll just take this Exceeds material, that Exceeds material, this Exceeds material.
Kevin reading this card, too, does not bode well for how this turn is probably going to keep going here, because now he's going to get to search for another Goblin Biker card here. Pascal just looking at his extra deck here, being like, what should I summon this turn? Okay, I think I know where I'm going from here. We could see that Grant entrance that we saw him get in his top 8 match. That could be pretty cool. In fact, that is the one he goes for here. That can get him another Doug Charger if he has it in his deck, which I believe we do know he does, because we saw him play 2 earlier.
And the Goblin card's just a great little tech engine here, and obviously that's why we have seen so much just extension and extension and extension out of this deck, but it's also an insurance policy to make sure you actually get to use your favorite cards.
And also the graveyard tech deck.
Yeah, being able to be a 1 card that eats up potentially 2 pops from a Rizal Detonator is so good, especially when you're playing a deck like Memento that has so much extension built in. You can just keep playing despite all the pops they have. Here we have that Grand Entrance. It's going to summon the Duck Charger, and once again,
Sí, dice más o menos que el Goblin Biker Grand Entrance es una especie de garantizarle también una manera de extenderse también. Por eso es que lo usa como una especie de seguro. Que Vingabonga, el Exceed, los Goblin Biker. Y yo creo que en definitiva ya esto es muy probablemente un juego para Pascal. No sé si Kevin tenga algo para darle vuelta, pero de momento me parece que Pascal tiene todas las cartas echadas para ganar el primer juego de la semifinal, de la segunda semifinal, de cara ya a la final que se va a jugar prontamente. Se lo atachó, ahora... Bueno, el Memento es bueno, hace mucho spam, es verdad, pero el bicho lo sabe jugar también, así que hay que darle su crédito.
Yep, here we have Memento Mictlan summoning back Aki Huron. That'll make all of his level 9 and higher Mementos be able to attack directly. We're also going to bring back Anguish thanks to Memento Mictlan's effect. Just let us search.
Every 9 or 10 attack. Level 9 or higher. Yes. Okay.
Yes, just clarifying that level 9 and higher Memento monsters can attack directly. Imagine if they all could. That'd be crazy.
This is level 9.
That's a very different deck, but the biggest boss monsters in this deck, one at 3,000, the other at 5,000. That's enough to empty out anyone's life points at the start of a game.
It is worth noting here that Pascal's board's getting a little clogged, but one Link summon, one XZ summon.
Sí, está más o menos hablando de que tiene que buscar un poquito, colocar algún recurso que le permita ir por el OTK o algo que gane por lo menos en este turno, pues ya no espera que el Rizal se levante para el siguiente.
They can certainly try scrolling through the graveyard again. Plenty of options. You know that your opponent has a very limited hands here.
Here we're seeing the Ang, which is the effect, I believe, to destroy the Aki Huron, and I think it just summons from graveyard, right?
That's correct. It still summons a level 2 or lower Memento monster.
And we have Gaddock in the graveyard? Question mark? Because we added back the Goblin, right?
I believe so. Yes. So there's Gaddock.
There he is.
3 cafés encima y todavía hay bostezo. El bostezo de la segunda semifinal, que está muy interesante. No, eso sí ha pasado. Realmente los juegos con este pana, con Pascal, han sido demasiado... Casualmente coincidimos un poco con los comentaristas. Son demasiado largos. Con Labyrinth también fue largo.
so he's trying to play around as best as possible. But right now, I feel like he feels very unfettered and is going to combo up as much as possible, like you said.
All right, well, let's see what he does with that almost full hand of cards there. Gonna go ahead and drop down the Sleepy.
I believe that's going to be the special summon effect, and then we're going to use the effect to summon.
Ah, fusion time.
Another Creation King. That is, will definitely give you the names you need. And there we see Kevin conceding. That is a real concession there. No false alarms this time.
Entonces Kevin va a al segundo juego. Y en definitiva, si bien Pascal estaba buscando la manera de ir con todo, hacer el OTK y hacer el daño que faltaba, se extiende demasiado, se extiende muchísimo. También le quita velocidad al juego, cansa al otro jugador. Acuérdense que estamos hablando de que hay un desgaste. Estos jugadores tienen ya 2 días jugando todo el día, hay un desgaste mental. Ahorita el que tenga la mente más fresca y todo más fuerte, que sea mentalmente más fuerte, es el que gana en definitiva. Hay muchas formas de equivocarse a este punto, a esta altura. Hay presión asociada también.
I love what Kevin did here, by the way. He performed the old maneuver colloquially called the smoke screen. It's totally legal. You combine your deck and side deck and then manually remove out the cards. Maybe you don't actually side deck in anything, but your opponent has no idea how many cards you've actually added in or not. It's a really cool tactic that hasn't been seen for some time, but it's totally legal and really cool.
Yeah, it's always important to conceal as much information as you can, because if I just said, oh, add 3 cards and I'm going second, you could easily go Lightning Storm and Duster. Okay, cool. No big deal. But if I just go all them in and then I'd be like, here's my 15, you're like, okay, did he even change it all? Who knows?
I can see why Kevin is certainly a fan favorite across the pond there, but they are competing. No special advantage that you get here from waking up, maybe in your native time zone. That might be the only thing you get. With 2 experienced duelists go in, they get locked in, and so I'm really excited to see whatever happens here. It's going to be a great one.
Yeah, I think for Kevin, he's just going to want to maximize his ability to play on turn 1 and set up some really powerful XG monsters. I think a card we saw in the last semifinals, Abyss Dweller, could play a big role here in stymieing Pascal enough to where Kevin can walk away with the victory.
But unlike the Mermail matchup, Abyss Dweller is not the 1-card key against Memento, because a lot of those effects you destroy, but the effect is actually applying and resolving on the field. That's what makes Memento so strange. They don't get a lot of bonuses for the cards being destroyed. They do get some, but it's not a deck like Fire Kings or some of the other strategies out there where they want to destroy in order to get the positive effects. It's just part of the effect.
Yeah, it feels like it just kind of like obliterates a lot of the follow-up that the Memento player could have. Things like Aki Huron, things like...
Oh, Creation King in the Graveyard will be able to... So it does get some stuff done. I ain't taking that away from you for sure.
And definitely, I think what is really impressive about the Rise Seal deck is that it's kind of hard to stop. But once it sets up, is it really doing anything too oppressive? Maybe not to people like Pascal, who can just go, I'm going to resolve some Golem Biker effects, turn off your Rise Seal, and then just start playing. And then you're like, oh, I guess you will do that.
Now, I wonder if that's going to change anything that Kevin does if he decides to go first here, because Goblin Bikers, that is really exciting for us to see, but as a duelist piloting Xyz deck, well, let's go right into game 2 to see what changes from Kevin's strategy for now.
Yeah, that's really interesting. What is he going to do? Not summon Xyz monsters?
Well, you can't do that, but you could summon different Xyz monsters. Kevin, always a gentleman there, making sure to offer his opponent a little sign of respect there, and now we draw those 5 and see what happens.
Ooh, there we're going to start with Bonfire. Again, this is always a really interesting play. Does it project weakness? Does it project...
Se viene el juego 2, señores. Se viene con todo el juego 2. La segunda semifinal. Memento contra Raisil. Pascal Droplet juega contra Kelvin Z. ¿Por qué Pascal Droplet? Pregunten. Pregunten en el chat por qué le dicen Pascal Droplet.
We're going to immediately search the node Rise Seal here. And then we're going to special our sword from our hand to get another search from our deck. It could be that what we're doing is preserving our ability to duo drive for the powerful spell and trap cards that are in Rise Seal, like Plasma Hole and Plug-in. I know Manuel was playing Plug-in. Are they also on Plasma Hole?
If they are on Plasma Hole, I am going to jump out of my seat. I've been telling duelists it's a great card.
Lo he bautizado Pascal Droplet, el hombre que tiene 49 droplets en el deck y un Memento. Qué bárbaro con Pascal, que ha jugado droplets en los últimos 3 partidos. Y le ha salido bien, de paso. Con el Labyrinth no le salió tan bien, pero acá le ha salido bastante bien.
Imagine we're just like talking it up for no reason and he just opened like double ice and he's like, I don't need to search another ice. I'm good with this node.
Alright, we'll get the normal summon of ice here. Ice Rizel is going to special summon. Looks like we're burning up another sword Rizel.
And now we have more than enough monsters to start XZ summoning, but we gotta be a little bit careful here from the
Parte entonces, esta vez Kevin está jugando bastante bien. Puede ser que Pascal tenga algún Nibiro, no sabemos. Si está esperando a que tirárselo.
The fifth summon is an Xyz monster, either way.
Looks like we're going to use the sword. I imagine we're going to go straight into dual drive and probably get access to some cross to protect the rest of our plays this turn. We're going to XZ summon for 3 into a detonator straight up.
Maybe not. Maybe. Oh,
that's right.
Okay.
Dual drive also takes 2+. I always forget that. I know for Ryzel it always does, but I've never seen dual drive do more than that. And there we have the imperm on the duo drive.
Ok, ahí va la impermanence a dual drive.
Cross could take a material from Ryzel duo drive instead of a detonator later in the turn, but that infinite permanence shown really late in the turn. We've always talked about when do you jump.
Gatolete, pana, sigues activo. Pendiente, después de esta puede salir algún leak antes de la final. Cualquier cosa que salga de Konami antes de la final. Después de la final, siempre ya la premiación, algo tú sabes, más protocolar, pero el corte de la transmisión es bastante rápido.
Oh, no.
That 3 material dual drive just being sent to the graveyard so we can special this ice and maybe get access to a Ryzel detonator here who can attach the Eclipse Twins.
But it was properly summoned, so it could come up when the Eclipse Twins does get attached, so all's well that may end well later.
100%. I mean, this is still a potential 3 material detonator that goes into another detonator because of Eclipse Twins, which is more than enough disruptions, I think, for Kevin. But we've seen the Goblin put a stop to all XYZ monsters. Imagine you just go detach your Eclipse Twins. No summoning because there's only 1 XYZ in your grave.
So getting rid of the Troll and Lockbird there, not going to hold.
Recordemos que esta versión que está jugando Kevin es un Ryzel puro. Había un Ryzel Finn Smith.
Probably the best capper for this kind of board.
No estoy seguro si el jugador que está en la final es el que tiene o está usando esa versión, pero había un Ryzel Finn Smith que está bastante bueno, bastante interesante. Y en este caso va a jugar a o defecto y probablemente, obviamente ahí le niega algo, es decir, niega las jugadas del cementerio, pero hay que ver si... Okay.
Do you think it telegraphs a Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis? But if you did that, you wouldn't be able to summon anymore for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, but you would be able to out-dweller and out-detonator it with 1 card. That's pretty cool. You're right. Look at you. Look at you seeing the future right there.
I'll turn my Millennium Eye off, I promise. Or maybe at least my necklace.
Also, I mean, Kevin has 1 card in hand and no follow-up, and a Typhon and goes, all right,
lo revienta y le pega. Eso estuvo muy feo, hermano. Eso estuvo muy... O sea, el hombre ha sabido pegarle muy bien a todo, hay que reconocerlo. Es como que tiene algo, tiene hasta un combo... bueno, claro, también está local, por eso es que tiene la barra. Pero el hombre tiene hasta un combo Utopia en ese deck, o sea, tiene de todo.
Yeah, it does not cost to destroy, it does it on resolution, so if you want to Ash, you gotta do it now.
Just speechless, watching the crowd get as excited as they are. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! At its finest.
I mean, I mentioned most players would cower at the face of Detonator plus Abyss Dweller, but when you go, oh, you only have 1 card in hand? Typhon, clear your whole board, your turn? All of a sudden, it's not so scary, huh?
Now it shows you that any deck can win it, and some people say, you know, the Typhon is all about being in a bad situation. If you had to Typhon, you weren't going to win anyway. Well, I hope that gives those duelists pause for thought, because it's still an excellent card, and Pascal has got
de que el Typhon es para malas situaciones, pero en este momento justamente hay una situación que no era la más favorable y logró hacerla bien.
Go. Yeah, Bone Party's fine. We're going to destroy Aki here on the ball cards.
Oh my goodness! Just everything going Pascal's way. Kevin working his way into this duel, but may not have too much of a turn left.
We are using Darkblade here to destroy the set face down by discarding the Gadget that we have in hand. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. The secret second effect of Darkblade, getting rid of that super set Solemn Judgment right there.
It doesn't matter until it does.
Creo que tenemos ya la final definida. Ryzel Memento. Bonita final de decks diferentes.
Taking a quick look at Aki Hiron, just letting the judges confirm everything is on the up and up. Memento is a super popular deck, so you don't see the interactions every day.
Yeah, I think the chain link is like Akihiron 1, Gaddock 2, Darkblade 3. I guess it would be Darkblade 1 then Gaddock, yeah, on a new chain.
With this you can now start adding. So this is added.
Yes, we're going to add the mace back to hand with the Akihiron is what he's saying. That is good, and then the Solemn Judgment, which it was, does go to the graveyard. Oh yeah, Gaddock was discarded. It wouldn't be activating anyway.
Oof,
and by the way,
una
all of
judgment.
that on Kevin's turn.
Yes, and now we can Darkblade Ignition, like I said earlier, destroy a card and summon Anguish.
Sigue jugando el jugador Memento donde tú está de turno.
Kevin assessing his options
¿Quién
here.
está pensando un poco lo que se está haciendo? Sí, viendo cuáles son sus opciones. Le quedan 12.800 puntos y Pascal logra conseguir esa diferencia con algunas cartas que tenga. Ya de por sí el Typhoon tiene 2.900, no es mucho lo que tiene que hacer. O sea.
I think it was a smart play from Kevin to hold off. This is a great time to use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, if he so decides.
We're going to have, but now we're chain blocking with Akihiron, though, so now he's lost his opportunity to do so because the Memento monster was destroyed. It's always hard remembering how many different effects these Memento cards have and when they can activate.
Even if you play the deck, that's for sure.
Ahí tiene full combo.
Kevin, take a look at the graveyard there while Pascal cycles through the deck, grabbing a card, and it is the combined creation.
Yep, and now here we have the effect of Akihiron saying all my level 9 and higher can attack directly because it happens on summon. It's mandatory.
Anguish effect targets. Summon back, right?
Yep. Yep, so now we're going to have Anguish destroy Akihiron and summon back Gaddock. Gaddock effect on summon will be able to add back the Darkblade, I believe. Or I guess Akihiron too.
Lots of different choices here. Not quite enough names yet for the Memento Tekutlika combined creation, but it's coming.
Yeah, but he only needs to do what? 5,800 damage. We got 29 with Typhon.
But I never used effective attribute. Okay. Chain link 1 target, bone party, chain link 2 target.
Ooh, that's right. Gaddock can add back any Memento card. I always forget about that.
2 cards back to the hand. Just resources on resources on resources.
Oh, and here we have a potential link summon here just to clear his own Typhon. Going into an SP Little Knight here. Probably not going to use the effects, that way he can still attack directly.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to banish something. No attacking directly.
Sí, pero ya está pulseando bastante con la SP en el campo. Creo que la SP también es bastante molesta para el Rising. O sea, en el fondo lo que está buscando lo mismo el turno pasado, que el bicho se rinda.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, not an effective card in this duel. Nobody could call that, but just effective chain blocking. Pascal is ready for this. Locked in, possibly claiming his seat in the finals.
Right now, let's keep track of the names here. We've got 3 in the grave that are different, as well as not including the combined creation.
Now Kevin taking this in stride well, a smile on his face, sort of absorbing it.
He can send it from the hand. He was sending all those to the graveyard. I thought they were going to his hand for some reason.
It feels like a second hand of Memento, that's for sure, but names go down, names go back to the deck.
Battle phase, here we go, 3,000 to the face, and the combined creation will be enough.
The handshake, the crowd goes wild.
Y concede definitivamente porque y la barra de USA lo apoya, está hasta ahí. Yo creo que definitivamente también el apoyo moral que está recibiendo Pascal en este momento es súper importante, puede ser determinante para el resultado del juego. Y bueno, yo creo que una de las estrategias que tiene que Pascal es jugar, tú sabes, a un ritmo un poco más pausado, desgastarte mentalmente, tener mucho extender. Ya a estas alturas de juego, con todo el desgaste que tienen los jugadores, es bastante fuerte asumirlo. La final, Memento, Raisil, Estados Unidos contra Suiza. En un par de minutos, esperamos que puedan estar. Yo diría que en unos 10 minutos puede venirse la final, así que si tienen algo que hacer, pueden hacerlo ahora. Es un buen momento para hacerlo. Voy a hacer, yo no me salgo del live, simplemente cambio un poco de momento la transición, ok. Pero ya vuelvo. Cualquier pregunta al chat, muchachos. Ya vuelvo.
They're going to tell the story much better than we ever could. People are so excited to see this. And man, Memento versus Rysel in the finals, Those Goblin Bikers may be crazy, or Manuel may just stomp things down. This is going to be an excellent finals either way.
Oh, yes, and I definitely think Pascal's feeling more confident than ever for this matchup and more proud than ever to be playing the deck that he's been working with for over a year now.
And it shows you that if you continue to grind out the same deck, you learn all these different matchups, and you don't get surprised. And I think that's really been the story. I'm not saying that anybody slept on Memento. Everyone knows it's a great deck, but I think they just didn't practice. They thought, you know what? Malice is popular, Rizal is popular, water decks are popular. I'm just going to hope I don't run into it. Unfortunately for this Duel Academy exam, you do kind of have to know everything out there in the format because you don't know when a Pascal is coming your way.
You never know when a Doug is going to charge you, I'll tell you that much.
Charging on it. The Goblin Bikers really made that duel. I mean, that first one was just cut completely on Xyz materials being removed from the opponent's side of the field.
Oh yeah, he literally got rid of 3 materials off of a duo drive. Had that been a detonator, it wouldn't have been able to resolve once in like a meaningful way.
Like, that's insane though to think about. Like, the card's doing what they're supposed to do, but it's such a way that just breathes like life into the Memento deck because of that Goblin meter section. It's so great. It's so great.
He can weave into hoping Draco Future? What the heck? That's so awesome.
Yeah, like I wasn't expecting to see that earlier. If you want to flash back on the VOD, that's going to be against Kai. Wow, just incredible.
Well, let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie and hear from the man himself, Pascal.
Thank you, Stevens. Pascal wins. He's going to the finals. Oh my gosh, this crowd loves you, Pascal. I mean, oh my gosh, you're all smiles. It's making me smile. How do you feel?
It feels great. This is actually like the first I've gone in the YCS. Like I've topped a few times, but I've never got to the actual finals. So to see where it takes me, if I can just play my cards right and make sure I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do.
And you've spoken a lot about your brother. He's actually made it to 2 finals in the past. Now you're going to the finals. That's making me get a little emotional, to be honest.
Yeah, we've been playing the game since we were like kids, so yeah, it means a lot to get to this point. So yeah, hopefully I could represent and just keep going and try to pull it off.
Are you gonna text him and be like, give me some tips?
I don't think at this point it's just, you know, we just gotta play it out and just see what happens. So, but yeah, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, that's kind of been your strategy. You've just been going with the flow. I think, you know, a lot of people saw the Memento deck and they were like, oh, wow, okay. But you're like, this is working and I'm loving it.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of discount the deck because they just think about Razio and Malice, but like there are some strategies where it plays really well around like the XYZs, and like I have a side deck for Malice too as well, so I never really had a problem beating either one of those matchups. So
unexpected, but believe in the heart of the cards, right?
Yep, definitely. Hopefully it still works for me right now.
Is there anything you want to say to your brother? Anything you want to say to the crowd and everyone at home?
Oh, nothing. Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
Let's do it. I love it. Thank you so much, Pascal. I'm gonna send it back to our casters.
Oh, goodness. Just ain't nothing to it but to duel it from here. Just incredible stuff. I love how humble he is. I love he's just ready to get in there. Having great luck in Texas, right? 2 major tops in Texas events. And speaking of upcoming events, why don't we take a look at what's coming up soon?
That's right. We have some amazing WCQs happening later this year all over the world. Starting off in June 6th, we have the Bogota, Colombia WCQ for South America. Then going on to July 4th through 6th, we have the San Jose, Costa Rica, Central America World Championship Qualifier. Then that same weekend, July 5th through 6th, we have the Brisbane, Australia Oceanic WCS and WCQ. And of course, we have the July 11th through the 13th NAWCQ happening in Indianapolis. And finally, the EU WCQ happening in Berlin, Germany, July 25th through the 27th. We've been talking all day about how YCS is our international events. Well, these are the national events. The decks that pick the best of the best from their respective regions to compete in the WCS finals.
Definitely a long road.
Ok, tenía el micrófono apagado, pido disculpas por eso. Ya volvimos, entonces estamos aquí de cara a lo que queda para la final. Hace un poco de unos minutos atrás se le hizo una entrevista a Pascal. Pascal se destacaba que es una persona bastante ambiciosa, humilde, y que en resumen se le preguntaba sobre el deck. Decía que bueno, que es un deck bastante complejo, pero que la gente está más acostumbrada a jugarle a Rizal o Mali, que es lo que está en el meta, pero que él nada, se queda a la expectativa de poder hacer el mejor resultado ahora. Tiene 2 torneos, 2 topes importantes ahora, 2 tops importantes torneos grandes y va ahora por la final del YCS de Houston 2025.
You were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that
Hablando un poco con
excitement
el
from Orlando,
campeón
which is so exciting.
YCS de Orlando, me
Take
parece.
us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you put it to words.
¿Cómo te sentiste? Un poco las palabras de... Dice que es un sentimiento bastante bueno conseguir una victoria, que esto ha sido bastante bueno para él.
So, like, it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Was there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like, how did you push through?
Dice que es un largo camino, digamos, a conseguir el resultado, que se veía en algún momento en donde él dudó de su potencial. Dice, sí, claro, o sea, en algún momento del año pasado yo tuve un hold del juego, me tomó un tiempo y después, bueno... poco a poco comencé de nuevo con los amigos y tal, hasta que nada, se retomó de manera progresiva. Dice que he estado siempre preparado para lo que ha tenido que enfrentar. Ha ganado 2 YCS seguidos, dice. Ha sido para él una experiencia bastante buena, bastante impresionante. Lo que es el back-to-back, ganar 2 veces consecutivas, ha sido bastante impresionante para él.
Honestly, I practice more for this one.
Dice que si hay una forma de que se esté preparando de manera diferente para este YCA, dice que se está preparando, practicando más y nada, haciendo las cosas una vez a la vez. Y que, claro, que presión asociada una vez que estás en el top, ¿no?
Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
Que si hay una lección destacable que se pueda sacar de competir en YCS. Y bueno, dice que en términos generales siempre tienes que entender que nunca va a ser el mejor día, o puede que no necesariamente puedas tener el mejor día, pero en caso de que eso suceda tienes que seguir intentando y dándole, pues.
How has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff. And it's like gave me more confidence in my abilities, not even just in the game, but in life in general. More confident about myself.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. You realize like you can believe in yourself and achieve what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. Now, moving away kind of just more specific about the YCS, but into this like format in particular, are there any underrated decks or tech cards that you've seen out there in the meta that maybe deserve more attention, that might be flying under the radar?
At this point,
sí que si hay algún deck que a su consideración no se considere como un poco... No le presten mucha atención. Tú sabes con el que hay que ver... La gente debe tener cuidado.
Yep, so yeah, having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, you're staying on top of your game for sure. Now, I mean, you won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, well, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you defeated?
I'd like to play against Dominic Couch. He beat me, well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him.
Pregunta que si quisiera jugar contra alguien particularmente en el YCS, contra Dominic Couch, que lo ha ganado un par de veces y quisiera como que tener la revancha en ese
I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room, that's for sure. So last question, you talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing.
Un consejo que le dé a las personas que se quieran convertir en campeones de YCS, practicar, sentarte y jugar. Y que no temas enfrentarte y hacer cosas nuevas. Básicamente el mensaje de...
Definitely. So trying things, staying strong mental, definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel.
Whoa, I've time traveled to the future. You thought I was talking to Tavion, but no, I'm here at the caster desk with the Salawat Gay. I'm Billy Brake. It's been awesome spending this weekend with you here at YCS Houston. You know, it's been a long time since we've had a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Texas, and now we're back in the beautiful city of Houston, which, you know, it's not as bad as I remember. It's a pretty nice city. It's a little humid out there, but when it started raining and the humidity broke, it was actually pretty cold last night, but it's been a fantastic weekend with some awesome decks. I still think my favorite deck I saw this weekend was the Tombkeeper Blue Eyes deck. I'm going to look into that when I get home and maybe try and find a way to play with that. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, because now we're in the finals, and we know
Es interesante que había en el top cut, me parece que en el top 16 o el top 8 había un Blue Eyes Primex
Goblin Biker Memento.
The biggest sleeper going into this tournament for sure, I think.
Definitely. I mean, we know that other top players like Pack and others were playing Memento as well. I think Clifton Land also.
Yeah, we saw it throughout the tournament in the backup features, not necessarily in the main feature, except for Pascal, who got the main feature, I think, 3 times up to this point. 1 more to go. We'll see how he fares.
I mean, it's a cool deck. You can do so much. You also have the advantage of a lot of your opponents not really knowing what your strategy is, where the key points are to stop. I mean, that's what when you're practicing for Yu-Gi-Oh! You need to know those choke points, like the things you can interact with, the best way to interact with them, what can go wrong when you interact with them, and those are just a lot of the points that a lot of players don't know against the Memento strategy, and that's really paid off here for Pascal this weekend.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, they've at least become somewhat familiar with Memento because they understand they have to respect that it's a powerful deck, but I think everyone that I talk to about the deck that is not as well-versed in the strategy, they always say the same thing: stop the horse. Tatsuno Toshigo, if you can deal with that, then that's probably good, but that's as far as anyone really understands the deck. So when you're playing the deck and you know the ins and outs, and you have this deck that's basically fine-tuned to play into the good matchup, which is Ryzeal, then you can just take advantage of that all throughout the tournament.
Definitely, and I do think the Fiendsmith Memento deck is a little more popular. I haven't really seen the Goblin Biker version with Mementos, but we're going to have to see if it's going to carry Pascal all the way, or if Manuel is going to be able to take his Ryzeal strategy to the top. They're standing by. I'll go ahead and toss it over to Jackie for one more introduction.
Viene, señores, la final en cuestión de momentos. Recuerden que ante la semifinal y la final siempre hay un interludio para refrescar un poco a los jugadores, los jueces.
But only one can be our YCS champion. Who will come out on top? Are you all ready for the finals? Let the finals.
Estamos listos, señores. La final del YCS
Seated there will be Pascal Manigat
Houston
from Belmont, New York.
para el 2025.
His brother has been to the
Pascal
finals
Droplet.
twice, but will he be the brother who wins? Now to the red chair, we have Manuel Collin traveling from Europe, hailing from Switzerland. He said he was nervous, but will he avenge his teammate? He looks hungry. All right, let's hear it. Are you all ready for the final?
Andrew versus Manuel Ryzeal
This
de
energy is
Suiza,
incredible.
que era un
You can see our
local
competitors hugging it out.
suizo.
All right, casters, take it away.
De momento no hemos tenido una noticia con respecto con respecto a algún leak. Pascal de Nueva York contra Manuel de Suiza se estarían enfrentando ya en la final. Comienza ahora.
And now he's going to try and do it again here in the finals. I mean, yeah, I would never have thought a million years that Memento would be the deck that could win YCS Houston. But alas, here we are. It's always the ones you least expect. Or medium expect.
Medium expect. I think this is one of those things when we talk about with the pure Ryzeal deck, it's one of those decks you have to build all your non-engine towards something. Like that's what you're targeting. And if you play everything that you're targeting, then you're going to have a good tournament experience. I think the Goblin Biker Memento deck is this exact same thing in that you're targeting Ryzeal, but you don't really
Está toda la carne en el asador, todo el equipo de jueces está en la mesa 1, todos los ojos sobre la mesa 1.
getting rid of their clip twins early so they don't get the value out of their detonator.
Pascal,
It's exactly what you're trying
droplet
to do, turning their
contra
resources
Manuel.
into your resources. And if Pascal is able to
Deseamos lo mejor
farm the
a
Rise
los
of
dos.
up to this point,
Pascal,
it's exactly what he wants, and he gets to do it
de
all the way to
local.
the finals.
Esperemos que deje el título en casa.
Fact that the Goblin Bikers are able to special themselves by detaching a material from anywhere on the field, especially
Manuel
your
va a buscar lo
Xyz
propio.
monsters. So yeah, lining up against an Xyz deck is exactly where the Goblin Bikers want to be in this position. Will it be enough though? Manuel has been on fire. We just saw him take on
Sería entonces una
the
final
Nietzsche, our
Memento
NAWCQ champion in top 4. Pretty
Finsme,
handily was able to go first
Memento
in 1
Raisil.
and 3 and win despite his Abyss Builder getting Xyz Encore, but it won't be the same here. Will Pascal be able to defeat Manuel? It's USA versus Switzerland here in the finals of YCS Houston.
Now, you brought up Abyss Dweller here. That was a card that's so powerful against Mermaid. It's also still very strong against the Memento clan cards. It's something that you have to consider. Even we saw in the last feature match alone, in that game, the Dweller was going to stop the entire turn, but there was just no answer to the Typhon. The Typhon was able to clear the way because the other Raizo player had spent all their resources on those two bodies and had no follow-up. I think that is where Pascal wants to put his opponent if he does manage to summon an Abyss Dweller. But I think if they are able to have follow-up here, it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, Abyss Builder still pretty strong against Memento, as you mentioned, but we're going to see if it will be enough. We see the judges there at the table giving some final instructions before we jump into the finals. This is it, the trophy that one of these duels will be walking away with is right there on the table next to them. It's time to duel one more
Vamos entonces con todo el juego 1.
game number 1 of the finals starts now.
The all-important dice roll. I think Pascal doesn't really mind either way. If he goes
Comienza
first,
ahora
he does have to
el
go
juego
second,
1.
he uses opponent's cards as a resource, but going first does make everything
Pascal tendría bastante oportunidad de yendo primero, tendría bastante ventaja. Vamos a ver si lo favorecen los dados.
The fist bump, good luck, and it's time to duel.
Va a partir primero Manuel. Va a partir primero Pascal. Le favorecieron los dados. Eso es bastante interesante.
destroy Memento on the field to destroy, I believe, 2 others.
Efecto para romperse
Some of them
y
sent, some of them destroyed.
ver las manos. Sí.
Gaddock, when it's sent to the graveyard, is able to special summon himself and add back one of those cards in the graveyard. Going to be adding back the fusion. Then we're going to be activating the fusion here.
So you see the Memento Goblin stealing 2 cards to Pascal's hand. Memento Fusion going to allow him to summon one of the Memento Fusion monsters.
Yep, because a Memento card was destroyed, he's able to use materials from the graveyard by shuffling them back into the deck. He's going to be able to fuse into
Twin Dragon.
Twin Dragon now is able to destroy itself and add 2 Memento cards from his deck to his hand.
Efecto de Twin Dragon se destruye y añade 2 cartas. No hay respuesta de momento de Manuel para las jugadas de Pascal. Recordemos que esta es una suma de recursos. Pascal ya tiene varios recursos en cementerio, varios recursos en la mano. Droll, ok. La primera añadida. Está bien, la resolución.
Okay, they were sleeping on Mace. Sleepy, when it's summoned, is able to trigger a fusion summon.
Varios recursos en cementerio, varios recursos en la mano. Droll, ok. La primera
What does he want to do? This could be the most important match of Pascal's dueling career. Looks like he's going to use 3 Memento monsters.
Looks like he's using Sleepy's effect to fuse with those monsters.
Utiliza 3 mementos, seguramente va para la fusión.
The Creation King.
El boss de los mementos.
Similar to Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon, right? It feels that way. You're able to send so many cards from the deck to your graveyard.
Si Manuel tiene
Yeah, you get to fill your graveyard again.
Nibiru,
Really wants to focus on filling your graveyard.
es el
with
momento.
Memento Mace, so you can get to your
Combined creation.
Yeah, your combined creation. I know one's Creation King. I know all of them have creation in their name, but the combined creation has to shuffle back 5 with different names to summon itself from the grave, and this is an easy way to set that up.
So far, he's going to send the Dark Blade.
Combined creation, the Dark Blade, and we're looking for our third
Hasta el
option.
momento va a enviar al Dark Blades. Y está buscando por la tercera opción.
Setting that up to be able to add it back.
Ya tiene demasiados recursos en el cementerio. El jugador Pascal arrancó con todo. de verdad no ha habido interrupciones mayores salvo el Didicro. El Didicro. Oh. El Droll. No le duele tanto el Droll a ese mazo. Yo creo que ¿qué le podría doler? Un Nibiru puede ser. Purulia, Fuguelos. Para evitar de que convoque tanto. Un Dweller. Pero está jugando muy bien en torno a Droll. El Dark Blade va a enviar a Memento Ciclán. El Memento Ciclán parece. Lo voy a buscar ahora. Sí, lo tiene en la mano. Lo va a activar seguramente. Yo voy a utilizar el Goblin, el Dark Blade para hacer el SP, que ha sido muy molesto y ha sido realmente súper bueno para los Raisil, porque siempre cuando entra el material que va a ser el XI, activa efectos del SP y los banea a los dos y evita que el Raisil pueda tener materiales en el campo para hacer a los boss monsters. Tiene toda la carne en el asador, Pascal Droplet. No hay mira de Nibiru, no hay mira de disrupciones. Está difícil desde mi punto de vista. Es un Raisil puro, recordemos. Un poco más complejo para un Raisil puro sacarse todo esto. Sí, va a ser difícil.
Send Marological Aggregator, try and negate the combined creation, and then Infinite Impermanence is going to cut off the effect from extra seal to add to the hand.
The Aggregator is a really strong lead here, cutting
Ok, jugar activa el Impermanence, tiene una columna negada, hay que recordarlo, ese Impermanence estaba seteado y evita que se añada el Raisil que está en el campo.
Always feels bad when you're able to stop one of the stars, but they have another one in their hand. Now it's like we're going to be chaining SP Little Knight to the effect, banishing the Akihiron and the sword.
Now it goes deep into the think take about his next move.
Very visual about it.
Pensando cuál va a ser su siguiente movimiento. Si me pregunta a mí personalmente, con el tablero como está, los recursos que tiene en la mano, yo consideraría irme igual al siguiente, con la cabeza un poco más fresca. Igual jugar un juego que sabes que es muy difícil ganar te genera mucho desgaste mental.
It's a water 17, I guess Dweller?
Yeah, it's probably Dweller.
And then we're going to be chaining the Bone Party here.
That's going to destroy the Akihiron and let him special summon a Memento from the deck.
Destruye 2 y convoca un momento desde el deck.
For the Anguish, Anguish is able to add on summon, and then Akhiran, when it's destroyed, is able to add back from the grave or banish.
La Enwich va... Tiene el efecto de convocar nuevamente.
Goblin returns to the hand. Anguish is going to add a memento monster from the deck to the hand.
Typically,
Se le envía la mano.
mace here so that you can have. Yep. No, it looks like it's going to be Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy's the one you want to be able to summon during your opponent's turn, so you'll be able to conduct a fusion summon. And thanks to the combined creation, he will be able to special summon a memento monster from his hand during his turn. All his opponent has to do is activate a card.
And now we're going to be finally normal summoning that Ice Raziel, using its effect, summoning a monster from the deck. The effect of X has been used on the field, the effect of Sword has been used on the field, so now just summoning another body, not really going to generate any more value than that. There is no Raziel. And now we're going to be using the effect Sleepy.
Sleepy's going to try and summon.
Immediately going to be able to fusion summon.
Now it's going to be a fusion summon, so we'll be able to make another copy
of the Creation King. So those three bodies, Creation King hits the field. It's going to send another copy of Gadget, Mace.
El jugador Raziel todavía busca la manera ya, o sea, de seguir jugando. Igual el memento ya tiene los dos bosses en el campo. Vale, un poco cuesta arriba hacerlo, pero
And now the Creation King is also going to use its effect to destroy 3 monsters on his side of the field, and also 3 monsters on his opponent's, clearing the way here.
Fossilizing Manuel's monsters.
Akhiran comes back. And so is Darkblade. There is the Raziel Cross.
Manuel is trying to draw into something. He's already used all of his Raziel.
va con el Raziel Cross.
I mean, the node's already gone as well. There's not really much you can draw into.
Just looking for an answer.
Igual interesante que el Raziel sigue jugando, pues, a pesar de... Y se los ha sacado, a pesar del campo, pero concede el primer juego. Eso es lo que me llamó la atención. El primero para Pascal Droplet. Fue una salida muy difícil. Vamos a ver cómo juega ahora Kevin, partiendo de primero.
Plays so well into the Raziel cards. Do you think Manuel is prepared to play against the Memento Clone?
Honestly, yeah, no, I would. It'd be one of those decks that you want to know how it works, how it functions, where you have those key points of interaction, but you may not dedicate too many cards to your side deck. As you said, like a Biz Dweller is still functional and works really well against the deck. So I think he knows enough where he'll know to go into something like that to slow down his opponent, but when it comes to like the Goblin biking cards as well, I don't think it's something that Manuel has prepared for this tournament. No matter, despite how well prepared him and his teammates really were for this event, as they almost both made the finals with each other, but Pascal did not let that happen.
I mean, this was the dark horse in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got way more on the radar. I feel like.
Va entonces el primer juego de la final, gana Pascal M de Nueva York. El primer juego con Memento. Memento se está metiendo, no solamente está en la final, está ganando en este momento el YCS Houston 2025. Pascal tiene una forma de jugar que va ligada muy estrechamente con el deck que tiene. El deck que tiene es desgastante, tiene mucha jugada y está jugando de la manera en lo que estoy viendo a desgastar mentalmente al jugador. Además que ha tenido la fortuna de, por lo menos en este caso, ganar los dados. Manuel no está haciendo side deck.
game away from
Vamos a ver si le sale lo que ha sidequeado. Ahora a partir de primero probablemente. Vamos a ver. Yo creo que lo mejor que puede hacer es partir de primero y jugar dueler y tratar de evitar de que active el efecto del cementerio. Si viene juego 2 de la final, parte Manuel. Raisil comienza de primero.
Starting off immediately with little Charmy Perulia. Does he have an Ash Blossom to counteract? Doesn't look like it.
I think I see called by the grave, but maybe not.
He's going to consider his options here. Called by could be very useful against the memento cards as well, but it looks like we are going to try to cut him off. And then there's second one! The second Perulia!
The crowd goes wild! Goblin Biker's gone wild. I don't know if y'all can hear the screaming crowd over there through our
Dos Puruli en la mano. Le tiran el call a uno. Encadena la siguiente Puruli. Es increíble como una mano potencialmente brick se desbriquea. No, hay que darle crédito a Pascal. Realmente no solamente ha jugado bien, ha tenido también buen timing y buena suerte. No me extrañaría, lo digo ahora en advance, no me extrañaría que la carta que defina este juego sea una droplet.
Making sure you have guaranteed follow-up for next turn, because you can't commit too much here unless you're really disrespecting.
By the amount of times he's checking, I know like that's kind of like an indication he's just trying to figure out what's the solution. How do I get out of the spot that I'm in right now?
Yeah, it's not as simple as the choice of the 50-50 between the sword.
Y estábamos tratando de ver cuáles son las potenciales soluciones que puede hacer. Yo me iría por un dueler, le lanzo el dueler y ya está, no lo hago robar mucho y paso el turno, o sea. Eso.
Yo me iría por un dueler, le lanzo el dueler y ya está, no lo hago robar mucho y paso el turno. Goki. He's not going to be able to grab Goki rematch or anything like that. Ryzeal has to summon from the hand from this point.
I mean, he could, as long as he can grab Node, that only can give one more draw to still provide another rank 4.
Wouldn't be too bad. Looks like he's considering.
Oh, potentially plug-in as well. Plug-in can get you there without having to give up draws either.
Cross and plug-in to the hand.
Activated now, not necessarily live, but because plug-in is in the hand, it will be able to protect in case anything is trained at any point.
Dice que no la va a activar de momento, potencialmente porque tiene plugin en la mano y quiere como protegerse de lo que se pueda traer a Pascal. Especial, la segunda, tercera carta que roba Pascal, parece. Es un riesgo realmente poder hacer un combo en este momento porque le está dando mucho recurso al otro jugador.
And then like at least that way the cross is live as well because the material will go under the dual drive.
But no dweller.
Do you think it's worth? How many draws does he have to give him to get that many more monsters?
So, sí, pero ¿cuántas cartas crees que necesitas para llegar a un dueler? Bueno, a lo mejor no muchas, pero a lo mejor sí sería bueno dejarlo un dueler. Yo también pienso lo mismo. No lo están haciendo, va a setear 2 y probablemente va a pasar. Igual ya le ha dado bastante recursos. Yo creo que un dueler hubiese sido mejor. ¿Le da el turno? No dueler. No interacciones. O sea, tiene el cementerio es completamente libre para interactuar. Me parece que. Bueno. Activa Memento en Bone Party. También destruye la Combined Creation y convoca la Anguish. Se trae la Anguish algo a la mano. Activa Plug para convocar a Sword. En resolución de tacha, activa efecto para negar el efecto de Anguish.
There's triple tactics talents.
Oh, he's going for the hand. That means he has already what he needs to.
Oh,
but he wants
tactic.
to see if there's anything that's going to stop him. And he's
Ver la mano del oponente es una de las cosas más. Oh, la bonfire. Se fue la bonfire. La bonfire se fue. La bonfire se va. Uy, no envía la bonfire, interesante. Baraja no.
Unfortunately, I think this was the play Manuel made, knowing to respect the Goblin Guardians. Did not make another exchange, did not leave any materials available.
I mean, yeah, if I was him, I would say it's because I knew it, but sometimes you get these feelings about the right play, and it works out on top of that. But yeah, maybe he did know the Goblin Bikers were in. Oh, he did. His friend did play him in top 4. He probably watched that match closely, so it does know.
I mean, he has had plenty of times to watch up to this point.
Doug Charger is going to add Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, I believe. This will let him access. Oh, this is the bridge into the Mementos, I believe.
This is the one that adds any Goblin monster?
I mean, we're still learning this deck, but the same as you guys at home, so we can figure out what Pascal's strategy is. But now he can overlay those 2 level 3 monsters.
Los comentaristas no están relacionados con el Memento, es lo que decían en el juego pasado, es decir, en el comentario que hicieron anteriormente. No. Ellos no, para ellos el Memento es algo que, o sea, Malice, Raizil y ya, no sabe con qué puede salir el Memento. Y fíjense cómo se extiende Pascal. Estamos hablando de que este turno ya tiene más de 6 minutos.
Manuel doing a lot with a little, but he is going to chain the breakout, which will let him tribute off the Big Kabanga, so the plasma hole won't destroy it, and now he can special summon
any goblin, and that will probably get you to Memento Goblin.
Que ganó el efecto de Bikawonga para para convocar especies.
I mean, we saw the power of Goblin. It essentially adds 2 cards from your deck to your hand.
And
with extra steps.
And Pascal knows there's no other interruptions from Manuel, right? Everything has been used.
He has the plasma hole in the graveyard.
So to quick excuse.
Yeah. But that might be his only last form of anything.
I mean, that's not too bad in this situation. That is a detonator.
I hear this Memento Goblin has really good handwriting. That was a stretch. That's a deep cut. But now we're gonna see the plasma hole being used for that XC summon for Baguska. He's so tired.
Eso, Baguska, lo dije hace 2 juegos, ¿no? Baguska es uno de los mejores XC que hay. Y contra Memento es muy bueno. No sé si el jugador anterior tenía Baguska. ¿Qué dije hace 5 minutos? Si algo le daba el juego a este bicho, iba a ser la droplet. Oh, Dios mío, no puede ser, bro. No, revisen en las mangas a ese hombre. No, pero es que es increíble cómo la droplet le está abriendo juego. Es decir, se ha hecho todo lo que se ha debido hacer acá. Baguska era una carta que tenían que lanzarle a Pascal. El jugador anterior no lo hizo, no sé si no lo tuviese en el extra deck. Él lo hizo bien, pero ahora de nuevo Droplet haciendo su trabajo, saliendo en todos los juegos de Pascal, siendo determinante en todos los juegos, simplemente apareciendo en el momento que necesita, jugándola, es decir, muy particularmente conveniente, siempre. Increíble. Pascal Droplet.
Down a little bit and wants to make sure he makes no mistakes at this point. This is the critical juncture. He's right there.
Yeah, things are looking good for him, but you have to keep in mind that Manuel's hand is stacked.
Yeah, if he gets another turn, he can easily turn it around. I never used this right.
You have not used
Dicen que la mano de Manuel en este momento no es buena, que si puede por lo menos aguantar un turno adicional, puede ser que le dé la vuelta, pero Baguska estando ahí donde está, puede hacerlo aguantar un turno más. Lo que no entiendo es por qué. Es decir, eso debería estar en defensa. ¿Cómo esas cartas no están en defensa? Me parece extraño. Pero ¿cómo están resolviendo si está Baguska? No entiendo. Ah, ok, claro, es que a Baguska le lanzaron la... Claro. Le lanzaron la droplet.
Oh yeah, because if the Twin Dragon is destroyed, it does summon something back from the grave, 11/6 or lower. They all do so much.
They're really cool cards, and it's awesome to see them here in the finals of the YCS.
Hasuna Toshiko, it's able to summon something all you control is either Memento monsters or no monsters at all.
The horse.
It's able to use its effect. That is the dark horse of the tournament right there. It's going to be able to send to the graveyard monsters up to its level.
See, Darkblade, that's my speed.
Darkblade is there. Darkblade is going to hit the field here. Going to destroy the Sleepy.
There were 2 monsters on the field that are tired, but now one of them has left the field. And he's going to summon
the mace. Oh, we are moving.
Anguish down to the graveyard. Mace is destroyed. He's going to special summon.
Anduich haciendo lo suyo, busca la mano.
I'm on that bone party.
Another bone party here. I'm here able to come back now because another one was destroyed.
Efecto para convocar especial.
And here comes the combined creation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different memento monsters.
La fusión.
To the deck and extra deck.
Now remind me on
el
why
boss.
it's worth it to summon all this. And that is it. Pascal takes it. He is
Y así, sí, así está listo.
Houston champion.
El ganador del YCS de Houston de 2025, que está tumbando todo, se lo está llevando todo, Pascal Droplet. Gana Estados Unidos el YCS de Houston 2025. Memento, el ganador del evento. Más de 1400 jugadores. Gana Pascal con Memento, el YCS de Houston del 2025.
I think expert play by both players here.
That's just the play that Manuel set up, despite getting met by the Brilliant, was actually really nice.
Yeah, respecting the Goblin Biker cards as well, whether it was on purpose or not. I'm going to give that credit to him.
He can take it. He can take it.
It was just fantastic gameplay, and we just saw not only creativity, but just planning going into this event. You plan to play against.
Bueno, un resumen más o menos de lo que fue mientras se realiza la premiación. Se espera la banlist para después del evento. Mucha gente está esperándola. De momento no hay información al respecto. Vamos a estar pendientes de todas maneras, en caso de que anuncien algo. Pero así termina entonces el YCS de Houston del 2025. Memento gana el YCS. Muchas gracias a todos, muchachos, que estuvieron hasta ahora, que se quedaron hasta el final. Ya se interrumpe la transmisión. Si es que existe alguna información asociada a la banlist, la vamos a estar compartiendo. Y el ganador, Pascal Droplet. Unas últimas palabras para despedir el evento. Sí, está trancado, tranquilo. Después de 2 finales llega a la final, gana una. Gran final de YCS de Houston.
The first brother to win? Oh my goodness, what are you going to tell him when you see him?
I want more than him.
Oh my goodness, too funny.
Like he's the big reason why I still play and everything, so he's always been a good help.
Después de 2 finales llega a la final, gana una.
Yeah,
Gran final de YCS de Houston.
It seems like Yu-Gi-Oh has played a huge part in your life.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, even like a sword with it, so like where we have swords. Yeah.
Is there anything you want to say to this crowd? And
Así que bueno, que Yu-Gi-Oh ha sido una parte importante de su vida y bueno, que está contento de haber ganado el evento y ya como para despedir, nada. Festejar con los con la gente, con el público presente. Se queda en casa YCS entonces con Memento y Pascal M. Droplet de Nueva York. Escucha el USA de fondo y con esto entonces, señores, damos fin a la transmisión del día de hoy.
I could say so many great things about this amazing experience. I hope that you all had a fantastic time.
Ajá, ¿será que viene Vanlis? Ok, el momento. El momento. Okay. Oh, oh, se viene Vanli, señores. ¿Qué viene? Cyber Jar Unlimited. Jackalope y Tsuchinoko. ¡Oh, señores! Esto es lo Unlimited. Semi-limitado. Oh, está bien. Snake Eye Polar. Semilimitado, lo Malice y lo Raisil Poplar. ¿Y será que hay algo con Maxi? Con... Señores, Maxi y True Draco. Yo le dije, Maxi y True Draco. True Draco, de True Draco Slayer. Brilliant Fusion. Circular. Masterpiece. Masterpiece se vino de regreso, señores. Yo lo dije que era muy probable que se viniera. Limitado a 1. Shifter. Dreamsworld. Oh, los bestial. Era necesario. 4 nuevas prohibidas. Vamos a ver. Griffon. Prohibidos. Abyssweller y Bamuchak. Bueno, es condicionalmente por el formato. Me parece que es demasiado de extremo Abyssweller, pero me parece que es definitivamente por el formato. Tenemos nueva list, señores. Se puede hablar largo y tendido de lo que se viene. Se puede hablar largo y tendido de lo que está pasando en este momento. Y nueva banlist. Y con esto En definitiva, sí cortamos ya la transmisión. Podemos hablar nuevamente de las implicaciones de la banlist en otro video, pero el inicio de un nuevo formato, el inicio de nueva meta, limitado triple táctil, limitado shifter, Dreamsworld, Cyberyard, ¿qué puede tener? ¿Qué implicación puede tener Cyberyard a 1 ahora? Los nuevos metas, lo vamos a ir descubriendo poco a poco. Así se despide el YCS 2025 de Houston, señores. Gracias por acompañarnos. Lo vamos a ir descubriendo poco a poco.